Whoop, whoop. There it is. Oh man, what is going on? What is going on? Come the lemur. Mike Riley, what's going on? Buymeacoffee.com/Coach Colin. You guys already know. I got all these bottles here. So which one's the tea? That one's the tea. This one's the water. Okay, perfect. You guys already know it is pinned in the chat. Buymeacoffee.com/Coach Colin. Also, link in the description. It is always there. Let's move on. Spotify. You guys know we're on Spotify. Pop up. Pop up. There we go. We're on Spotify. You guys already know. 1.1K reviews. Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate that so much. Very close to the 10,000. Do appreciate that. It helps tremendously. If you prefer watching on Spotify or Apple, we are over there, and it all helps tremendously. Let's jump over here. Why is this guy on my screen? No. Guys, Candace came right back. Candace came back. The case closed crowd is starting to panic. Gary and Blake, the dynamic nightmare blunt rotation duo, jump into a spaces together. I don't really have the timestamps for the spaces that they did, but I have one that I have set up already. Just one where he's talking a little zesty. Gary, they're tag team in there. Worst tag team in history. Absolutely terrible. Just, zesty. What can we call them as a duo? Zesty and, they're like what can we call it? What would Gary be? The Giant and Zesty? The Zesty Giant? When they come together, they are the Zesty Giant. There we go. But let's look into more. We're gonna have some Andrew stuff. Orange Zest. Oh, come on. That was way better than what I came up with. Orange Zest. That's what we will call them when they come together like Voltron. Thank you so much. The Zesty Rangers. Squirrely Gary. Zesty and Spice. That's good. I like that one too. I like that. Zesty and my bestie. Solid people. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure you guys are listening. This is that worked perfectly. I think Orange Zest is pretty good. You know what I mean? You want it to sound like a band name at the same time, when they come together. Either way. So we're gonna be talking about what Candace went through, a little bit about the spaces, and then some other stuff. Just a bunch of other stuff. Erica's speech. I didn't really get to go into that all that much. I just played that one clip, but we'll go through more of it. I don't really see the point of that speech. I guess they're just positioning her for politics. That's what it seems like, because the speech wasn't that good and people are just going insane. Reeks of Kamala Harris, obviously. So we'll check into that a little bit, and then a touch. I just want to make sure that I remember, so I actually have the tab up. A touch into Barron as well. Have to touch on Barron really quick. Where is my B? Where is he? There he is. So I just have that up just so I remember. I do not want to forget Barron. We do not forget Barron on this show, ladies and gentlemen. Let's jump over here. So we got Barron right here. Okay, so just so we don't forget, just make sure we have him queued up and ready to go. Look how happy he is. Wow, very happy in this episode. That is a gleeful Barron we see here. Look at that. Very nice. Anyway, let's jump in. And I'm also going to talk about conservative ants a little bit. I really want to play what he was saying, the clips and whatnot. He might have deleted them because he was so scared of these Zio Rangers coming down on him. He clearly got the call. And I just think it's a funny thing just to talk about. But let's jump in. Yeah, jolly. He looks jolly. Very jolly. But Candace came back. I think I have something just from like 30 minutes before we went live here. I think Candace just put something out. I just want to make sure. Let me make sure I actually have it for you guys. Let me see here. Come on. There it is. Bang, boom. I thought so. Candace just put this out. I'm telling you, she's in battle mode right now. Look at her. She's what are these Kanye lyrics? She's singing Kanye lyrics. That means she's ready to go. It says the drama, people suing me. I'm on TV talking like it's just you and me. I'm just saying how I feel, man. I ain't one of the Cosbys. I ain't go to Hill, man. Oh, that's what she said. That's the song. She's waking up to Kanye lyrics. Just her and Charlie walking with Kanye. Oh, wow. I didn't even book that. I thought it was just her and Charlie walking. And then Holy Fire Luna's like, I guess I should have. I guess the money should have changed them. I guess I should have forgot where I came from. And then Candace actually liked it. Look at that. Just singing Kanye lyrics in the morning. Okay. All right. Get ready for a big episode. If that's where we're at in the morning, let's just jump right into this whole thing. I liked her. I liked the bombshells that she dropped. I understood it, but I'm going to listen to it again with you guys. We're going to break it down a little more. Not the one bombshell. The court TV thing was hilarious. That was hilarious. The court TV thing was like, I can't believe they let that pop up on on court TV and someone caught it and zoomed in on it. Completely makes Benny Johnson, Officer Tatum, Jack, all of them look like absolute lunatics. It makes them look like crazy people. I couldn't believe it. But aside from that, when she actually talks about the point of the gun being or of the gun being too small, and that's why they got this lady to say it on record, I found that to be very interesting. Makes me wonder what the defense is actually going to do. Let's jump over here, get right into it. They are all backtracking and saying we meant the video shows him in a prone position. There was no shot. These dummies didn't realize that both videos, 12.4 original compilation and 12.1 enhanced compilation, were already debated, explained, and shown on day 2. It is really a study on how dishonest influencers are willing to be for money. And she's not saying it, but she's talking about Officer Tatum. That is who she's talking about. There's going to have to be a mention eventually, because now Officer Tatum feels like he has to really say things. There's going to be a mention. They're going to clash in some way. I'm not saying I'm happy about it, but I think eventually someone needs to breathe fire on Officer Tatum. And who better than the Game of Thrones dragon, Candace Owens? Someone needs to do it, you know? Anyway. And that was just a repost of Ian talking about this whole thing. Should I play that? I'll play a little bit of Ian. Let's go. Just a little bit.
All the TPUSA influencers were filing out of court with this crazy new story about this video that they all saw at the end of the very last day after the cameras were off. So none of us got to see it. They apparently got to see this crazy high definition video that was zoomed in that showed Tyler Robinson taking the shot. Except there's some problems with that. It turns out that it's actually just the same video footage that we already got from the same surveillance cameras that we already saw. Same resolution, everything. They just used a video editing program to zoom in on it. So I'll let you make up your mind as to whether you think that that qualifies as 4K video that clearly shows the shot. Yeah, it's all very transparent at this point. We got the Erica Kirk lawyer, TPUSA lawyer, asked them to show this video off camera on the last day when they packed the house with a whole bunch of TPUSA influencers. So then all those TPUSA influencers could just happen to come out after court on the last day of court and have this crazy story about this footage that you didn't see, but they did. Trust them. It was crazy. It sure showed what happened. Except the problem was that Brandy and Billy of Brandy and Billy Show, they were there. Some real journalists were there in the house. In fact, they literally slept on the concrete in order to get slots in line because there was only 14 of them. So they stayed overnight on the concrete so they could get in. And they saw the video and they immediately called bullshit. This is their court wristbands. Brandy posted saying, I was in the courtroom today. There is no high quality zoomed in footage showing anyone taking a shot. The video shown is the same distance as the footage of Tyler jumping off the roof shown in this screenshot. Tyler. I have no idea why people are claiming otherwise. They know the video isn't going to be released publicly, so they're misrepresenting what was actually shown in court. Whoopsies. And that started a firestorm. They tried to discredit Brandy.
Robinson's face. It could be anyone. It literally could be anyone. It does not zoom in well enough at all for you to be able to tell who it is. You can see someone crouching down. You cannot see anyone pulling a trigger. There is no sound. People are saying on oh, there was sound. You could hear the gunshot. That is an absolute lie. No sound at all.
Score one for Real Journalists. Shout out to Brandy. Shout out to Billy. Give them a follow if you don't already. Don't believe the psyops.
Someone said, hey, no role playing today. Hey, leave, man. It's so weird when people do this. Hey, man, I know there's 2,000 people here and it's only been 10 minutes, which, wow, hit that like button. But please, I have one thing. Please, thousands of people, please let me to the front. I have one request, please. And then I get into the role playing thing. It's not called role playing in comedy. It's called act outs. I do long act outs. That's what they're called. And this is you being banned. Oh my gosh. It happened live in front of everyone. Bye. Anyway, let's jump in. Oh, I will say also, I was right. I should have took a screenshot of it. But people were like, how many people do you think are going to be waiting? I was like 80,000. It was 85,000. I was close. I forget how many people I said would be watching, but I feel like I was within like 20, 30,000 of it. I think. Maybe I was way off. I don't know. But I was pretty close. Anyway, let's keep going. Shout out to Ian. Someone said, Coach, that's how they found me. Man, so many people found me because of Ian. Just incredible. I saw Barron saying something the other day about Ian and how, out of nowhere he just shares the video and you didn't do anything to deserve it, and that's exactly what he did with me. He's incredible, absolutely incredible. It was nuts. It was just nuts. He's such a good guy. Shout out to Ian. Hope everything's doing well. So let's jump in. Today, yeah, I think I was spot on with the viewers. The Candace Whisperer, you know what I mean? I'm in the audience. A lot of times I'm just a fly on the wall, but when it comes to Candace, I am in the audience. I am in the mosh pit. I am in the mosh pit wearing a raincoat so the Fed slop cannot stick to me. We are all there. Anyway, let's get into what Andrew had to say. This is what Andrew said right before Candace went live. I didn't book this, but right away he's like, today I expect the liars to come out swinging harder and more vicious than ever. They'll name call, they'll mock, they'll jeer and seethe. Who wrote this? Are you okay? Do you need someone to pick you up? They'll blame everyone but themselves for the absolute thrashing their credibility took last week. The thrashing their credibility took? I mean, I love when I read things like this, and right before I read it, I show you something that completely turns it on its head. Perfect Ian talking about the whole situation, breaking it all down, all the things that they said, everything Jack said and Tatum said, and all of it got disproven. And now we're reading this. Oh, it's so sweet. It's so perfect. Croissant Kolvet. Oh, let's go. They'll claim it's a coordinated campaign. Let me just read it because I'm going to stop every single line if I don't. They'll say it's a coordinated campaign. They'll claim it's all an op. That's projection. I expect attacks to ramp up against Turning Point USA because what Charlie built remains highly effective, and that drives them crazy. Acting like everybody who doesn't like him doesn't like Charlie is just nuts. It's just nuts. It's such a nutty thing. And also, Andrew Wilson already said you paid him. And now he's going around attacking everybody and trying to get people to debate. The whole coordinated thing, it's not projection. That happened. Unless Andrew Wilson's lying, unless he made up the whole thing, he said. I mean, I wish Andrew would jump into a space. Forget about Blake. Blake jumps in all zesty and he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I wish Andrew would jump into a space. If Andrew jumps into a space, I will jump in and not be a fly on the wall. I have so many questions for Andrew. Oh my gosh, you have no idea. So crazy. Anyway, they'll try and confuse people by casting doubt on an avalanche of facts by focusing on some obscure detail. Oh, I hate him. Oh gosh. I try to stay kind of impartial, not really, but still. Oh gosh, just hate the guy, right? Um you don't have to. You don't have to. I got it. I got it. Don't even worry about it. I have enough hate for everybody. You guys can just stay impartial. Just be happy. They'll try and confuse people by casting doubt, an avalanche of facts by focusing on an obscure detail. Obscure detail. Like the fact that the video that they said is real is not real. Okay, this is a small obscure detail. Fine. Contesting public descriptions of an enhanced video. Public descriptions. Officer Tatum, a naval officer and a man who works for the Pentagon. Public descriptions of an enhanced video or trying to poke holes in a timeline, all without ever addressing each piece of inconvenient, for them, court-admitted evidence in an enormous and growing mosaic of damning evidence against Tyler Robinson. They will do all that without evidence or proof. Call them on it every time. Wow. Andrew Kolvet. And then right away, Diligent Diligence, like, the Fed slop is cooked, you know? Stu Peters is like, you belong in effing prison. I'm not even going to show it. Thrashing is crazy. I mean, who did that? M? Oh, gosh, M. I mean, good work, but come on. Jeez, well, what's that on his bottle? I don't know. Anyway, let's keep it moving. Oh my gosh, so many people. I wonder, did Candace actually answer back to this? I guess her whole episode was an answer back to this. So, oh, Baron, yay, thank you. Hey, Andrew Kolvet, do you believe the staff at the Cowboy Smokehouse who placed Tyler Robinson in, how do you say this, Peniguich, just before 10 p.m. on September 10th? If not, why not? If so, how do you explain the alleged text messages Tyler sent Lance saying he was watching a cop in Orem before midnight? Peniguich is 3 hours away. Easy question if the case is airtight, as you say. There you go. I wonder, do you think, I'm just going to look to see if Candace answered it all. No, she didn't. Do you think at any time he's going to answer Baron? Let's check. Let's give a look-see. Let's see if he actually answered Baron. No, but look who did. Oh, Andrew Wilson. Debate me, bro. Debate me. I have a question for you. Andrew Wilson to Baron. I have. Hold, please, sir. I have a question, please. Where are you going? Sir, please. I have thousands of dollars. I'll give you tens of thousands of dollars. Answer my questions, please. So funny. No, Andrew didn't answer. Rats. How about that? Oh gosh, I'm surprised. I'm very surprised. Well, there you go. That's what Andrew came out and said. Many people were not convinced. This is what you call nervous diarrhea of the mouth. Yeah, that's kind of what it was. It was like, you know what that post was like? It was like he hired one of those people that write those romance novels, you know? And then I unsheathed and gave her a thrashing of the mouth. Like, you know what I mean? Like just weird stuff like that. That's the kind of stuff he was just saying. That was crazy. That was absolutely crazy. All he had to say was Candace is back today. We're effed. That's all I heard when he was saying that. This is a definite reach. Candace, I can't wait to come back Monday. Andrew drops another novel on Monday, desperately trying to get ahead of what Candace is about to cover. The panic is palatable, and the timing couldn't be better. Of course. I mean, come on. Everybody sees right through it right away, you know? Then we had Blake Neff, the Blake Neff. I can't believe I don't follow Blake, you know? Well, I can believe it because I don't want to, but I mean, I see a lot of his stuff. It's crazy. Decided against my better judgment to briefly tune in to Candace and see what she was spouting. And she was spouting some theory that UVU's military affiliated student hub, MASH, wow, that's what it's called, MASH, is a part of the conspiracy. Yeah, I think that's enough for me. Remember, Candace privately envied and hated Charlie, and she wants his killer to walk away with. It's so incredible that that's your remember. You know, Andrew calls for them to call. Andrew calls for you to call out Candace every single time. Call out the liars, but he's talking about Candace, obviously. And then Blake makes sure to say, remember, she envied and hated Charlie. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. It's getting so ridiculous, you know. At this point, I mean, you know, like what are you guys doing? What do you guys do? Are you guys gonna hurt her? You know? That's like a fair question. Are you guys gonna try and hurt her or something? Are you guys gonna try and do something? It seems like it. You know, you're being very weird about it. Anyway, Candace did answer back to Blake. She said, Blake, you literally watch every second of every minute of every episode of my show. You've apparently been deciding against your better judgment for about 10 months now, Monday to Thursday, weekly. Also, I simply shared a fact. Try not to be overwhelmed by it. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Did Blake say anything back? He's zesty. He might have. I mean, he has no room to, but he might have. You never know. Someone said, oh, Blakey. Oh, that Blakey nickname's really spreading. That's the last thing you... Oh, who made that? What is this? What is this? I don't know who did this. This is uncalled for. Blake's not that small. Who did this? This is Scarica? Scarica, are you responsible for this? Absolutely crazy. Well, you know, at least Blake's happy. Andrew needs to flip that frown upside down. But Blake is very, very happy. I like it. I like it. And he has ice cream. And he has a nice little suit jacket. This is cute. He's cute. He's a big boy. That's a big boy. Huh? That's what I say to my son. Are you the sweet boy? Are you that sweet boy I've been hearing about? That's what I say to my son all the time. And then he smiles just like Blake is right now. Oh my gosh. All right. Be mature. Let's go. And then Candace actually said this. This is going to be something that's coming out. I should tell you guys, this is going to be something that's going to be coming out on the show. So this, how do you guys say this name? Viva Free? Whatever, I don't care. Viva. So he says the steakhouse where Tyler Robinson allegedly ate is slightly 200 miles from Orem. He was allegedly spotted at the steakhouse around 8:45, described as having eaten quickly and left. Allegedly sent the text messages from Orem around 11 o'clock. If they, you know, I'm getting real tired of this, this like autistic, I'm just trying to figure out answers act that this guy has going on. Like, I don't like when I see grown men doing this, especially when it's an act. If it's legit, it's like, okay, fine. You're Elon Musk, cool. Build a rocket, fine. But when you're a grown guy and you know that's not, you're just, come on, be normal. You know how to be normal. Like, so quit acting like you're really like that. You know, stop being awkward. If they are off by even 15 minutes in their estimate as to when they spotted him at the restaurant, he could have easily made it to Orem in time, driving 80 to 90 miles an hour. Did I make any mistakes here? So Candace actually answers this, and this was in response to Barron. Just so you guys know, just to give context, this is what it's in response to.
Quite enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. How do you know there's a vehicle lingering? If you're in between Panguitch and Orem, you can't know that it's quiet. You can't know it's almost quiet enough to get out, and you can't know there's a vehicle lingering. It's impossible to know those things if you were at Cowboys Steakhouse until 9:50 or 10 o'clock. My friends, this text supposedly was supposed to have been sent before midnight. You cannot get from Panguitch at 9:50 or 10 o'clock at night to Orem, Utah in 2 hours. It is not possible unless you're doing like 140 the whole way. He wasn't supposed to be in Panguitch. He wasn't supposed to be in Panguitch. Why did he go to Panguitch? I have no idea why he went to Panguitch. Maybe he had a hankering for steaks. This makes me believe he never went back to Orem at all. But this cannot be true unless everyone at Cowboy Steakhouse is a liar. Every single person there would have to be a liar. The owner, the server, the other person who's involved that knows the two owners and servers who's talked to people, they'd all have to be a liar. Every one of them would have to lie. And if you're the defense and you're really trying to get your client the best result possible, you would be establishing this alibi. You would be raising an alibi defense. And this is how you establish an alibi. You go talk to the server who checked him out, who's an eyewitness. You list him as a witness. You bring him in. You sit him down in the courtroom. You ask him questions, and then you turn him over for cross-examination.
So that's what it was in response to. Just for anybody wondering, just to give you full context there, Candace does answer this. So don't let Lionel, don't let Barnes Law know about this. This is Robert Barnes that he's talking about there. Anyway, Candace does respond. She says to Viva, he paid his bill at 9:47 p.m. in Panguitch with a credit card. You do not say this as Candace Owens unless you have something that's coming. You do not say this as Candace Owens unless you have something coming. She just said, if Candace Owens looks at you and says a specific time, she says 9:47. She doesn't say 9:45. She says 9:47 and gives a location. You can expect this is going to be something that's in an episode. Maybe today, maybe it's something she's still working out. Not sure, but it's going to be something for sure. And then I feel like Viva answers back to this. Let me see. I'm positive. I think he says something, and she says, "I'll see you on Monday." Let me see here. Let me just see here. Who is this? David? You're unfollowing David? Bye. Now you can't even come back. Look at that, David. Let me see here. Let me just make sure. Because yeah, there you go. There you go. Boom. He says, if that's true, it would certainly be problematic for the timeline. I just have a thing. I think this guy is cool. I think he looks cool. Kind of looks like Andrew Bustamante, which is not the best look to have, but he pulls it off better. But like this whole thing of like, oh, that would be problematic. It was certainly problematic for the timeline. I mean, I'm just in the middle here. I don't know. I'm just here. I mean, I don't know. I'm not on either side of this whole thing. It's like, okay, buddy. Okay. I've seen you shill out too many times to accept that. Anyway, he says, do you have the receipt confirming he paid his bill at 9:47? You know what he's like? In Transformers, there's one guy that's like a tape recorder, and he's like always running around trying to record people. He's like, and he's like, oh, here, come on. And then Starscream's like, what do you have for us, tape recorder? And he's like, oh, I heard Optimus say this. That's exactly what he is. Do you have a receipt confirming he paid his bill at 9:47? This is going to require more. Trust me, bro, because I said it in a tweet. Okay, good for you. And then Candace actually answers back to this. Or no, she says it. Oh, sorry. She says it. She actually answers back. Where does she answer back? Oh, why would you bury? What is this? What? Oh, there it is. No, come on. Did she delete her response? I know for a fact she responded and she said, we'll talk about it soon. She said something along those lines. It's crazy that it's not just coming up right away. Anyway. Oh, you know what? No, I can't let it slide. I know she said it and I want to see it. I know she said it and your boy has to see it. Come on. Where's her replies with this weirdo? Come on. There it is. Do you have a receipt? And she says, stay tuned. 9:47 p.m. Feel free to save this tweet. It will age well. She wrote will. It's the worst when you have such a perfect comeback and you're just one letter off. Oh, and then you see it after you send the tweet and you're like, damn it. It's fine though. It's fine though. It's Candace. We allow it. It's completely fine. You know, it's just hard for her. But she does say, save this tweet. So they have figured out. This is just me. She hasn't said this. It seems that she has figured out that he did pay his bill 9:47 p.m., which makes the whole thing of the text messages completely fall apart. Yeah, someone said proof that she's human. Oh, buddy, I have a whole bunch of proof that I'm human. It happens all the time. It's the worst. It's the worst. She probably doesn't care though. I really care when it happens. It's just like, oh man, I just throw the phone aside and I just go, you did it again, man. I get upset. It's fine. Yeah, she has an actual receipt. Okay. All right. Well, expect that. Just wanted to give you guys that breakdown really quick. Let's get into the actual episode. I found some things very interesting. I'm going to make sure I pull up these interesting things that I had in mind. Oh, wow. I put them all in a text message to my wife. Now I just had to send it all to her. And now she's like, what the heck's this? Honey, if you're watching, I should actually tell her because she might think I want her to research this. Don't worry. It's just for the show, period. You don't have to look into it. She might think she has to like research everything I just sent her. She's going to be like, what the fuck? She's holding one baby and the other baby's going crazy. She's like, what the fuck? Are you serious? Don't worry, honey. You're good. Love you if you're watching. And I don't love you if you're not. Anyway, I'm just kidding. Someone said, is my wife white? Well, you'd have to go back and watch a bunch of episodes to find out. But her hands have been featured in episodes before. Her hands, I believe. Yeah, I think 2 hands have been featured. Her hair has been featured in an Instagram post where her hair is sitting on top of my head. So there you go. You'll have to go back, and every video you go back into, make sure you hit that like button. Thank you very much. There you go. Let's get into it. This is the first one. This is where she just starts talking about. This reminded me of something. This is what I was talking about yesterday. I really wanted to make sure you guys understood. I couldn't find the actual clip, but I found it this time. But I'm going to let this play first, and then we're going to get into that clip. This is exactly what it reminded me of. Let's get into it. Let's go.
Was to see, and just almost unbelievable it was to see Tyler Robinson's parents play a role in turning over their son.
Tyler Robinson and the video and footage of him were identified also by his parents as being Tyler Robinson.
Tyler Robinson's parents see that photo and think, that looks like Tyler. They begin asking him things like, where is I believe it was his grandfather's gun.
Mm-hmm.
They start asking him this. Tyler Robinson starts talking like he might kill. They get a friend of the family to sit down with him. He admits that it's him. They get him to drive up to Orem and turn himself in. His parents helped him turn him in.
They say no face, no case. No, his parents said, that's my son. And then he turned himself in, taking responsibility for shooting Charlie Kirk.
So we have 3 confessions here, 1 to his parents, 1 to his roommate, and 1 on Discord. Those local sheriffs were the ones.
Whoa, who's this? Get back to work, Matt Walsh. Get back to work. What are you doing on Candace's show? What the heck? What's going on here? Is he even allowed to be here right now? What's going on with Matt?
Who took the first statements from Robinson's parents, which identified Robinson as the shooter and provided the motive.
By the way, Allie, do you think that the parents of Tyler Robinson, if he was not guilty, would be making a stink about this if he was innocent? Have you heard a word from the parents? No, the parents were the ones that turned him in.
Frank is the most condescending guy. He's the most condescending guy. It's crazy.
Him in, made statements against their son. Okay. The Fed narrative also stipulated that this was the left, right? We were supposed to instantly go to war over this. The right versus the left. It was a politically motivated killing. Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie Kirk. First crime he's ever committed. Decided to do that in broad daylight, in a burning rage over LGBTQ rights, particularly trans rights, because he has a trans furry boyfriend named Lance Twiggs. Some hate just can't be negotiated. He wrote via text, like, this is why I did it. Charlie Kirk, I took my shot because I can't stand to hear the hatred that Charlie Kirk spews regarding trans people. We were constantly reminded that there was going to be footage also of Tyler Robinson taking that shot, that it had simply not been presented to the public yet because it wouldn't have been appropriate at that early phase. We just had to wait, be patient. Erica herself told us back in November or December that she had seen the evidence and she was convinced it was Tyler Robinson by the time she sat down for that interview with Barry Weiss. Her mind was made up. That's the guy. No foreign involvement, no involvement of others. She doesn't need to see anything. Now, we were also told that Tyler's fingerprints and his DNA were found on the gun, and that was presented rather exclusively. They never wanted to.
So I just want to really quickly just show you exactly what it reminds me of as they're all doing this overwhelming thing. Everything is overwhelming. Did she cover more of that? I think she did. Oh, yes, she did. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. I just want to see, give me just a little bit more of how everything is so overwhelming.
Lives, 6 feet social distancing. The evidence against Tyler Robinson is overwhelming. Check out this little collage you put together of influencers who apparently need to pop a Xanax, right? The evidence is becoming overwhelming against Tyler Robinson. Thanks, Graham. Steve Deese, the podcast, today's podcast, an overwhelming evidence against Tyler Robinson. Paramount, not so tactical. The evidence against Tyler Robinson is overwhelming. Gunther Eagleman, the evidence is overwhelming, to say the least. Kind of feels like he's saying the most. Jack is quoting Don Trump Jr. As having said the evidence against Tyler Robinson is overwhelming. That's just one page. Allie Beth Stuckey, Mike Lee, the evidence against Tyler Robinson could not be more overwhelming. He couldn't be more submerged. Andrew Kolvet, it's over.
He couldn't be more submerged. Hold on. Did someone actually say that? Or is she must be playing around. Nobody actually said that. There's no way. Oh my gosh.
Overwhelming against Robinson, whoever Brent is, it's overwhelming. Susie, it's overwhelming. Clay Travis, it seems overwhelming. Some people even went so far as to report that it was actually the most overwhelming thing that they have ever witnessed in their entire lives in the courtroom. Take it away, Josh Hammer, who happens to look like a Bond villain. Take a listen.
So to reiterate and to summarize what we've already said, the evidence presented this week, just during the pre-trial evidentiary hearings in the Charlie Kirk assassin trial, the trial of Tyler Robinson, is the most overwhelming presentation that I have ever seen this early on during a legal proceeding.
Look at her face. If I was talking and somebody was doing that and they're like, oh, I'd be like, hey, man, screw you. Come on. I'm talking. Come on. Stop doing that. Stop doing what you're doing. He does have the worst voice ever, though. This is way worse than Ben Shapiro. This guy makes Ben Shapiro sound like Barry White. This is crazy.
In my entire life, life.
Whoa. Like his whole life. This is it. This is that moment. So I was in Spain and I said, let me buckle in. I too wish to experience that tidal wave of the exact same emotion being shared by all of these people. Apparently, though, me and Carrie Prejean Bowler, who I was traveling with, we watched an entirely different hearing. I don't know if it's different in Spain. I had wondered, is it different if you don't have the eyes of Zionists? Because I did notice a little corollary, right? Amongst Zionists, there is an increased sense of the whelming happening when it comes to Tyler Robinson. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, right? Let's begin with a refresher on what exactly the Fed narrative was going into this hearing.
Now, I just wanted to show this because this is what it reminds me of. Oh gosh, why did this get so big? This is what it reminds me of so much. I don't know if you guys ever saw this. And it's crazy because I remember covering this, I don't know, 2 years ago, 2024, 2023. And I was like, wow, like this is crazy. This is what the mainstream does, and this is the Mockingbird stuff, and this is terrible. I can't believe they do this kind of thing. And now we're seeing it all over the conservative right. All over the conservative right, and it's gross. And this is exactly what it reminded me of. Check this out.
Wolf. Journalism. It's extremely dangerous to our democracy. What, John? It's extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Exactly who gave those people those orders to speak in unison the way they just were is the same people who are doing it with Charlie Kirk in this hearing and the whole Charlie Kirk official narrative. It is the exact same thing in the background. It's the exact same. Yeah. This is what it made me think of. As I was watching this, as I was hearing them all say this, as I showed you that graphic yesterday that I forget who made it. Sorry, I'm forgetting, but I did mention you when I showed the graphic, and then Candace showed something very similar. It's exactly what I've been thinking of. To a T. That is what they are trying to do with everybody right now. Extremely dangerous. It's extremely dangerous. It's just, I don't know, man. If you don't know, you don't know. Someone said, where can we find this? Find that clip. I will repost it right now. I mean, it's right here. Here, let me just repost it. I will repost it right here. And I will write, this is still happening. There you go. So you can find it on X. If you're on X, then it's there and you can find that. Most of those companies, I did like a real deep dive into this whole thing. Most of these companies, because they're news stations, that's what we think of them as, but they're actually companies. And these news stations are actually owned. I believe most of these ones, if not all of them, were owned by something called St. Clair. I think they have a bigger title, but if you looked into like St. Clair Media, you would find that most of these people who were saying this narrative were all owned by one umbrella company. So there's that. And then if you look into most people who are saying this narrative of things being overwhelmed, you will see a connection. It'll probably be Salem Media. Now, it won't be Salem Media throughout everybody, but a big chunk of the people who are saying this are either connected to it or adjacent to it, very, very similar. Who just said St. Clair? I saw someone just write St. Clair. Yeah, they're all affiliated with St. Clair Media. Yes, 100%. Perfect. Glad you're able to verify that. Although I already said it, I had it covered. You kind of, but no, you're 100% right. They're all affiliated with Salem. St. Clair Media. Now let's move on. From that terrifying clip. But I mean, it's no more. Listen, I always say no more terrifying. Maybe it's more terrifying when it's Officer Tatum and all those guys, because you look at the mainstream and you can just turn off the mainstream. You can say, I don't watch. I used to say this all the time. I don't watch TV anymore. I haven't watched TV in 10, 15 years. I don't watch that stuff. But now that same blueprint has moved on to the online space. So before you could escape it with mainstream. So it was actually great that it was over there. Now it's all in front of us all the time. It's in our Instagrams, it's in our YouTube, it's in all of the platforms we look at. So it's a little more terrifying now, honestly. You remember that back in the day? You could just turn off the TV and you're like, that's it. I'm not affected by it anymore. You can't do that now. Now you got to throw your phone out the window, you know? Anyway, let's keep going here.
Presented in court was a compilation.
This is where she's talking about exhibit 12.4, I believe. And then I'm going to get to another clip where she's talking about 12.4 again.
Video, which I would like to note was exhibit 12.4 in court. Exhibit 12.4, that's going to become relevant later when we talk about the influencers who have sold their souls to the devil. 12.4 was a compilation of...
That's her talking about Officer Tatum. Just saying. She's saying sold their soul to the devil. It's Officer Tatum. I'm just saying. Eventually they're going to clash, because eventually Officer Tatum's going to have to say too much, and he's going to say a clear lie about Candace. Candace isn't going to be able to just have somebody just lie about her. Maybe she'll call him in private, or maybe she might have to light him up. But I think in one of these days, I think in the next 2 weeks, we might see Officer Tatum in a thumbnail. I'm thinking that. Not sure, because I know their relationship. She values their relationship way more than he does. Way more. He values money more. She very much values him as a friend. So I don't know if it'll happen, but I think. Anyway.
Of blurry male, or males, plural, going up and down stairs, and people said, that's Tyler Robinson. Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at this video of the males in 12.4 moving throughout the day, going up and down the steps. Here we go. And we're speeding this up, I think, right? Or we cut it short. This is the undeniable evidence that it's Tyler Robinson. And by the way, if you're feeling overwhelmed, please sit down and have a glass of water. We don't want anybody passing away looking at this. Undeniable. They're like, this is Tyler Robinson. This is just like attempt at hypnosis. You're getting very sleepy. That's Tyler Robinson. That's Tyler Robinson. That's him. That's him. And by the way, I want to be clear. I can't meaningfully deny that could be Tyler Robinson. It could also be Lance Twiggs. It could be Ethan Hawke, Tom Holland, Timothy Chalamet in preparation for the final installment of Dune. Could be any of that. I couldn't reasonably deny that it's any of those young men, or any one or number of the decoy boys on campus that day who I speculated all looked to me like they belonged in a military unit. Speaking of which, I think I forgot to mention to you guys that on the top floor of the Losey Center, of all things, it's UVU's military affiliated student hub, known as their MASH Center. It's literally a dedicated student center for student veterans and their families. So that's it. That's what we saw. We saw brunette males, maybe brunette males. I mean, could be a dirty blonde. I'm not ruling any A-listers out of being involved on this day. Actually, I'm just not convinced. Now, Lance, the star possible Fed witness, basically says it looks like Tyler in terms of his clothes. Like I recognize some of these clothes. He liked to wear jeans. I kid you not. That was his testimony. Take a listen.
Do you recognize the person in these images?
I wouldn't say it with 100% certainty just because of camera quality, but that looks like him in terms of the shoes he's wearing, the sunglasses. I don't think I'd specifically seen him wearing that hat, but he was usually wearing a hat, and then jeans. So it definitely, especially the bottom, the last two, definitely do look like him. Oh, they do look like Tyler Robinson.
Well, I say it's open and shut. He said he made it very clear that Tyler wears jeans, that he wears those shoes worn by, we should probably look up how many millions of people wear those. I mean, I think I had 20 pairs of those shoes throughout my lifetime, but he doesn't recognize the hat, not one of his hats, but he does like to wear jeans. And what are those Chucks he's wearing? Like, there we go. That rules it out. Really convincing. So I'm thinking, let's move beyond that. Okay. Blurry video compilation 12.4. Surely they're going to be able to show us Tyler's car on campus, because what would be the point?
we already talked about this. And like I said to you guys, that is how Candace has to do this when she comes back. It's a lot of stuff that we may have already covered. You're going to already hear it from Barron. Maybe you're on X. You already saw it, percolating on X. So that is just how that goes. But I just found that very interesting. I want to go back to the 12.4 conversation. I think it's very important. So I have another clip as she's talking about that a little bit more. Let's jump in here.
Turn now to exhibit 12.4. Okay. 12.4 again is the original compilation footage. It's the footage of Tyler Robinson or Timothy Chalamet, right? Or Timothy Chalamet. Maybe it's Ben Shapiro. I don't know. Maybe Ben Shapiro's a little too short, but any brunette male.
Oh, that's just uncalled for, It just, it jabs guys so hard when you do that, if she wants Ben Shapiro to leave her alone, I mean, that's not the way to do it. You just called him short out of nowhere like that. You know what I mean? You just said he was too short. And it's true. It's true. He is, right? Diligent Dennison was showing us 5'11". The guy was above 6 foot. Ben can't even be in this conversation. So for her to bring up Ben being too short like that and just to breeze by it like that, oh, man. He's going to do another episode. He's going to do another episode on Candace just because she did that. It's not going to stop. And, the harassment's never going to stop. He's always going to be short. You understand? Your friend Charlie was a clear 2.5 feet taller than he was. That hurts. That's annoying. Okay, guys don't like that. And then you yourself, a lady, were at least 6 inches taller than him. That's too much. It's too much. So I get it. I get where Ben's coming from. I'm not saying I condone it, but I understand what's going on here. He's small. And that's not a fun thing. That's not a fun thing for guys. In his chair, kicking his feet. That's what I mean. This is crazy. Someone said the Kandahar Giant hosted a Spaces. Yeah, we're going to get into that. If anybody has any timestamps around, Diligent Dennison actually said before I went live in that he was talking about that Spaces. He said as soon as he brought up the interview that he had with that Cowboys Smokehouse, the steakhouse, whatever, where Tyler was, Peniguich. As soon as he brought that up, they removed him as a speaker and then deflected by starting to talk about SUVs out of nowhere. So I couldn't find the timestamp. I asked Diligent for a timestamp. He said right before I posted this, that's not a timestamp. It's all good. It's all good. But don't worry. We'll figure it. We'll get into that. But again, Candace Owens, just, I mean, look at her face. Look at her face. This is so petty. So petty. Ben Shapiro's just somewhere just like, she called me small. Time and time again, she calls me small. And his wife is just, towering over him, giving him a little massage. She can't use her full hands because that would hurt too much. So she's just going like this. And that's enough to just, rub his whole shoulder blade. And she's just like, calm down, honey. Just calm down. Your hat's falling off. Time and time again, she calls me small. Where's Matt Walsh, honey? Matt Walsh is in the doghouse. Would you like me to get Matt Walsh? Maddie. And he runs into the house. Hey, hello. Sorry, I was just eating. This is very good dog food that you guys have me eating here. Do you need anything, Ben? We're getting way off topic. I'm sorry. I'm getting way off topic. The ideas, see, this is what that person meant. They're like, oh, come on, none of that. Oh, I'm so sorry. I just get into it. You know what I mean? And then Ben jumps on his shoulders and he goes, we have to go make a video. Let's go, Maddie. Come on. He just grabs his hair. Let's go. He rides Matt Walsh like a horse. Oh my gosh. So stupid. So I see why that person said that. This is so dumb. I should unban that person. I get it. We're in the middle of something here. You know what I mean? We're in the middle of something. And I'm talking about Ben Shapiro riding Matt Walsh like a horse, hanging onto his hair. Come on. What's going on here? Anyway, sorry about that. Let's keep going here. Exhibit 12.4. That's where we were. Okay, let's keep going.
Right, of a decent height could be walking up these stairs, and they're giving us this compilation of parking garage footage plus footage of Tyler Robinson jumping onto the rooftop. They made it clear on day 2 of the trial that 12.4, this compilation, does not show Tyler Robinson taking the shot. Okay, they made that perfectly clear, and take a listen to that.
If you wouldn't mind just describing in a bit more detail what this compilation includes.
The compilation shows the movements of the individual believed to be Mr. Robinson on Utah Valley University campus, arriving and leaving in a vehicle, arriving and leaving on foot, and then returning and leaving, and then attempting to gain access again in a vehicle. And his movements throughout the day are included in the videos also.
Is there any footage of the alleged shooting?
There is not, Judge.
Okay, I just want to clarify that.
Okay. So 12.4 does not have any footage, did not capture footage of Tyler Robinson actually taking a shot, who they believe is Tyler Robinson actually taking a shot. Also on day 2, they discussed
I was actually told, I have it on good authority from a very Southern man who is steeped in Ebonics, who often talks to his mama, that it was clear as the noonday sun. You know, I was told on high authority that there was super duper ultra calgifragilistic expicalagocious footage that was crystal clear, thermonuclear, just absolutely crazy footage that was crystal clear. You know, that's what I was told. I got this information from Jack Posobiec, so I don't know about this Candace lady, guys. I mean, we heard Jack talk about this, and he tried to look angry. I mean, his eyebrows didn't do anything, like he has Botox or something, but he said he was angry. So I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going here.
a piece of footage that was born from 12.4. Okay. They discussed it, and it was an exhibit that was labeled 12.1. It was the same footage as 12.4, which we've all seen. That is available. You can go watch that entire footage. You can watch that day 2 of the trial. It is the same footage, but except they claim that they enhanced the footage, and they were very clear about what that meant. This was a whole back and forth about what does it mean? You took 12.4 and you enhanced it. And here is what they said 12.1 was. Take a listen.
Let's return again to Wispin Mark Stakes Exhibit 12.1. Again, you've reviewed that video.
Yes.
And the difference between 12.1, or Wispin Mark Stakes Exhibit 12.1 and 12.4 are, if I understand you correctly, are these enhancements that we've been talking about.
Yes.
And specifically, what be specific about the enhancements, and let's go one at a time.
Okay.
I think there's a reference to either red circles or red highlights.
Correct.
That's how Mr. Olson described it. Red highlights.
Yes.
Do you know what he's or what's What is he referencing by the red highlights, or what do you believe he's referencing?
I believe he's referring to red ovals or circles that were placed over the image to identify specific individuals of note.
I think the next enhancement that has been mentioned that we've talked about is there's some blurring.
Yes.
Do you know what that? Tell us what that is. What blurring do you see in state? What's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.1 that you now don't see in 12.4?
If I recall, there were some individuals in the parking garage footage, and their faces were blurred.
Is anything other than faces being blurred? And then the last thing is, I believe, is there's some zooming in and zooming out that's in 12.1 that has been removed.
Yes.
12.4. What can you tell us about the zooming in and the zooming out?
Predominantly, it's in the area that was referred to as viewing the Losi building rooftop. I believe it focuses on the area where Mr. Robinson comes up the stairs and onto the rooftop. Those portions of that particular footage were zoomed in for clarity.
So to reiterate, 12.1 is simply an enhanced video of 12.4. What enhanced?
12.4. So I want to get to the part where she actually, is this the part? Oh yeah. Because this blew my mind when she found this out. When she shows, I don't know who this dude is. I hope she says his name again, because I wanted to pull up his actual video, but I didn't get it. So I have to check.
Except they made a mistake and they accidentally left their computer open. So Court TV captured some of that footage, and you can see that it is literally the exact same video as 12.4, but it's been zoomed in. So great work from this ex-user at CanCon for catching that. I don't know if we can pull that up, Sky. Around the 2:35 mark, he zooms in and shows the video. Actually, did you pull that link by any chance? Yeah, let's play that. Let's play this link so you can actually see it yourselves before we watch how the influencers reacted. There they are watching it on the screen.
Okay, now you can see that this is the top right quadrant that you would be looking at when the camera moved to where Robinson jumps off, allegedly Robinson jumps off the roof. Now, you can't see this here because it's a little difficult. I'll zoom in as much as I can so you guys can see, but the clear identifying image of Tyler Robinson, you're going to see it on this screen. And again, this is at 1 hour, 16 minutes, and 27 seconds on Court TV's day 2 of the trial. Okay, so you're going to see here, correction, it's 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 30 seconds. He's running across now. I don't know if you can see it because all he is a pixel. That's all he is a pixel. He's running across right now. Watch.
I can see it. Just saw the pixel.
That's it. That's the enhanced version that everybody wants to condemn this guy on. Again, I'm not saying one way or the other here. I am not saying one way or the other here. But that's the enhanced photo that everybody has seen in the courtroom. That's it. It was leaked by the state. It was on one of the state attorneys.
Fantastic work. He is correct. I fact checked that. We looked at it. We saw them go back and forth about why they didn't want to play it for the public. And sure enough, they made a mistake and accidentally played it for the public. That blur that you just saw. Now, granted, obviously, we're looking at a video of a video, but that's the video. That's it. And it's born of 12.4, which you are free to watch yourself on day 2 of the trial.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I have to go to Court TV and look at it. And good job. I can't find this guy. I just wrote in CanCon. Oh, maybe it's this guy. Is it this guy? I think I found him. Because that guy deserves a shout out. Yeah, I think it is that guy. I think I found him. He looks like he's looking over the stuff. I'm going to follow this guy. I'm already following him. Okay. All right. CanCon. So it's Can with 2 N's. CANNCON. Let me see here. Yeah, the moon landing stuff looked better. Yeah, if you're looking for CanCon, here, let me pull him up. Let me pull him up before I find that footage. Really quick. Really quick here. Just so you guys can actually see who this gentleman is. CanCon. I'm pretty sure this is the guy. Pretty sure. I could be wrong, but it seems like it's him. And he seems like he is looking into the whole case. Yeah. It seems like it's him. Makes sense. I can't find that actual video just sitting here on his X right now, but is that it? No, but this is actually from the same.
And this is going to blow back on a lot of the people that have been propagandizing that.
Okay, I think this is the video. So let's actually watch CanCon's work. Again, CanCon, CANNOC. If you're on X, if you're not on X, he seems like he doesn't do the tube.
There was a third leak.
He does Rumble instead, so you can check that out. But let's check out his video here.
In the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing, and this is going to blow back on a lot of the people that have been propagandizing that video, saying that it was crazy and it showed like insane detail and all that stuff. So this right here is the original. Okay, this is not the third leak. We'll get to the third leak here as quickly as possible. I want to play this, and I want you guys to notice this structure up here in the top left. You see that structure right there? Okay, this is the video.
And Mr. Robinson is appearing on the exterior staircase, which gives access.
Okay, now you see this one? You see this in the top left? Okay, this is the video that Exhibit 12.1, the one that everybody got to see except the public. Everybody in the courtroom got to see except the public. And there's been like this crazy like outrage, not outrage, but this crazy like, I don't know what you would call it, but everybody's like, it was the worst thing I've ever seen. Guys, this has been out there forever. Anybody with half a brain and any type of video editing would have been able to duplicate the video. There is no enhancements. There's nothing crazy about it. And I'm going to show you guys. So this was day 2 of the Charlie Kirk assassination trial. This was at 54:13. Let's go to this one at 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 9 seconds. And I want to show you guys, they're about to show Exhibit 12.1. It wasn't the first time when the public saw it, the people in the courtroom saw it. The first time that the enhanced version was played was specifically for the judge and the witness only. However, in the fashion of the state, they left their computer open again. And you can now see this video that Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, Officer Tatum, all these people are freaking out over. You can see that it's nothing. It is absolutely nothing. Brandy Siciliano was correct.
Just the difficulty in doing that is because we've zoomed in, it's removed the timestamp on it.
Well, you can just give me the count. The count on the bottom. There's a timer at the bottom of the total length of the video. So that's fine. I'm just trying to create a record of what exactly I'm looking at.
Okay, so we're going to pause there. I'm going to zoom in for you guys so you can see that computer monitor there. And
I know there's a little bit of overlap here because Candace just showed it, but I just want to show his actual stuff just to give him that praise. So sorry about that for all the people who are, if you're like, I can't handle it. Just don't worry. Just another minute.
Keep going. I'm going to fast forward a little bit because it's a static screen. But remember, I told you to look at the top left, or excuse me, the top right of that one image. That's the top right there. You guys can make the comparisons for yourselves. But remember, when it switches screens, you were looking at the top left. Okay, now you can see that this is the top right quadrant that you would be looking at when the camera moved to where Robinson jumps off, allegedly Robinson jumps off the roof. Now, you can't see this here because it's a little difficult. I'll zoom in as much as I can so you guys can see, but the clear identifying image of Tyler Robinson, you're going to see it on this screen. And again, this is at 1 hour, 16 minutes, and 27 seconds on Court TV's day 2 of the trial. Okay, so you're going to see here, correction, it's 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 30 seconds. He's running across now. I don't know if you can see it because all he is a pixel. That's all he is a pixel. He's running across right now. Watch. That's it.
Hold on a second. Because I did see it. That's so weird. You ever seen that episode of The Simpsons where Marge comes in? She goes, "This is disgusting. You guys are staring at a dot." Homer and Bart are staring at the TV, and there's a little dot on this TV. That's exactly what I feel like right now. Hold on a second.
That's it. That's the enhanced version that everybody wants to condemn. It's all he is. 30 seconds.
Let me see.
He's running.
That's it. You guys see my cursor? There's no way you can see it. I'm going to repost his video, though. For those of you that are on X, you can jump over there and actually look at it. But you can see this little speck run.
Across now. I don't know
if
you can see it because all he is a pixel. That's all he is a pixel. He's running across right now. Watch. That's it. That's the enhanced version that everybody wants to condemn this guy on.
That for sure. That moment, Officer Tatum must have just lunged at Tyler Robinson and just been like, "You's a booty bandit. You killed my friend. I seen it. I seen it. Get off me. Get off me, Benny. Benny, stop grabbing my crotch. What you doing? What you doing, man? Calm down. Get over here. You was a booty bandit. I knew it. I knew it." You know, they had to drag him out of there. Mama! 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 Mama's just in the courtroom like, "This is a kangaroo court if I ever seen one. This is crazy. What's going on, Erica? You good? Oh, girl, you not really crying. Stop all that. Stop all that. I gotta go see my boy. All right, I'll be right back." You know? Old black lady voice. Old Southern black lady voice. The funnest impression to do. The funnest, you know? Because you can go real deep into it, you know? Anyway. That is him. That is him. CanCon. Perfect. I will repost this for anyone interested. I will just write, "I seen it." I seen it. Okay. Just for those of you that are wondering, if you want to seen it yourself, you'll be able to do that. Wild. Great work. Shout out from Candace. Good for him, man. Good for him. Solid work right there. So that makes the whole thing really fall apart. Really fall apart. Because then what do we do with everything that they said? I don't know if Candace gets deeper into this, but what do you do with everything that these guys said? What do you do with Benny Johnson saying everything that Benny Johnson was saying? What do you do with that statement? Ultra 4K, nuclear thermal bombshell. I saw it. Like, what do you do with Jack Posobiec saying, someone said it's actually pronounced Jack Prosodic. Is that real? I feel like that's off a little bit. Are you sure? I'm going to take your word for it. So what do you do? What do you do with everything that they said? How do you, like, it's crazy that Andrew's talking about credibility going away. Like, look at the thrashing that their credibility took. You know, Candace and others, I guess myself, I guess would be thrown in there. I don't know. But I don't get it. Do we get to say that about their credibility? Is their credibility done? Do these guys stop? Are hundreds of people going to unfollow them? Do they owe apologies? I remember Officer Tatum just the other day was like, "Oh man, all these people going to owe an apology." Once they see, like, I seen the evidence, okay? I seen that evidence. And once y'all see what I done seen, oh man, a lot of these people here who pushing this knowingly, oh, they gonna owe apologies. Where's his apology, man? I don't get it. Where's his apology? I hope he does. You kidding me?
It was emotional. You know, that last video that they showed that was zoomed in, you could see it as clear as the noonday sun that he came into the facility. He climbed onto the roof. He was in a prone position. He took a shot, ran and jumped off the roof, just like the testimony showed. It was emotional to see Erica have to watch that, and to have the person who killed her husband in the courtroom. It was emotional. It made me upset at the reality of this, because Charlie was a good man, just doing what God called him to do, and some person who had hardly any value to this world decided to take his life. Was very frustrating. But I am glad that the evidence is presented. Anybody with any kind of integrity that want to know the truth, they have access to see anything they want to see in this court hearing. It was emotional. That last video that they showed was emotional. Took a shot, ran and jumped off the roof.
I can't believe he put this in his own video. That's crazy. That's wild. Like I said yesterday, whoever his editor doesn't like him. His editor, whoever put this together, watches this show and doesn't like him. And you can come over to this side. You want to be my editor? Come on, man. Come on. We got a little team going. Come on over, man. It's crazy. I can't believe it.
Just like the testimony showed.
I mean, if you want to say it's somebody moving across the roof, 100%, but the way that they framed it is crazy. I mean, I wish I had, I closed it already. I wish I still had Benny Johnson's stuff up. What Benny Johnson was saying was crazy. What he was referring to and what he was saying about how you could see it, how Jack, I showed you guys at least 4 different things of Jack being like, I saw it. Look at this twink.
Charlie Kirk preliminary murder trial just wrapped. We were there and witnessed everything. And you have to hear this because it was devastating what we watched. And the judge ruled that you can't see the high definition quality video 4K of Tyler Robinson committing the murder of Charlie Kirk. But we saw it, and they played it on giant screens inside of the courthouse. You can see clearly Tyler Robinson's face. You can see crystal clear the license plate number on his vehicle, his movements on the rooftop. You can time it up to when Charlie Kirk was murdered. And what you also couldn't see was what happened inside of the courthouse. Erica Kirk was sobbing in the arms of her mother-in-law, Charlie's mother.
His wife, Luna, just said the way his wife's looking at her, she knows she's lying. Of course she knows he's lying. Of course. He's like, listen. He's like, listen. Allegedly, right? This is just one of those dumb act outs that I do. You guys know how it goes. Yeah, this is not real. But he looks at her and he says, listen, they found out. And she goes, Benny, I knew it. I told you to stop being a booty bandit. Backdoor booty bandits always get caught. I know, honey. I know. And I thank you for being with me this whole time. But they found out. And there's going to be some things I'm going to have to say. I'm going to have to say a lot of these things all the time. They're not going to be true. I'm going to become Rachel Maddow, honey. Takes out the glasses. I'm becoming Rachel Maddow, honey. She's like, why couldn't you become Van Jones? Why are you becoming Rachel Maddow? Honey, I'm sorry. There's going to be a lot of things I'm going to have to say. You're going to have to stand by me while I say these things. Why do you have to have the same haircut as her? Honey, stop asking questions. This is exactly what they want from me. I'm conservative Rachel Maddow now. Because they're both gay. I'm just kidding. He's not. He's straight. Okay. All right. Whatever. A lot of people say he's not. But this lady's had I think they have 5 kids. Looks great for having 5 kids, I gotta say. With all the stress that her husband's putting her through, she's pumping out kids the way she is. Looks fantastic. I'm just saying. She's holding it together. Benny, not so much. The stress is coming down on Benny. When you get the call, you don't just get one call when you get the call. You get a bunch of calls. They're constantly telling you to say things, and it's just wild. But yeah, she's had a bunch of kids. Benny's a dad. Listen. Benny's a dad, okay? You guys can't act like Someone says she's an accomplice. No, she's not an accomplice. Accomplice in the kids, not in this stuff. She's like, listen, I got to stand behind him. Like, whatever. It's my husband. Johnson is mad out. Yeah, it's fine. But what do we do with this statement?
Mrs. Kirk, feet away, is Tyler Robinson, pale, sallow, bony, emaciated, staring at the floor the whole time, twitching and looking straight ahead, refuses to watch the video, refused to make eye contact with the family. Emotional day. The judge played all 20 minutes of the high definition security footage, and the whole courthouse gasped when it was over.
Someone said gay is the noonday sun. Listen, don't. How dare you? Okay? How dare you? You better stop it. You don't mesh Officer Tatum's sayings with Benny Johnson. You don't do that. You don't do that. That's not fair. Not fair to Officer Tatum. Mama, they taking my sayings and they wrapping it in with this backdoor booty bandit, okay? And he on my side, so I don't say nothing. I don't shake his hand, but I don't say nothing about him. But now they taking what I said, which I got from Pawpaw, and now they putting it on him. They say he gave New Day son, Mama. What am I supposed to do, Mama? Oh, baby, this is just your fault. You know it's your fault. You just out there being all shilly like this. This is too much, baby. You gotta find your integrity, baby. Mama, I don't care about no integrity. I want to be a millionaire. I'm selling liquor and shirts. I want to be a billionaire. You know, I hope he does become a billionaire. You know, he'd be a great billionaire to see. You know, it'd be great to see Officer Tatum become a billionaire, because then I know I could become a billionaire. That'd be great. You know, then you know you can become a billionaire. Just saying. If there's any doubt in your mind, anyway. But what do we do with this ridiculous thing that he just said here now?
It was really tough to watch. The prosecution has a demonstrable, overwhelming case. They said that multiple times. The defense has nothing. They asked minutiae questions about DNA evidence, but the judge was just shooing them along as we get to this 4K video reveal that will eventually be made public. It's already a case that is overwhelming against Tyler Robinson. But once you see this video, you will cast out all of the demons that have been attacking the Kirk family. It has been one of the most grotesque demonic evils that have been visited upon innocent people. It's happened to this beautiful family. Once you
She's like, okay, it's rare. It's really thick. You're laying it on really thick. Like this could have been a 30-second video. You're really it's a lot. It's a lot. That's all. That's why there's so many cuts in the video, because his wife just keeps going, honey, come on, just stop. And he's like, shh, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Everything in our house is bugged. There's probably bugs inside of my suit right now. Just quiet. I have to finish. I have to stand back there. Just stand back there. And she's like, it's just a lot. You're just really saying a lot of different things. And it's just 30 seconds. That's all you needed to do. This is just way too much. That's all I'm saying. It's just way too much. He's like, listen, have you ever made a video? Okay. This is what I do. I know what I'm doing. It's just, you said 4K super duper crystal clear. You shouldn't say all those things. You don't have to say all those things. Just say that you saw it. That's it. That's literally what they gave you a script. That's what it says. And Benny's like, I like to add my pizzazz to it, okay? You wouldn't know anything about pizzazz. Well, I've been married to you. I've been watching you pizzazz all over the place for the longest time. Quiet. I'm going to finish this video. You know? But that's a good marriage. That's a good marriage. That's a good marriage. Someone said, is Coach actually Richard Pryor? Oh, man. I'm not even going to get into it. You can look it up for yourself. You know what Richard Pryor and what's his name? Marlon Brando did? Until you're talking about booty backdoor bandits. Listen, let's not even get into this. Is off topic. You can go look into what Richard Pryor and Marlon Brando did together. You can go ahead and look into that. I'm just saying. But this is a strong marriage. This is a very strong marriage. Oh, see, someone didn't know. You go look into what Richard Pryor and Marlon Brando did together. Okay. I'm not gonna put any dirt on Richard Pryor's name. He's the GOAT. He's the reason for the black guy doing the white voice. Okay. He brought that to us, not Dave Chappelle. He brought that to us. He brought us, oh, well, hi, my name's Mark. How is everybody doing today? He did that. I'm just saying. I'm not gonna put any dirt on his name. Just know. Someone said prostate warriors. That's good. That's a good one. Prostate warrior. I never. Okay. All right, we're off topic here. I don't even remember what tab we were on. Hold on a second. Let's get back to it. But in reality, what do we do with all these guys who said all these things? They were lying, right? Brandy and Billy were on with Barron, and they're, Barron's like, hey, I don't want to get into your head, but what's going on here? What do you think's going on with these people? They clearly made it up. It's a made up thing. It's crazy. And they're sitting there, they're like, oh, the public is going to see it. This is going to come out. And it's literally nothing. I don't know. It's so crazy to me that they're allowed to do this. Anyway, let's go a little deeper into the Candace waters here. Let's keep going.
And you can zoom in yourself and you can see it's still blurry. There is nothing identifying about Tyler Robinson, but that's not why Erica asked the influencers to come, right? She didn't ask the influencers come to demonstrate the truth or be honest about what they saw. So here is Benny Johnson's reaction to the video. Take a listen.
No, we're not going to play all that. I just went through all that. Candace, don't throw us off again. I'm going to start doing impressions, backdoor bandits and stuff, prostate warriors and stuff. Don't make me do it, Candace. Here, let's just get to Candace talking.
It's so shameless and grotesque and dishonest, and the amount of money being spent on this for these emotional assets to come out and wax poetic and then not realize they made a mistake. And now they're all kind of backtracking, being like, oh, no, it doesn't actually show him get shot, but it shows him getting into the prone position. And, oh, they didn't realize that they had no idea when they all started making these videos to cover up the minutia of the DNA evidence. They were talking about the DNA evidence. Don't pay attention to that. Pay attention to the video that we're telling you was exclusively shown to us, which is, it's crazy, but it was so clear at the very end of day 5, they showed the influencers 4K HD, perfectly clear. Everyone else was spending 9 hours a day watching every day of the hearing, but they waited till the end to give this gift to the same influencers who have been trying to help the government wage a war against our minds. This is a psychological operation. It is failing. It is, like I said, requiring an unbelievable amount of money. And now I get why they had to file for FARA, right? People are getting paid. There is no other explanation for how people could lie like this. I'm shocked. I'm shocked at Benny Johnson. I've never had an issue with Benny Johnson. This gives me an issue with Benny Johnson. How do you lie like that? All of the influencers who came out and lied, this word overwhelming. The reason why they do that sort of repetition, just so you guys understand, is because it's proven effective in the past. It used to work. It worked. How many of you guys watching now did act?
Again, issue with Benny Johnson. Jack said it as well. Obviously, she didn't go into Zach, but Officer Tatum did as well. And again, I'm not saying that she has to. I don't want to be the one that has to be like, oh, she should, comment on Officer Tatum. I don't think so. I just think it's naturally going to happen because she's a very honest person. So I think it's just naturally going to happen where she has to call that out. And she has to say, because she's saying people are getting paid. Who is she talking about? Benny's getting paid. Officer Tatum's not. There's no way that's what she's saying. She can't be saying that. She just can't be. So, she's clearly talking about him. She has to be. Anyways, guys. Oh, man. Someone said, do you think that their families are under threat? It's funny enough. I was having this conversation just yesterday. We were talking about, I won't say who I was talking with, but we were talking about what happens to people for them to flip in such crazy ways. And I'm always like money and power. Like if there's money involved or if there's power, like a spot at AmFest, or you're now a part of the Turning Point family, so you get to speak more, which gives you, a parlay into writing books, and then that makes you an author and a speaker. And then from being an author and a speaker, you command more money for your speaking gigs. You command more money for your book deals, things of that nature. And then also there's the aspect of you've done right by us. We control, 80 congressmen, 90, whatever, right? We will make sure they talk fondly of you as you run for Congress in Arizona, for example, because I'm thinking of Officer Tatum right now. There's that type of thing. But then someone who is, I'll say they have more experience, I'll say. They were like the two things that usually happen that get someone to flip like this is either, I think they said money, and then they said infidelity. And that could be ladies, that could be men, that could be many other things. Who knows? I don't know if Officer Tatum would do something like that. I have no idea, right? And I know that there's been many rumors and speculations and supposed firsthand accounts when it comes to Benny. But there's always something like that. So maybe not where it's violence to a family, but there could just be something that would just destroy their family, destroy their world type of thing. So, anyway. And honestly, I mean, I'm not gonna say MAGA. I'm just gonna say the conservative people who are still following Benny, he could come out as whatever and they would still follow him. They would be fine. Look what they've put up with. What are we talking about? The people who have put up with the release of those documents, the redactions, how that whole thing was handled, how Charlie Kirk and the investigations handled, clinging on to the official narrative. If they've gone through all that, they'll be fine with Benny coming out as a backdoor bandit. They wouldn't care. They wouldn't care if Officer Tatum was getting paid and it came out that he was getting paid millions of dollars. They'd be like, he deserves it. He deserves it. That's Officer Tatum. He's a good, true-hearted American. I love that man. I named my son Brandon because of that man. He's a good man. They wouldn't care. They put up with anything. It's crazy. Anyway, they would be completely fine, that part of the conservative movement would just turn on their head and they'd just be like, it's fine that Benny Johnson's that way. In fact, I've always been a supporter. They wouldn't care. Not even a little bit, So anyway, let's move on. Now, the part that really stood out to me, which I understand. I understand this part, but let me just make sure that I'm on the right thing here. This part where she talks about, I forget what the woman's name is, but her testimony. Let me see if I can get it right here. I think I got it right there. Let's see.
Positively insane, and suddenly pretend that they were made privy to some 4K HD video footage of Tyler Robinson taking the shot on the roof. They, of course, were lying through their teeth. We're going to get to that later. But I believe the reason why they went insane was to overcome the testimony of Caitlin Oliver, okay? Caitlin Oliver was the ATF's forensic biologist, and she gave a devastating testimony it was devastating to the prosecution. And these are the major points from that testimony, okay? First, she explicitly admitted that the media's assertion that Tyler Robinson's DNA was found on the gun was, and I quote, a scientifically indefensible statement. Take a listen.
From a scientific standpoint, you couldn't read the paragraph that sets out the likelihood ratio in your report, whatever the number, and then blast a headline in the media, Mr. Robinson's DNA is found on this item. That's a source attribution, is it not?
Correct, yes.
And that would not be scientifically defensible, would it?
Correct.
Tyler Robinson's lawyer then goes through great pains to show that the media and the influencers took what was essentially scientific jargon and they lied. And I'm going to explain that to you. So I want you to lock in, okay? You may have heard them over and over again stipulating that Tyler Robinson was a major contributor to the DNA sample, right? So if you're uninitiated and you hear that, it sounds like it means Tyler Robinson's DNA was all over the gun. He's a major contributor to the DNA sample. But it actually does not mean that at all. And I want you to take a listen to what she says, and then I'm going to break it down for you further so that you can understand what they did here.
And you can't tell us anything about when the DNA was deposited on the trigger guard or the trigger, correct?
Correct.
You can
Deposited is a wild way to talk about this. I listen. I peruse in the high IQ outfit, but still a little immature. I mean, deposit is a wild way of talking about this DNA. Anyway, let's keep going here.
can tell us anything about whether, when you say it's at least 4, it could be 5, 6, or 7 people with DNA on that trigger or trigger guard, correct?
Correct, which is why we have the major contributor that is suitable for comparison, and the minor contributor is not suitable for comparison due to that complexity.
And again, major, minor just has to do with the levels of DNA you were seeing. It has nothing to do with someone being engaged in activity that is major in relation to the minor contributor.
Yes, so the major contributor is the majority of the DNA contributed to that sample.
Okay.
So I'm going to break that down further and why this is really big, and we're building on something else that she's going to say that is explosive. So the idea of what she's explaining is that, like, this is my mug. I drink out of this mug every day. So I definitively would have the most DNA fingerprints all over this mug. But occasionally, Ashley, my producer, will go fill up the mug. So let's say Ashley, when she fills up the mug, I'm all on the handle. Maybe Ashley just touches her 2 fingers here when she fills up the water. Okay. She is saying that these are mixed samples. So let's say they just took a sample right here of where Ashley happens to have touched it, but it still also has my fingerprint on it. Ashley could be described as a major contributor to the DNA sample, despite the fact that this is my mug and the majority of this mug has my DNA on it. Ashley could be described because they just carved out that one portion, which happens to have Ashley's DNA on it. So they intentionally misconstrued the intention of the ATF report when they were relying on a sample in which Tyler Robinson was the major contributor of that particular mixed sample. And he also went through great lengths to explain to people why they don't use, since 1996, they actually don't rely on mixed samples for that very reason, because it confuses matters. They try to isolate samples. She then confirms our repeat report, as you just heard her, that there was a minimum of 5 sets of DNA on some of these mixed samples, 4 sets of DNA. Could be more people that actually were also found on the gun, but prints which are found on the gun, which of course included Lance Twiggs. It also included Matt Robinson, Tyler's father. I'm going to guess that it also included his brothers. And of those multiple sets, and this is what is crucial and is explosive, and everyone should have reported on this. She reported that Tyler Robinson's DNA sample was the most degraded. Okay, I'm going to say that again. Tyler Robinson, despite all of these prints on the gun, Tyler Robinson's prints were the most degraded, or his DNA was the most degraded. And I'm going to explain that in a second. Take a listen to her say that.
The 1.3 sample.
What?
Is described as swabs of trigger and trigger guard, right?
Correct.
You didn't do the swabs, but am I correct that you have no way of knowing which part was from the trigger and which part was from the trigger guard?
Correct. So they were swabbed together. So I wouldn't be able to say where the DNA came from.
And that's one of the samples that was degraded, correct?
There were signs of degradation present in that sample, yes.
And you said with regard to that sample, that was a sample consistent with at least 4 contributors, right?
Correct.
And did what you term the major profile have the largest amount of degradation in that sample?
There was, yes.
Exhibit 1.3, do you know where that swab was taken from?
I'd have to refer back to page 2.
Can we refer back to page 2, please, Kimberly? Thank you.
1.3 is the swabs of the trigger and trigger guard of the rifle.
All right, going back to page 5.
This is crazy. This is crazy. So this is the most degraded. DNA. I saw someone in the comments, they say DNA, not prints. I don't know. I don't know if they're if that's what they're focusing on or if that's the terminology they're using. I don't know. But if his DNA is the most degraded, that means he was interacting with it the least. And would that mean that, so let's say who's degraded, who's the most prevalent, whose DNA is the most prevalent on it? It would be between his dad and Lance. Obviously, it's going to be, there's no way, it's clearly going to be Lance. So did Lance really do this? This is crazy. If he actually, listen, let me tell you something. If he actually did this and he's in the courtroom, not even in the courtroom, not even there, people can't even tell if he's like a real guy, kind of the same thing with Tyler Robinson when he was first on camera all the time and he wasn't moving and it was very odd. Lance has the same type of thing during his testimony, but he is a smooth operator. If he was in there and just like, yeah, man, guy has shoes on. Yup. I seen those laces before. White laces, right? He used to do that. And jeans too, right? Round his waist. Am I right? Yep. That's Tyler. That's how he would do it every single time. Laces in the shoes, pants up, right around his waist. He would do that. And hats too. He liked hats. He did. He knows that. If he did that, and he's the one that, and he's actually the one that did it, he is a smooth operator, boy. He is a smooth operator. He coast to coast, LA to Chicago, West LA. The furry boy gets his back blown out, then he frames his boyfriend. Smooth operator. Anyway, if you know that song, you know I killed it. Okay, if you don't know that song, you're like, what's he talking about? But if you know that song, if you know a little Sade, then you know I did my thing with that song just now. Oh man, that's very interesting. So now Candace is saying that they're making sure to have this on record. So is that going to be something that they use? And also, is everything, I wonder, I don't know how this works. Is everything they're presenting now going to be the only stuff they're allowed to present when they get into the actual case? Or are they able to just do this little positioning? Because I know some of this is like a chess match, right? It's like there's certain things you want to know, certain things you want to withhold, you want to get people saying things on record, etc. So I wonder, is there other things they're going to be able to present? Is the Pennequich thing going to be something they present? They're like, because it wouldn't make sense if they had to put out all their cards, right? This is very much like the way Candace does her podcast. It's like, I'm not going to give you all the cards. I'm going to give you a bunch of cards. Here they are. And I'm going to have you play into these traps. I think some of it is that, but I could be 100% wrong. Anyway, let's just hear the rest of this really quick.
And we've had some talk, some testimony from you and some questions for you about the likelihood ratios. What was your conclusion as to the likelihood ratio that you analyzed in this question in calculation number 3?
I don't think we need this.
The DNA profile was at least one.
Okay, so you heard her say that his was the most degraded of the firearms, and she's talking about the trigger guard and the trigger. She's not sure where they got the sample from, and that's a huge difference because they kept saying that his DNA was on the trigger, and she's admitting it could be the trigger guard. That's just the cover for the trigger. And of all of the samples that were on there, Tyler's was the most degraded. That is an absolute bombshell. Let me explain why. Okay, because it's not possible. For clarity, Earlier on, she discusses that DNA can stay on an object for a very long time. She doesn't get specific. I can tell you, and you can research this on your own, DNA can stay on an object for decades, okay? But over time, it can certainly degrade. It can degrade because it's been exposed, and she does testify to humidity over time. Dust particles begin to set in. If you just put up your grandpa's gun and dust particles are just sitting in your house because you don't use it, that would be a reason that it might degrade. It maybe you had water on it, it might degrade. It does not seem to me that DNA would suddenly degrade immediately after someone shoots a person, jumps off a rooftop, and tosses the gun into a nearby bush. Okay. This registers to me as more evidence that Lance Twiggs simply took Tyler Robinson's family heirloom of a gun and helped the feds set him up as a patsy. There is no reason why Lance Twiggs's prints are less degraded than Tyler Robinson's prints on this gun if Tyler Robinson is the shooter. It is a massive admission by her that his prints were degrading, given how much it takes to degrade those prints. So,
I'll let her finish in a second, but I thought the official name, from what it sounded like, because I'm pretty sure, I feel like there was text messages about this where he was like, my dad's going to want grandpa's gun. He wants to know where it is. So in my mind, it sounded like if Tyler doesn't even live with his parents, if he's living with Lance, like there was this whole thing, this Turkey Tom, someone mentioned that Turkey Tom video. Well, in that Turkey Tom video, it sounded like they were at this place where Lance had this weird nest and Tyler was over there a whole bunch. I thought Tyler was living there. I thought they were there and then they started, doing like that. You know what I mean? And, but it made me think that he had grandpa's gun because that was gifted to him and he would have it. But now they're saying Tyler and Lance's DNA is not more degraded. In fact, it's Tyler's DNA that's more degraded on this gun. But then also in the text messages, they say, oh man, I'm so afraid. He says he's more afraid than any Fed. He's afraid of what his dad's going to do if he doesn't bring that gun back. I don't know. It just made me think that it was his. It didn't make me think that it was his. It didn't make me think that it was his dad's and it was grandpa's gun. I don't know. It's very confusing. I don't understand. I don't understand how that works. Right? Because in the text message, I just saw this yesterday. He was like, I'm more afraid of the feds. I'm more afraid of my dad than the feds. I need to get that rifle. He's saying it like it's his dad's. So you'd think his dad would have the most prevalent DNA on it. And then it would be Tyler. And then I guess it would be Lance if Lance touched it. But if Lance's is more prevalent than his dad's and Tyler, I mean, what the hell are we talking about here? I don't know. This is going to be crazy. Lance was on the firearm with the firearm at least 4 other contributions. Wow. Yeah, someone said the messages are bogus. Yeah, no, I'm obviously we're in La La Land where the messages are very real. That's where I was with that. I'm just saying, make the story make sense, even if whether the messages are real or fake, the story still doesn't make sense. And I guess it leans towards the messages being fake. I don't know. And then why would his dad go along with that? As weird as Frank Turek is, I guess you can't do this in a case. I guess I'd be really bad. I don't know. Because I would be like that. For Frank is wouldn't his parents be making a stink? I know I would if I was a parent. I'd be like, hey, I didn't turn my kid in. I'd be releasing statements and all sorts of stuff. I wouldn't wait. I wouldn't trust these lawyers. These Utah lawyers, I don't trust any of them. And they're all just like, hey, you just got to wait. Just don't say anything. I'd be like, hell no. Where are the cameras? I'd start a YouTube channel. Called My Son Didn't Do It. But I guess that's me. Right? I'm really bad. I guess normal people don't act like that. I can't really consider myself all that normal, I'm just being honest here. It's just crazy. Yeah, he may be afraid. Yeah, maybe they're like, listen, you're gonna mess everything up. Your son's gonna get the death penalty. What else could you say at that point? It's like, okay, I guess I got to back off. But those were the things that stood out the most to me. There were other things as well. What else did I have that really stood out to me in the whole Candace thing? Broke down the footage, timestamp to the court TV. Also, Barron was talking about something that I have like wrapped up in these. I gotta start deleting. Yeah, you guys know how it is. I got a bootleg set up here still, so I gotta start taking tabs out, or else my whole computer is gonna shut down again. Can't believe it, you know. But yeah, there's a whole. Oh, there's the Barron stuff. Yeah, we might get into the Barron stuff right now. But when she was complaining, what am I talking about? What am I talking about? How on earth did I forget this? Are you kidding? Oh my gosh. How did I forget? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? I'm like, oh, well, is there anything else? Ben Shapiro. What am I talking about? This was the craziest part of the episode. It was insane. Candace put a $10,000 bounty on Ben Shapiro's. Candace pretty much put a bounty on this guy's head like a gangster. Oh my gosh, $10,000. Is Daisy going to go ahead and get that $10,000? Did Daisy already get $10,000? Is Daisy here today? Someone let me know. Daisy must have made that money real quick. She must have been like, listen, Barron, I know that's for the next episode. I'm going to go ahead and listen, I understand. I get it. Hold, please. I get it. But I'm just going to go and get this money real quick. Is the more tips at CandaceOwens.com? Is that what it is? I know you're upset, but is that what it is? We can still talk about it. You can just recap what she talks about. I'm just going to go ahead and give her this information real quick. Daisy must have made that money. That must have been an easy $10,000 for Daisy. What? I hope so. Anyway, let me just pull up this whole thing with Ben Shapiro. This was a crazy part for me. Here, let's go.
About Ben Shapiro's character and how he operates behind the scenes to stop people. Just like Megyn Kelly has had that experience recently. It is just who Ben is. It's how he was raised. And apparently it has a lot to do with his father.
Someone said Bill Ackman. That's a good guess. That is a very good guess. Bill Ackman actually makes a lot of sense because he moves around quite a bit. BB doesn't really make sense, right? I feel like BB wouldn't even meet with Ben. I think you just call him and tell him what to do, you know? I don't think they would sit down for the lunch. I think that would be like a known thing. Bill Ackman's very inconspicuous. He's just like a tall, gray-haired guy. That's it. Bill Ackman makes a lot of sense. Don't know that for sure, but that does make a lot of sense.
Who controls accounts and uses pen names to write nice stuff about his son and follows him wherever he works. There is a psychopathology there without question. Now, I kept saying that I don't know how, but I do feel that somehow Ben Shapiro was tied up in this. I'll pick up the bloody mic. He races to give $1 million. His company is suffering, but he's giving $1 million, Turning Point USA. Erica allows him to open despite what she knows, which is that her husband didn't like this guy at AmFest. What is going on here? What is actually happening here? Then there was this really strange phone call that I had with Matt Walsh, and I did not know that Ben Shapiro was in town on this date when I had the phone call. I'll talk about that another time because we are pressed for
Miriam Adelson. That makes a lot of sense as well. That definitely makes a lot of sense. Let me tell you guys, I don't know who it is, so I'm not going to say ding, 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 and then give you guys $10,000. That's up to Candace. You know, you got to verify that. It could be Justin Strife. I think Bill Ackman makes the most sense out of these people. Maybe Miriam, maybe. I don't know.
For time, but I explained to my team, I made it clear to them on that December day that I just feel like Daily Wire is somehow more involved in this, and I don't really know how. Well, guess what? The answer arrived. Ben Shapiro shared something that is stunning. It is crazy. When we left, we were talking about this car ride. Something is not right about this car ride to the hospital, which Brian Harpole is suing me over and using Ben Shapiro's lawyers and Ben Shapiro's brother-in-law to do so, right? Ben Shapiro's lawyers who have been suing me and my family for years because he can't earn, he has to steal. And the courts is a great way to do that. Violations, you violated a non-disparagement. I'm going to sue you, I'm going to sue you, I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you into bankruptcy. You can't win without stealing. Well, Ben Shapiro made this admission, which was shocking, about what took place in that very short car ride, approximate 7-minute car ride to the hospital after Charlie got hit. Ben Shapiro was receiving live updates from somebody in that vehicle. Take a listen.
Someone guessed Andrew Kolvet. Andrew's a good guess as well, because Blake, in that Spaces that he was in, not the most recent one, but the one before that, when he was in there with Myron, and Myron was being, like running cover for him, he kind of stumbled around when he started talking about Andrew Kolvet and where he was flying from. And he's like, oh, he flew up from somewhere. Then he said, oh, no, he flew in from, he's like, oh, I don't want to say where. That, I remember that. I remember that. It couldn't have been Blake because Blake was there at the scene, but Andrew is a possibility just based on the way that Blake answered the question in the Spaces.
I remember where I was when all this was happening. I was in Los Angeles. I had sort of a breakfast/lunch meeting with somebody. And I got the news that Charlie had been shot, and my security was on the phone with Charlie's security because nobody knew what the hell was going on. Well, Charlie was still in the back of the car, and we were sort of getting updates along the way. There's visual timelines that show Charlie's body being carried to a vehicle within minutes of being shot. Apparently, he was still alive at the time. Again, I know that only because my security was talking to his security in the car.
Somebody make that make sense. Go ahead. You're going to have to become a conspiracy theorist to make that make sense. This is the enemy of Charlie Kirk is telling you that he was receiving live updates during 7 minutes, critical minutes, while Charlie was bleeding in the back seat, while Brian Harpole, let's go back and actually show our diagram. Brian Harpole stipulates that it couldn't have been him that was providing those updates because he was just packing like 40 feet of gauze into Charlie's neck. And it couldn't have been Rick Cutler because Rick Cutler had him. He had the tattoo. He was holding his brother. He saw the tattoo with two hands because the door was wide open because Charlie's so tall, he was hanging out. And there's evidence of that because they caught a police tail. Then we have Frank Turek. Now, his story, I will say, is a little complicated. We are told he was praying in the back seat, but also Frank says that he started CPR, but Brian Harpole says no such thing took place because CPR would have been the wrong thing to do while he was bleeding. Frank Turek is an option for sure. Yeah, Frank Turek is an option of someone who could have been statusing Ben Shapiro's security during this time. We've got Dan Flood and Justin Davis. Justin Davis was driving upwards to 100 miles per hour. I'm going to say he didn't phone Ben Shapiro's or answer the phone call of Ben Shapiro's security to update him because he was focused on the road. That would make the most sense. If the story that Brian Harpole told was true, that leaves us with Dan Flood. Either Dan Flood or Frank Turek were providing updates. But it couldn't have been Frank Turek. I'm sorry, I've lost my mind. Frank Turek left his kids on FaceTime. I'm so sorry. We're playing Guess Who right now. Frank Turek's down. He's down. Remember, his phone, he just didn't even realize while he was praying out loud, his kids were just left on the phone on FaceTime because that's what he was doing. So it can't be Frank. You're down. Bye-bye, Brian. Bye-bye, Rick Cutler. Justin and Dan in this dark game of Guess Who? Which one of you guys called 911? Because they've never said who called 911 because the 911 calls that were released show that neither of them called 911. Is there a missing 911 call? Why would we not have it? That's public information. Who called 911? Someone called 911 and then called Ben's security or answered Ben's security's call and provided updates. So Ben knew what was happening before the rest of the world found out around 12:38 p.m. By the time that video began making the rounds It was 12:38 p.m. If you go back and check on X, Ben knew sooner because someone in that car informed his security that Charlie had been hit. Rather than focusing on the chaos of trying to save Charlie's life, they said, you know what? 911 can wait. Ben needs an update right now. I know what my gut is telling me about Charlie's assassination. I've been clear on the fact that I believe Israel is involved, and I've been clear on the fact that there is something very dark about the history of Ben Shapiro, the way that he stalks and obsesses.
It makes you wonder, you know? I mean, not to say, was it Ben? But why is he so... Who was it that... I think maybe it was Candace that went through this whole thing, where she was talking about Andrew Breitbart and how when he passed, Ben made this play for the company. And Andrew Breitbart was very much like Charlie. They're very similar. If you listen to them speak, what they were talking about, the fact that they were these big personalities that could not really be controlled or contained. They were very similar in that way. He passed away. I think it was a heart attack, heart failure of some kind, something like that. Yeah, then Ben makes a play. And this is just according to the people who were around. I think this was Candace that talked about this again. It makes you wonder, what's going on there? Not saying he's like this Dexter type character who's just like, you know, has this small man syndrome, you know, little Dexter running around. I'm not saying that, but it's like, it is weird the way he is. He made a very, I won't say he made a play for the company, but it was very much along the lines of picking up the bloody microphone, like he said with Charlie, and then kind of, you know, trying to really kind of push his way in there a little bit. That's kind of what happened with Turning Point as well. Kind of pushed himself in there, got into the AmFest. Really weird. And I have a little bit on that as well. I think something just came through the pipe, so to speak, that I'm going to show you guys in a second. Just I was just straightening it out on X here because I have some bookmarks that I think it's Andrew talking about or talking to Candace. Let me see here. Just debunking some stuff here. He's already getting debunked. He's saying, let me clear something up. Yeah, there we go. Here, let me let this play a little bit more and then we'll jump into that.
I made it clear on this show that it's getting to a point when you get fired from a company and for 2.5 years, they stalk you via the court system. There's something that starts to feel dangerous about it. And I've been saying he's too close to this situation. Ben is just too close to this situation for someone who was not friends with Charlie Kirk. And the panic of which a bunch of influencers then tried to come out and persuade the public that this was normal, that they were all receiving that they're lying through their teeth. Tim Pool is lying through his teeth. He did not receive updates from somebody in that car about Charlie's status. Jeremy Boring, who just wanted to insert himself, jumped in and tried to pretend that it was my security that was getting those updates. I confirmed that is a lie. They said they were not on the phone with anybody in that car during those crucial minutes. Okay. Jeremy Boring lied through his teeth. So who on Ben's IDF security apparatus team, former IDF, was receiving updates about Charlie's condition and why? And who was Ben Shapiro at lunch with? In fact, I'd like to know so much that if somebody can provide evidence of who he was at lunch with, because I have a hunch of who he was with in LA when this happened, I will put up $10,000 bounty on that piece of information. Tips at CandaceOwens.com. 10,000 bounty. Just want to know who he was at lunch with, because I don't like this. I know what my gut has told me about the situation from the moment that it took place. I know what beyond my gut and beyond my dreams, the statement from Andrew Kolvet, it was supposed to be you. Was it?
You know, right now, Ben, as soon as Ben heard that, he probably picked up his phone. He was like, what is that email? What is that email? They're like, Ben, what are you doing? She said $10,000. She said $10,000. I can tell her who I was at lunch with. They're like, no, Ben, hey, give me the phone. Give me the phone, little guy. Hey, relax. Hey, quiet. Don't you Don't touch my ankles. Relax. She said $10,000. Gentlemen, he's looking up at everybody. Gentlemen, this is $10,000. What are we talking about here? Time after time, I tell you, we need money. They're like, Ben, you can't. What's wrong with you? I'm not saying why he would want the money so much. I didn't say that. I didn't even allude to that. I'm just saying that he's so willing to make some money that he's willing to give up that information himself. I'm not saying why. There's no reason. Okay? There's no reason. I didn't allude to that. That's where your mind went. That's where you took it. I didn't take it there. Okay? I'm just saying he really likes money. I'm just saying he himself really likes money. I'm not saying anything. Your mind's going there. My mind's not. So I didn't say anything. I'm just saying. Probably willing to give up that information right now. Bill Ackman's in the room like, are you crazy? What are you doing? Please. I want it so bad. Everybody's just like, we all want it so bad. Shut up. Shut up. We all want it so bad. We can't do this. There's other ways to make money. It's 10 grand. Just put a bounty on Ben. That's crazy. Can't do that to Ben. That's nuts. You know why that's nuts? Because so many people start looking into it right away. That's not something that like some people are just like, there's some people who really need $10,000. They're like, how can I figure this out? They're on X right now. They're like, I want to figure this out. She probably received 10,000 emails. People just like guessing for sure. Because why wouldn't you? I think Bill Ackman makes the most sense though. Not saying like Bill Ackman's like an evil person, but he was at the Hamptons. He's been very involved. He was very vocal at first, then he really stepped back as a bunch of things came out, not things about him, but just in general about the case. He really stepped back, hasn't been as vocal. He's really tied up with that crowd, and he's someone who would meet with Ben. I don't think Miriam would meet with Ben. I think Miriam sits down with the president and says, hey, I'll give you $300 million. What do you say? That's what she does. She's in those type of rooms, right? She's swaying government in their decisions of things. She's in that level, right? Who's at the level that they would meet with Ben? Andrew's in that level, right? That makes a lot of sense. Bill Ackman's in that level. Although he's very, very rich, he still moves around quite a bit. He's meet with Charlie Kirk, go to the Hamptons. Like he's a guy that he moves and shakes a lot, right? But Andrew also makes a lot of sense. Erica, oh gosh, that would be crazy. That would be so crazy. You know, just Ben and Andrew just having just a Robert Shillman. Robert Shillman. That is someone suggested Robert Shillman. If you don't know who that is, he is the person who Charlie was talking about. Potentially, I connected some dots. I think he's the person Charlie was talking about in the group text, because he was in an interview with, I think, D'Souza. What's his name? Dinesh D'Souza, that guy. He was in an interview with him. Shillman was, and he said that he was a donor to Turning Point. He would donate millions of dollars a year. He didn't say like millions and millions, but he said, a few million a year. And he said he had to take that money away because they kept on having Tucker on stage. So that to me made a little connection of that's who Charlie was talking about, because he was very vocal about leaving, and it made sense. It made a lot of sense. So that's what I think. That would be a good guess, I should say. That Bob Shillman could be that person. Robert Shillman. I don't know him well enough to call him Bob. A friend of the show, though. Who knows? But let me go to this other thing here. Andrew Kolvet we have here. Let me just throw this over here really quick. We got Andrew talking a little bit. Now, this is because this person, this amazing character, Natalie, the one who attacked Candace's daughter just a few weeks ago. She posted this whole dissertation. Candace lied, claimed Erica betrayed Charlie, allowing Ben to open an AmFest. On the right, you'll see, and notice, perfect preparation. This post went out. Now, she's one of these people that kind of, I can't say she participates in any coordinated event, any coordination, but it's very odd. So directly after Candace is done, and everything's bubbling on X as it does after she does a episode, Candace, she posts this. Candace, another lie debunked. Candace lies. Once again, today, Erica said that Erica betrayed Charlie by allowing Ben to open an AmFest last year, even though she knows Charlie hated him. On the right, you'll see Ben opening an AmFest 2024 while Charlie was with us. Longer clip, slower transition between speeches, etc., etc. I really don't care. Like, once you attack kids, I really don't care what you have to say. Here, I'm just going to play the video. Let's see.
That I don't know how, but I do feel that somehow Ben Shapiro was set up in this. I'll pick up the bloody mic. He races to give $1 million. His company is suffering, but he's giving $1 million. Turning Point USA. Erica allows him to open despite what she knows, which is that her husband didn't like this guy at AmFest. What is going on here? What is actually happening here? Then there was this really strange phone call that I had with Matt Walsh, and I did not know that Ben Shapiro was in town on this date when I had that. I don't know how, but I do feel that somehow Ben Shapiro was set up in this. I'll pick up the bloody mic. He races to give $1 million. His company is suffering, but he's giving $1 million. Turning Point USA. Erica allows him to open despite what she knows, which is that her husband didn't like this guy at AmFest. What is going on here? What is actually happening here? Then there was this really strange phone call that I had with Matt Walsh, and I did not know that Ben Shapiro was in town on this date when I had that. I don't.
So there's that, and then we go.
That is not done with America, and our best days are ahead. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
So this is day 1, 12/19/24. Such a politician thing to do. Do you guys know about that politician thing where they point at people in the crowd? It's just funny he's doing it. They go, they're just pointing at people, but they don't know who the people are. Because how can they, you know? Okay, what is this? Okay.
Followed by millions of people online.
You're a breath of fresh air in the talk radio world.
Busy time for you at the moment.
Without further ado, Mr. Ben Shapiro.
Politics is all the stuff that we do on the surface. Values, that's the stuff that actually life is made of. There's an understandable universe, there are duties that we have, and we have liberty to go and do those things. That's why we have liberty. The people who built America, that's still there, and it lives in all of us. And it turns out that defending the better culture requires brave people on the front lines who are willing to do bad things in the night to protect their civilization. And in America, there is a philosophy of life that ought to win. That philosophy is, in fact, to make America great again.
Wow. Such an opposite intro to who Ben Shapiro actually is. Such a crazy opposite. This is wild. But I guess what this person is trying to show, it's like, oh, what do you mean? Charlie had Ben Shapiro on. It's like, yeah, Charlie had Ben Shapiro on, but this is a terrible, terrible way to sum this up. And we'll get to what Andrew says right here. But this is a terrible thing to even bring up. It's like, yeah, Charlie had Ben Shapiro on. Yeah, you're right. 100%. Charlie Kirk also, if we go with Andrew Kolvet's line of thinking, Charlie also had Candace on. And apparently Charlie hated Candace. Apparently he hated her and he was just trying to placate her and he's trying to connect with her on things because he didn't want to talk to her anymore and he was afraid of her and anxiety and, you know. He would just turn into a regular Blake Neff whenever Candace was around. And he just didn't tell anybody. He only told Andrew quietly when they were by themselves, right? felt emasculated by the great Candace, right? So if you go by that, if you're going to go by Andrew telling the truth about that, well, then who cares if Ben Shapiro is on stage in 2024? Charlie could have been the same way. I mean, apparently, according to Andrew, and I'm not going to forget this, according to Andrew, Charlie's a liar anyway. So what are we doing here? What are we really doing here? But again, all that aside, like, I'm kidding, but all that aside, at the same time, even if he didn't like Ben, he'd still have him on stage. Someone's saying, did he speak? He probably spoke. When they have his face, and then Ben Shapiro on all the screens, he probably stepped out just before that clip ended. Which, you know what? You're actually right to question that. The person who just asked that in the chat, I don't actually know, because why wouldn't you show Ben coming on at that point? But I assume he spoke. You have your name on 3 huge screens. I assume you're going to be the thing that comes out after that. But I don't know. It's very weird. Very weird to throw this up, to be like, well, Charlie loved Ben. He had him on stage. That's not really the prerequisite in terms of who's on stage and who's not. They bring people on stage, yes, who Charlie has relationships with, but it's also a business. You can't forget that. You see YouTube channels, you see Turning Point, you see people on stage, you see Gavin. It's business. There's business to this whole thing. So it's like, of course he's going to have Ben Shapiro on stage sometimes. Like, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? But it doesn't mean that was the right thing to do when he passed away and Ben wasn't supposed to be on that AmFest stage. Then he goes on the Charlie Kirk show after Charlie's done. He's talking about the bloody mic. He gives Turning Point $1 million and then gets to go on directly after Erica. That's a whole different thing. That's a whole different thing. Zach, someone just said Ben paid to speak. There you go. That's what I mean. You give $1 million and you say, I'm with you. I'm with you. And, we just want to be here and help. And also, can I speak? Can I be on the stage? Do you mind? They're going to be like, no, we don't mind. Can you imagine? You give someone $1 million and they're like, I don't know. We'll see. That's not how that works. Especially when you're Andrew Kolvet, Erica. So Andrew had this to say. He said, let's clear this up. Charlie personally invited Ben to both AmFest 2024 and 2025. Charlie reached out to Ben directly on both occasions. There you have it. There you have it. I can't believe a word Andrew says. Travis already says he debunked it. Another Andrew Kolvet lie debunked. Andrew lied once again today and claimed Charlie wanted Ben to open AmFest last year, even though he knows Charlie hated him. In this picture below, you'll see that Ben is nowhere to be found on the 2025 AmFest speaker lineup while Charlie was still with us. Well, let's look through this. Let's see if we can see the little guy. You guys want? Oh, it's actually closer this way. Let's see if we can see the little guy here. I see Charlie, I see Tucker, I see Bannon, I see Don Jr., I see Waters, I see Gutfeld, I see Cardone, I see Glenn Beck, Matt Walsh, Knowles, Rob Snyder, who turned out to be such a sniveling, weird dude, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, I think that's how you say it, Dr. Ben Carson. Why can I say that name and I can't say like every other name? Ben Carson, Andy Biggs, Todd something or other, Savannah, Danica Patrick, Benny Backdoor Johnson, Ken Paxton, Officer Mama, Tatum, Riley Gaines, and Jack. I saw the shot perfectly crystal clear, Pasopic. There you go. There you go. So there you have it right there, And it's the thing about it is you should look at the lineup, featured speakers. Now, you could say there are more speakers than this at AmFest, right? The featured speakers are the big people that they know are going to draw a lot of people. They know that people want, you know what I mean? They're the big guys. They're the big acts, right? Obviously, you would include Ben Shapiro in this. I think Graham Allen spoke at 2025 AmFest, but Graham Allen wouldn't be a featured speaker, right? if Gary was there, Gary wouldn't be a featured speaker. There'd be like the main stage. There'd be like another stage going on. And they would have those guys over there, maybe on a panel while the big things are going on, or maybe while the big guys are, in intermission doing their thing. You'd have those little acts, those little guys doing their thing. But Ben Shapiro would definitely be considered a featured speaker, 100%. So the fact that he's not there says something. So I do consider that a debunk by Travis here. Let me see if anybody else spoke up on this at all. Someone just called Andrea Judas. Candace. Somebody just showing Candace this. Someone saying Candace is a liar. Of course. Someone else saying you want to clear this up. Oh, why do you keep lying, Candy? I don't know why people think it's an insult to call her Candy, So it's a very weird thing. And that's it. So yeah, I think that was a debunk by Travis there. That's just me though. But that does tie into the whole Ben Shapiro bounty thing that we're talking about here. So I just wanted to make sure you guys saw that. Very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. We'll see what comes of all this. Again, to just go through the people who we think it could be. I think Miriam. I don't think Miriam's going to do it. I don't think Miriam's doing it with Candace, with Ben Shapiro. I don't think she's sitting down with him. I think she sits down with Bibi. I think she sits down with the president. I think she's in that type of realm. Just like was she even at the Hamptons? Can anybody verify that? Was she even at the Hamptons? Hamptons? I feel like that's not a place she needs to be. Maybe she was though. Maybe she was. Maybe she would show up to those events, make sure everything was on the up and up. I don't know. But I'm thinking, in reality, I'm thinking Bill Ackman, Andrew Kolvet, possibly Erica. Erica would be like a wild one. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back immediately. It's Erica. They're just having lunch together. Oh no, this is great. What is this? Kafelka fish? Kafelka fish. Oh, it's very nice. It's very nice. Anyway, what time is it? It is. Wow, I look at my watch right now. It's 12:23. Whoa. I was gonna make a joke about being 12:22. 12:23. Anyway, I guess we have somewhere to be, huh, Ben? High five. High five. All right. I will talk to you soon. Don't worry, you're on AmFest. We're short a speaker. All right. I gotta go. I'm gonna put these sparkles on. I have to get going. Okay. No. Could not. No. It couldn't be Erica. That's too crazy. That's too crazy. Impeccable timing. Yeah. That's nuts. That's nuts. I looked at my 12:20. Wow, that tripped me out. But no, I don't think it was Erica. I think Andrew, I think Bill Ackman. I think those are the two main people that it could be. I think that makes the most sense. But anyway, guys, just wanted to make sure everybody saw that part. That was the blow away. That actually made me gasp. The way Benny Johnson was saying everybody gasped in the courtroom. And she said, I will give you $10,000. I was like, oh my gosh. I wonder if Ben Shapiro has said anything about that. He doesn't say much. I wouldn't say he's cowardly, but I don't know what other word to use. So we'll go with that. I wonder if he addressed that at all. Coach of darkness. No, I didn't do anything. I just looked at my watch. It was crazy. No. So he has not addressed it. He's not addressed it at all. Okay. You would think he would. You think they'd be like, oh, you're attacking Ben, and oh my gosh, he's in trouble. Josh Hammer could be one. But Candace says she has a hunch of who it could be, which means that she thinks it's relevant to the case. Josh Hammer and Ben meeting up, it's not that relevant to the case. You know what I mean? Maybe it is, but I don't know. I don't know about that. I bet if you ask I bet if you ask Jesse on Fire, he'll say he's sitting down with Charlie. You sit down with Charlie the whole time. And they're like, all right, take it easy, my friend. I'll see you in Valhalla. Have a good one. Shake hands. Just disappears. Yeah. And I'm kidding. You know, I joke. I talk to Jesse all the time. That's why I'm laughing about it. I always like when I say things about people that I actually talk to and then they see it. And they're like, yo, what the come on, man. I heard what you said. Did you? Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. But yeah, I expect we're going to see some more receipts from Candace right now. I think she's in a position where she does have to, I wouldn't say she has to reveal some things, but so much has been said. So much has been said about her and about the Tyler Robinson case that she has to start coming with some stuff. And I think she's going to be able to do that pretty effortlessly, my opinion. Let me see here. What do I have to close? Is this more Candace? This is more Candace. This is more Candace here. I got to close a bunch of things. I'm looking for Baron. Where's Baron at? This is crazy. The tabs, man, the tabs. I got to shut down the tabs. Okay, what do we got here? It's Candace again. Okay, what do we got here? It's Candace again. Shut it down. Shut it down. We're shutting it down. Shut it down like I'm one of those guys. Like I'm one of those guys with one of those hats. Shut it down. Shut it down. There you go. Then we have the spaces. Oh, is it on the timestamp that I left it at? Gosh, I really thought. So I'm going to play a clip from this space, and then I'm going to find that little timestamp that I had. But this might be the same thing. Oh, come on. I'm telling you, man, these tabs are a nuisance to me. Just a straight up nuisance. Okay. So now we have the spaces with Blake. This is also very telling. The fact that Blake jumps into a spaces just as Candace Owens goes live. What is that about? Sound like Jerry Seinfeld. What is that about? We have this twink going into these spaces, talking to all these people. What is going on here? Why is it that every time Candace has anything to say, this guy jumps into spaces head first, bolder than my friend George? You guys have met George, right? Great guy. Anyway, let's dive in here. Really quick.
Hours before he died, I'm thinking about inviting her to. Why would Charlie say 48 hours before he died, I'm thinking about inviting her to Amfest? Why would he invite somebody to? I have literally.
So this is Mason speaking. Mason was a former Turning Point employee, and he is saying this to Blake. Here, let me just go back. Just want to give you a little context.
Before he died, I'm thinking about inviting her to Amfest. Why would he invite somebody to?
I have literally explained
Why would he?
that.
It's the biggest event of the year. Why would he do that?
What? Why would he do that? Because he was literally joking. Like literally, we've explained.
Whereas
yeah, no. Well, of course he was joking because the context is he's complaining, he's kvetching in this chat that he's annoyed by some of the really pro-Israel donors and voices who are bothering him. Basically, he kept getting pressured to uninvite Tucker. He kept getting pressured to disavow Tucker. And so he's saying, oh, these guys keep aggravating me to uninvite Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. What he's literally saying is, it's really annoying what they're doing. And then he's joking, I'm thinking of doing the thing that would really maximally piss them off.
But Blake, before,
I don't think that's very difficult to understand.
But before that text, he said, just lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year because we won't cancel Tucker.
Mason, why was Candace not at 2024 Amfest?
At 2024.
Why was Candace not at her funeral?
Well,
yeah,
she didn't go to the funeral because
she wasn't at 2024. She wasn't at Amfest 2024, and she wasn't.
Man, he's joking. That's the thing. I know Josh Hammer brought that up a little bit months ago when this first came out, but that's what Blake's going with, is that he was joking. He was having a jovial, nice time as a actual donor backed out. He was having a great time. He was joking as there was a woman who was a donor. You guys remember this way back, who was actually sending him text messages saying that God will remove his hand from you and it will be at your peril if you continue to keep on doing what you're doing at your events with Tucker and the things that you're talking about and questioning. He was just having a great time. He was like, oh, I'm just joking around. Are you crazy? Are you nuts, man? This is so, come on. Come on. Do I even have to pull it up? Yeah, let's pull it up. I mean, another Candace clip. Would you believe it? Would you believe it? Coach Colin pulling up a Candace clip? No. Here, we're just going to go Megan Kelly Ultra. I heard she said some disappointing stuff too. She was letting Jack get on her show and say all sorts of terrible things. Look at this. This is a guy that was joking. Oh, jeez. This is a guy that was just kidding around. He was just having a jovial. He was just having a good old time. Just saying this. He was just having a good time. That's what you're trying to tell us here. He was just kidding around.
I have text messages, Megan, calling me an anti.
I gotta jump that word there.
I am learning biblical Hebrew and writing a book on the Shabbat. Writing a book.
Oh, yeah. This is somebody just showing the fact that he was writing a book and the book wasn't done, showing that they probably finished it for him, and they're acting like every word in there is actually his words when it's not. Let me just see. Come on. Nothing pops up with Megan Kelly. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, boys and girls, with all the clips y'all put out there? You don't put in the clip of Charlie talking with Megan Kelly out of everything? Are you kidding me? You joking?
Old Western civilization.
Anyway. No. I'll find it myself. Yeah, some people are saying they're disappointed in Megan. I haven't seen what it is that she exactly said, but I imagine it's something where she is scared and she feels like, oh no, these people were wrong. And they're saying that the shot was taken and now I need to minus myself from these people as quickly as possible. That's probably along the lines of what she was doing. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the clip. Okay. Mind you, I haven't seen it, but I imagine that's what she was saying. I would imagine, because that's how she kind of moves. You know, it's kind of, I guess what do they call that? Moving with the wind. You kind of blow with the wind wherever the direction is. Yeah. She's doing the overwhelming evidence thing. Of course she is.
Just going to try to, we're going to just stamp out everything type of practice, but
and I said a couple of things, both of which got up to that bait it.
And I at that point, and so this is what they don't understand. You and I, Megan, and Tucker is in the same category, and they've tried to go after Tucker.
Yeah.
Is that the more you attack our moral character, the more we're going to double down in a direction, because 100%. Screw you, I don't do it that way. Okay.
Right.
Like tell me I'm wrong. Cool. Tell me if I got my facts wrong. By the way, on the Epstein thing, Naftali Bennett says he wasn't an Epstein agent. We have to be pursuers of truth. They've denied.
Let me see here. Let me just see. Where's the part where he grabs his phone? Also, just to show that little part where he is literally talking about, let me see. Where's his phone? I have my phone. Let me see. Pull up your phone. Show me your phone, Charlie. This is impromptu. This is how it works with the impromptu stuff. Oh, the phone part's not there. That's crazy. That's nuts. Anyway.
A million times by my Israeli friends and my Jewish friends online. Like, go Megan. Yeah. Okay, great. Cool. Yeah, she's right on. Look at her, speak truth to Piers. And then Piers released as a separate clip my follow-up to that.
I just don't want to hear what Megan has to say. And it's not because of what you guys are saying. It's because she's a little boring. Just a touch boring. Just a touch.
War, and that this has gone on for about 2 years now, since October 2020. But I am sick of being
Megan. And again, I don't want, you cannot say everyone at that point. And so this is what they don't understand. You and I, Megan, and Tucker is in the same category, and they've tried to go after Tucker.
Yeah.
Is that and the more you attack our moral character, the thing that I think is being lost is like, on some part of the population, you can scold them into silence, right? But if I have any deviation of a purity test, any deviation whatsoever, such as hosting a focus group, right, Megan, with a bunch of our students that went viral, having Dave Smith or Tucker at my event, it is all of a sudden, oh, Charlie is he's no longer with us and all that. I said, wait a second, what do you mean? What does with us mean exactly, right? I'm an American, okay? Like, I represent this country, and I don't even understand that paradigm. But Megan, I think you would agree with this. I want to make sure we really zero in on this.
I'm just saying, that's all I'm trying to show here is that for you to say that he's joking around when he says these things in this group chat, meanwhile, he's on Megyn Kelly, clearly not joking around, clearly very disappointed in what's happening and what they're saying about him. I mean, you got to just think about this. You got to think about what you're doing. You know?
Why would Charlie say 48 hours before he died, I'm thinking about inviting her to AmFest? Why would he invite somebody to...
I have literally explained
that. It's the biggest event
that.
of the year. Why would he do that?
What? Why would he do that? Because he was literally joking. Like, literally, we've explained that.
Whereas
the proof of that? Well, of course he was joking, because the context is he's complaining, he's kvetching.
He even says the term kvetching. I mean, it's just, oh gosh, you know, it's so crazy. Oh my gosh. Okay, so somebody else, let's just jump in here. Gary says, this is Gary's space. So Blake jumps into Gary's space. Anyway, let's see here. Hopefully it doesn't shut down again. It might, though. It might. Let me see.
The whole thing is falling apart, and she knows it.
So this is funny. Somebody broke this down for me. They were like, it was like 20 minutes of like talking about Candace and just bad mouthing Candace. And the second people brought up anything that was like in the sense of bad mouthing turning points or anything of that nature, they're like, keep it on point. Keep the conversation on point, please. Like, just so stupid.
People and organizations will react in different ways. And you could say, I don't think they handle it the right way. Like, they should preserve it that way. But I think that point you made is the perfect one, which is, it was no longer a crime scene. The police roped it off. They did their investigative work. They collected their evidence. But this isn't a, 10 by 10 square area.
Oh man, I have to say what this person's saying here. I am the sushi god. And that's so true. In that group chat, and I wish that Mason guy thought of this. In that group chat, he says that he has no choice but leave the cause, et cetera, et cetera. Blake says that he's joking. But then afterwards, when Charlie says, I'm going to invite Candace, somebody says, hey, I know that seems like a good idea now, but in the long term, what do they say? In the long term, you really shouldn't invite her. And they're like, ugh, like they really don't want him to invite her. So if he was just joking, why didn't everybody just laugh? You know? Why wouldn't everybody just laugh? I doubt that Josh Hammer and the rabbi that was in there as well in this group chat are going to laugh at Charlie Kirk being like, Philadelphians just hit all the stereotypes. I don't think that's something that they're going to find funny. I don't think you really say that, around your friends that are of that persuasion when you're joking around. It's just me, especially when you have these professional relationships with them. You say that. I don't know. That you're very on point there. I am sushi god. I'm actually the sushi god when I step into a sushi place, but I'll allow it for right now.
That is permanently ceded to Utah law enforcement in case anyone decides they need to dig it up again. Ultimately, with any crime, the police do their investigation, they take the information they believe they need, and then they relinquish the scene back to its owner, whether it's physical property in some cases or whether it's a location. And that is what happened here. And it's always bizarre to me because when people complain about that, I feel they're essentially, as far as I can tell, they're getting back to what has always, in my opinion, been the dumber of the conspiracy theories, because it seems to just be alluding to claims that the shot, like he was shot from below from an underground tunnel, which there's absolutely no evidence for and none has ever been presented. And it completely contradicts all eyewitness testimony, including my own, because I was there. And
he left right away. Now that theory has no legs, and most serious people have done away with that theory right away. They wanted to know whether it was in the trapdoor. They wanted to know if it was some kind of tunnel, blah, blah, blah. As soon as people saw inside the trapdoor that it was just like an electrical door panel type of thing, people threw that theory away. The fact that they're still bringing this up is to only make anyone who's questioning the official narrative be the people who believe in the trapdoor theory. That theory was done away with a while ago. So the fact that he's even talking about it now, it's just, you're trying to make people who are questioning the official narrative stupid. You're trying to make them stupid, look stupid, sound stupid.
And like, there's no payoff to this conspiracy theory. It's just, it's always this endless agitation, grasping for anything, because the ultimate goal is merely to enable a specific predetermined conspiracy theory and like just reject the evidence that is in front of your eyes. And this comes up with other things. It's like when I've seen people complain that, I guess apparently the SUV was sold. Well, the police are going to look at that SUV, they're going to photograph it, they're going to chronicle everything that was in the SUV, they're going to collect all of their evidence so they can present it at trial. But in the end, they're unlikely in most cases to just keep a vehicle around permanently for 3 years in case someone decides to double check that sort of thing. Like that, this is what we have police investigative departments for, to collect evidence.
Well, I mean, I don't know what the expectation here is, to just like have that roped off in perpetuity. Really what this is an appeal to, I don't know, these people that think they're suddenly private investigators or Matlock or something. Where
This is incredible. This guy said Matlock. That's amazing. That's amazing. That's actually funny. Matlock was a G. I don't know what you're thinking, but it's so funny. Gary's like, to have it roped off in perpetuity. Yes, forever, Gary. Forever roped off. Memorialized even. Kind of like what they did after they completely took out the soil and repaved everything. That's kind of what they've done. They memorialized it. Oh, isn't that weird? Before it was a place where people can sit. Now it's not. You know? It's like, yeah, maybe not in perpetuity because that's forever. Maybe just for a month. Maybe for 2 months. Charlie Kirk. Someone ended his life. Maybe 3 months. Hey, guess what? I don't know if this sounds far-fetched. Maybe 4 months. Is that really that crazy? Is that like a crazy thing? Like, oh my gosh, 4 months. I thought 6 days was a long time, but 4 months, I don't think 4 months is all that long, you know, especially when you're a Kandahar Giant. Kandahar Giants live to like 160. What's this guy's problem? You know, what's his problem? You'd think he'd be okay with a long time. 33 months. There you go. So it was a 33 months. 33 months. It's not that bad, right? Just saying. Make it comfortable for everyone involved, you know? 33-hour manhunt. 33 months. Nobody touches the spot where Charlie passed away. Anyway.
Where it's like
the roof is still blocked off. Great point. Someone just said the roof is still blocked off. And it's true. I mean, there was, so just so everybody knows, if you've never seen it, there's like this small gate. It's like Ben Shapiro sized. It's like, you know, like a foot and like 10 inches or something like that. It's very, very small. And you can just step over and then you're on the roof, right? That's how it looks. Right now, the way that the roof looks after you go to that through that staircase, I think I saw this because of Diligent Dennison. Pretty sure I saw this because Diligent Dennison. Now you go there and there's a big fence, a big fence, and it says do not cross and blah, 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 all this signage and everything. And that's still there to this day. So good point. Great point, actually.
No. I needed you to preserve that so I could go there and I could figure out the truth. You're not going to be allowed to do that. What do you think you're going to do? You're going to go there in the middle of the night and security isn't going to be aware, and you're going to be able to take soil samples, and you're going to find fragments of bullets that actually exited. I mean, how long have we been hearing this?
This is you know why this is crazy? Because that's Gary talking, and that's exactly what Gary did. What? This is nuts. This is nuts. Who is Gary? That's exactly what Gary did. Gary went to UVU looking for fragment, looking for things, looking for angles. He did that exact thing. So crazy. Oh my gosh. And Diligent Dennison was there, and like a bunch of people were there. And then they were making content together, and they were figuring out this and that. I don't know if Diligent and Gary, but different people were meeting up at UVU and making content together. It's he did exactly what he's saying. Like, well, what are you gonna do? This sounds pretty stupid. Oh my gosh. Gary.
They're like, no, there was an exit wound. No, he was shot from the rear. No, he was shot from the front. Like, there's nothing that you're going to find there. It really is ridiculous. And you're not going to be allowed to go there and investigate or whatever it is that you think you're going to do. And by the way, there's no evidence that you should be allowed to do that, or that there would be anything found, because there's no evidence of anything other than what has taken place. And if you show me evidence, I would love to see it, because you know what? I would love to discover that something else happened. I'm perfectly fine with it. But so far, I just don't see any evidence. Look,
listen, don't show Gary any evidence, okay? He will take it in his giant hands and he will crush it. He will destroy any evidence that you bring to him. So, okay? So don't ever bring him any evidence. Don't bring it physical, at least. He'll destroy it. If you send it to him on a computer, that's a little mean, because he will destroy his own computer, because he'll think if he destroys his computer while the image is there, that the image is gone. That is, Kandahar Giants, right? They're not used to this level of advancement. So, just beware of that. Beware of that also. Be kind to him. Be kind to him.
I'm going to let a couple other folks up here in just a moment. I just want to say this. For those of you that disagree with Blake or me or the Fed slop, and you're onto the pod slop, whatever it is you believe, we're going to let you talk. We're going to remain respectful, and I expect the same out of you. This is not the time for sound bites or anything else. Let's have a earnest, good faith discussion. And so, with that being said, I will let Mason up. Mason, go ahead.
Mason is the former employee, just so you guys know.
Yeah, I have a bunch of questions that I could ask, but I guess just one specific that I had in mind today was, I saw this on X a couple days ago, and then Candace brought it up as well. But
yeah, Gary's saying you've moved on to the pod slop, while he has a podcast where he literally talks about Candace and all these people all the time, says the official narrative, blah, blah, blah. Just is very, very cute. Holy Fire Luna, you're 100% right. This is very, very cute. Oh, it's pod slop. That's just pod slop. And then he also calls himself Fed slop. I mean, it's just, the guy knows no bounds. Just, it's just incredible. It's just incredible. Anything to discredit people, even if it discredits himself, I'm Fed slop, but you're pod slop. I got them good. Didn't I? Mr. Wachuka, why you seem so upset? I told them pod slop. Mr. Wachuka, why is he so mad? Mr. Wachuka, why is he banging his head on the wall? I told them we were Fed slop. It's what we are. And I created pod slop. I thought you'd be happy, Mr. Wachuka. Mr. Wachuka's just slamming his head into a wall, just angry. You're not supposed to tell them that we're feds. Oh, I thought because but they call it Fed slop because we're feds. But you're not supposed to let them know that we're feds. But they seem to already know. They all seem to know. I don't know. Mr. Wachuka's going through it, man. You know?
For Blake specifically, how do you tackle the two differences between the challengers? Because one of them you can obviously see it is a dual exhaust from the video that was shown in court. And then the official pictures from when they towed his car, it was the regular like rectangular exhaust. So you don't have to get into like, oh, this person. I'm talking strictly, can you acknowledge that those are literally two different vehicles?
Silence.
Here's what I'll tell you. I don't know, Blake, if you want to answer that, but what I can tell you is that Mid-Grade did a video analysis of that. They decided to capture, you can actually see that it is a dual exhaust in the other photos. What you're dealing with, according to Mid-Grade, who knows more about photography and videography than I do, is that you're dealing with an extremely slow frames per second camera. And as that thing moves, this is what we've seen time and time again. Because you can grab one frame of something and make it look like something else entirely. And we've seen this, we've seen fraudulent presentation of evidence time and time again. I reposted Mid-Grade. I will find that post and repost it for you, Mason. You can check that out. I think you need to go through that and make a determination of yourself. If you believe what he's saying, I think it's pretty compelling. That's ultimately up for you to decide. But I do think that and the other part of this is, we know what the VIN number is to his vehicle. I guess the other argument would be, well, it's not his vehicle, it's a different vehicle altogether. And I think there's plenty of evidence, if you look for it, that will refute that. Is that one frame, whereas you can see in other frames, it doesn't look like that.
Well,
he meant to say, I don't know. That's what he meant to say. He said a lot of other things, but I think he meant to say, I don't know. I feel like Barron just talked about that too. Oh, I need that timestamp of Barron talking about it because Barron breaks it down beautifully. Oh man, I don't know how to find that. Okay, I'm gonna try and find that while we're listening to this because Barron plays the video, and okay. Let me see.
Yeah, I will definitely look into like any other guys you have that are more knowledgeable about cars and stuff for sure. I'm just saying, if we're looking with our eyeballs, you can clearly, I know it's not super clear footage on the video camera, but you can clearly see that it is a double circular cylinder exhaust. And then in the car that was towed away, it was a flatter rectangular exhaust.
So you're coming to that conclusion based on the one still that's being presented as that fact. And what I'm saying is that in the exact same video, you can actually see in other frames, and this is exactly what Mid-Grade is pointing out. You can see in other frames it doesn't look like that, and I'll try to post. I'm trying to find that right now, and because it moves further along, and he has a still from there, and it's clearly not that quad tip exhaust.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, because I watched the video, it wasn't just like a screenshot from the video. Like I watched every minute of the court case and stuff. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything that would make somebody not believe that those were circular. But I had another quick question for Blake about his show today, but I don't know if he wanted to chime in. But if you're going to post those pictures, that's cool too.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to post those pictures. Go ahead and ask your question. It's up to, I don't know if you and Blake are on talking terms or not. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, no, I've never talked to him before. He's responded. Him and Andrew have responded to a couple of my tweets and stuff. But
I love it. I don't know if Blake's going to talk to you. And Blake's like, I don't know either. I mean, I'll just have to decide because I'm just not sure. We'll see. We'll see. What is it that you have to say? I don't know if you're on talking terms. I just picture Blake sitting there with his legs crossed just like this. Just staring at his phone. I don't know if you guys are on talking terms. I don't know either. Mason, is it? Okay. It's incredible. Okay, it's episode 141. ChatGPT for the win. Oh, and a timestamp. Beautiful. Okay, let's go.
I watched the episode with that Joshua Carr kid, and he was saying that he got a death threat or whatever. And look, I've gotten death threats. I think we can.
Where'd it go? Oh, it stopped. Oh, it's doing that again. Oh no, it's doing it again. Why does it do this? Shut down all the tabs. Shut down all the operation. Shut down the tabs is in process. It's the only thing that can be doing it. It's the only thing. Take the tabs down. I mean, we are down to like minimal tabs here, guys. I mean, come on. You got to do me a solid here. Come on, X. Come on, X. Spaces suck like this. I did find that out from a lot of different people. They suck like this. They just do this. You could be on a space, in the space, and then all of a sudden it just shuts down. And there's no explanation. Someone says set up your computer. That's what I was saying. I don't even think it could be the computer. This thing's like 50 pounds. I'd lift it up right now. But there's a big tower sitting right here and a huge monitor, like literally right here. Don't worry. I'm on it. I'm on it. I just didn't have time yesterday. I had to walk like 17,000 steps yesterday. It's too much. My computer has arthritis. No, it doesn't. It might. It's been long enough. It could. You could be right.
Like when I've seen people complain that I guess apparently the SUV was sold.
Conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk. None. You don't have anything. And you have zero else sexually. If she or push against leftism and
we'll take Baron Coleman and all the conspiracy. All this.
I got it.
You can see in other frames it doesn't look like that, and I'll try to post. I'm trying to find that right now. And because it moves further along, and he has a still from there, and it's clearly not that quad tip exhaust.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, because I watched the video. It wasn't just like a screenshot from the video. Like I watched every minute of the court case and stuff. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything that would make somebody not believe that those were circular. But I had another quick question for Blake about his show today, but I don't know if he wanted to chime in. But if you're going to post those pictures, that's cool too.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to post those pictures. Go ahead and ask your question. It's up to, I don't know if you and Blake are on talking terms or not. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, no, I've never talked to him before. He's responded. Him and Andrew have responded to a couple of my tweets and stuff. But I watched the episode with that Joshua Carr kid, and he was saying that he got a death threat or whatever. And look, I've gotten death threats. I think we can say that, especially as conservatives, a lot of us have gotten death threats in person and online. Like, I'm not discrediting that. I'm not saying that, oh, you're complaining about a death threat. I'm saying that he said he got that, and the only thing he said was that somebody called his phone, said he was a police officer, was asking where he was or whatever, and then hung up abruptly. So I didn't see any threat in that, but I guess
wow.
His statement on the end of that was, this is what happens when Candace Owens and Baron Coleman and all the conspiracy theorists push this crap. So, Blake, I just wanted to ask, do you think that Candace Owens and Baron Coleman and other people like them are causing death, basically, are causing people to get death threats in the world of politics?
Silent.
Blake, I don't know if you're talking or not, but your mic is muted, or maybe just not talking, or maybe you're busy or something else.
You're busy.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone else wants to answer that. I think there's lots of opinions.
Anyone else want to answer it? Hold on a second.
I think
What?
they are. I mean,
wait, hold on a second. What? Anyone else answer it? No one else can answer. This is a question for Blake. No one else can answer a question for Blake. And Blake's just sitting there like this. Yeah, he's just sitting there. Started tearing up. Got one of those squares. Oh, every time I think about Candace, every time I think about that Baron Coleman, mean, nasty Baron Coleman, calls himself the bad cop. I think it was him that called me. I've heard him call himself the bad cop many a times. Come on.
I think what they're doing is inciting violence time and time again.
How
when
so?
you're telling people, well, when you're saying that Erica Kirk, for instance, is it involved? Well, let me ask you this.
Go for it.
We know that whoever you believe that killed Charlie Kirk, somebody was targeting Charlie Kirk. Do we agree on that?
Yeah, the party or parties involved were targeting Charlie Kirk, correct?
Sure. And we also know that Charlie Kirk had thousands of death threats. That's why he had security Those have actually been confirmed by FBI in the past. Like, he's had death threats for his beliefs. And this all stems from his push against leftism and in particularly trans activism. He's talked about this on Bill Maher. He's mentioned this to many different people. I think this is well documented. At any point I get to
He said Bill Maher. He's reading it. That's just me. That's just me. I if I hear someone say Bill Maher, unless that's how this, he just thinks that's how it's pronounced. I don't know. This is very odd. Very odd. Because you'd know Bill Maher. Like, how would you not know Bill Maher? It's Bill Maher. How would you not know? That's Bill Maher. He's been around for decades. The guy's like Lindsey Graham, except he's freaky with the ladies. It's the only difference.
a point where someone disagrees, or specifically you, feel free to chime in. So Erica Kirk, through association and just by proxy, I think we could agree that would automatically, regardless of how Charlie left PPUSA and ultimately because he was killed, if she fills his shoes, she's ultimately a target too. And my God, if you want to say Israel too, fine, whatever. But the point is that she automatically comes with that. Now you add on to that people saying that she is involved in the conspiracy, the planning, and the cover-up of Charlie Kirk's death. That is going to incite a lot of other people. And then on top of that, you add these allegations and disgusting accusations saying that she's involved with child.
God damn it, Gary. Of course it's Gary that would do something like that, you know? God damn you, Gary. You Kandahar giant. Don't know how to watch your mouth. Kandahar giants never do know how to watch their mouths. Gosh dang it, Gary. You're messing up everything. Now I got to do an edit after I'm done. The hell's the matter with this guy? You know? Can't just say Romania like a normal Homo sapien, huh? That's how you know this guy's getting. I can't say he's getting paid, but gosh darn it, that's how you know someone's getting paid when they're just letting it off like that. Oh gosh. Anyway. Sorry, that's my own hang up. Sorry.
So yeah, that is inciting, and with zero evidence, by the way. Nobody has a scintilla of evidence at all, and they know what they're doing.
Where is Blake? Where is Blake? I don't understand. Where is he?
And we see it. One guy's already been arrested for attempting. The conclusion is pretty clear that they've convinced their audience that Charlie Kirk was killed. His wife was involved. No. There was another guy that was.
They canceled an event in Georgia
with JD. JD
He's
Vance.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the one where
fighting violence. Do
Right.
you not agree with that?
Right. I'm assuming you're talking about the guy, like the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Was that the main guy you were talking about?
No. There was another guy that was.
They canceled an event in Georgia
With JD. With JD Vance.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the one where I think Candace, of course, claimed the whole thing was fake, as she would, but no, it was very real.
Okay, so
Well, no, wait. There was a separate event where a guy was arrested. I think it was in Texas. I don't know. Somebody throw that up down the purple pill.
Yeah, it was insane.
Someone said Blake's on Discord being racist. He's on Discord. He's on Discord under a fake name saying something to a lady he actually knows, you know? Maybe that's why Erica thinks she's getting so many threats, because Blake's just like on another computer. Your hair is stupid, covered in sparkles, stupid pyrotechnics. I don't know why I do this. I gotta get this poison out of me. Oh gosh. I know what you did to your husband. Blake, stop. I can't stop. Oh God. Oh, I gotta say stuff about Candace. I gotta say something about a black person. Whew, you look disgusting. Your hair is nappy, you know? I'm kidding. Blake hung that up. He was once a troll, but he's hung that up for good. Now he's an active member of good society, okay? Active member of good society. He would never do such a thing, right? These are just jokes. These are well-planned jokes.
San Antonio. I'm near Austin, so I heard about that too.
Yeah.
This is my thing. Like, obviously, Charlie got death threats. We know this. We know he got death threats. We know conservatives get death threats more than the left. That's just true. My whole thing is, if you're going to pin stuff on Candace and Barron, how can you do that when none of these people that you've mentioned have had any connection to them or have made any statement saying, I did this because of this, or this was the manifesto, or this or this? How do we know they weren't leftist people that were trying to kill Erica, who's a conservative? That's why I think it's dangerous to put the blame of death or potential death on two people that, in my opinion, cared about Charlie, cared about his mission, and whether you agree with them or not, they're doing the most that they can to figure out the truth. Because I've said this since the beginning, guys. I've said it is far better to search for the truth than do nothing. And with all due respect to the Charlie Kirk Show and Turning Point and everybody involved, I've said this since September and October back then. I said, has Blake Neff, Andrew Kolvet, Mikey McCoy, Jack Posobiec, any of these people, Mikey McCoy, have any of these people sat at the table at the Charlie Kirk Show, looked up at the monitor at UVU footage and been like, okay, maybe this guy looks suspicious, or maybe this, or here's this evidence? No, I'm just real quick. I was
so wait, hold on. You're mad at me because I haven't like schizophrenically accused random people of being in on the shooting because they're
I'm not saying accuse anything. I'm saying strictly when after all this happened, just do your own.
No, like that's what you're saying. You're angry that we didn't like wildly speculate that specific people look suspicious on camera because that's like what you think we're supposed to do.
But you're saying wildly. I'm saying, Blake, you guys did nothing. You guys were all about
Mason. That's not. Hold on. There's no, Mason. Hold on a second. Let me just pause you right there because it's not just what we do; it's how we go about doing things.
What's this we? He's talking to Blake. He's talking to Blake, Andrew, and the whole gang there. That's what he's talking to. He's not talking to this is not him addressing orange zest. That's not what's going on right now. There is no we when it comes to this. Gary didn't join until a little while after. What he's saying is, when he says you guys did nothing, he means just as it happened. Gary wasn't involved at that point. Gary was on our side at that point. Actually, this is crazy.
Things. And as a conservative, as you're saying, there's something that we believe in, and that is you don't accuse people without evidence. And that is inciting. That should be condemned. When you're sitting there alluding to, and this is the other thing that just I find disgusting. When we sit there and want to play word games and be like, well, she never actually said, well, she's done more than that. She's convinced her audience with a lot of different types of language, with a lot of different avenues of approach on that. And so has Barron. And if you want to sit there and say, well, I never said that she actually killed him. Okay, no, you have. You just said it in so many. And by the way, you can talk to any lawyer. That isn't going to fly in court. Insinuation and the way that they've gone about this is absolutely allegations by insinuation.
But I'm saying, how can you connect?
Hold on. What I'm saying is, why isn't that condemned by you? Why isn't it saying, like, you know what? Okay, if you want to do your own investigation, if you want to play Nancy Drew and you want to create this murder mystery, choose your own adventure, you get to participate in it and call my hot tip line, and you want to play that game, then why don't you do that behind the scenes professionally? Because how you go about doing it is just as important as what you're doing.
I will add that.
And even if you're building a case and you think that's true, like the moment you start saying, hey, you know what, this person is guilty with zero evidence. We're 10 months into this and there's zero evidence of any claim. And by the way, not only is there zero evidence, she said the French Foreign Legion did it. She said people were shooting him from the tunnels. She said the shot came from behind. She said she's alluded to multiple things that are clearly completely wrong.
I don't think you do. I don't think you do understand that, Mason.
This is what I'm talking about. They want to be respectful, and then they're going ahead and teaming up on this kid. They're not doing well. They're not doing well by any stretch of the imagination. And I really don't like when people do this. I never let people do this. I'm a very annoying person to talk to when you talk to me one-on-one, because I will attach to a point that I have, and I will let you know that you're going to say everything, and I'm going to ask this question again, and we're not going to address what you say now until you answer my question. I'm very, very annoying like that. So they've just deflected. They have just deflected from what this kid was saying about you not doing anything, and they've made it into a completely different conversation. Right? They've or not a different conversation, but they've moved away from what what Mason initially said. I keep saying kid. I don't know how old he is. He's probably in his 20s. You know, that annoys me so much, because I can see when people are doing it, and I know why you're doing it when you do that. It's because you're running away. You're running away from what's actually being said because you don't want to answer. Deflection, connection, exactly.
First of all, you're like also just like saying false things like, oh, you guys have never bothered to try to look for it. Okay, well, we compiled a bunch of TikToks and various other things that looked suspicious to us before the shooting happened, and we sent them to the FBI to investigate. Why would we do that if we didn't care? All those texts that were ended up like coming out where Charlie's like complaining about his Jewish donors, as has already been established, those came out because Andrew sent them to the government because he thought, hey, leave no stone unturned. Like, it's just completely false to say that we've
it's just like completely false.
Just stood up there and said, we're not asking any questions. We're not doing anything to try to further the like discovery of truth on this. It's just like a false thing to claim
But
that.
I'm saying the guy that the guys that you're saying that have threatened Erica with death threats and stuff, all this stuff, all the threats, everything, how can you connect them to Candace or Barron or other people? Name one thing that connects them to that. They would say, oh, they did this because they listened to Candace Owens. Name one thing. Name one instance.
Look, like what I will say is
And I like how he brings it back to that because now now they are doing that without evidence. They're saying that this is happening. These things are happening to Erica because of Candace, and they're doing it without any evidence. And now this kid is doing exactly what they do, where he's saying, hey, show me evidence of that. Let's get right to it. Show me one instance. And now they are going to move away from that because there won't be an instance because there is nothing like that that's happened.
I'm not saying any specific person was specifically radicalized by Candace or by Barron. What I will say is they endlessly stoke the idea that Erica Kirk is like a specifically nasty, like evil individual who's like conspired in one of the most dramatic and like wicked crimes in our lifetimes. They endlessly promote this idea with no evidence. They egg on people who do like weird and creepy things, like try to like spy on her and like.
See what I mean? He's saying egg on, and they try to spy on her. Again, I hope the kid does it. I keep saying the kid, Mason. I've talked to him too. I've talked to Mason before, and I was thinking of having him on the show, but hopefully he asks them where the evidence of that is.
Stalk her, like they encourage people who do these things by reporting on their antics and claim that this has no connection whatsoever with people feeling like it's a good idea to stalk, harass, and threaten Erica and anyone else in the Turning Point universe is farcical. Like, I don't know whether any particular person is connected to them. Do I think any of them would have a problem if someone did that? No, I don't in the slightest. I mean, frickin' Baron Coleman himself went and stalked Erica to a church that she has been seen at. That's okay.
Yeah, look, I don't.
You see, this is terrible argument. And then he put it in the inverse. What he did was he said, okay, well, do I think any of them would have a problem? Do you think Candace would have a problem with people doing these things? I don't think so. Well, that's not the question. It's not the question of whether they have a problem with it. And Candace already said, I don't want any harm to happen to Erica. Barron, I've seen live watching Barron. I've heard him say, don't follow this person. He said this about multiple people over time. He says, don't check into this person. Don't look into this person. Don't do that. He's asked his audience multiple times to not do things like that. So I actually do think Barron would have a problem with it. Candace has literally explicitly said, I do not want any harm to come to Erica whatsoever. So, and Candace has also said, like, hey, don't look into this person. I even disagreed. I said on my show, she was talking about the donor. She's like, this donor didn't do anything wrong by asking this question. And I'm like, I would still like to know who this donor is. I mean, I didn't go further, but I thought, if you ask what happens when Charlie dies, I think we should know who that person is. But, besides the point.
Like I said, I don't condone death threats or anything. I was just saying, what's the specific connection? Because even the Joshua guy that you guys had on was like, he was talking about the death threats and then immediately went to conspiracy theorists because they're watching Candace and Barron. So I'm just like, I just want to make this like for the record, like I'm not some random online person. Like I'm a college student. I was in a chapter back in September, October, November. I defended Erica and TPOSA in the midst of death threats, online and in person. I had to talk to the president of our university because we were getting racist harassment from people to our vice president and president. We were getting death threats almost every day. We were getting physically assaulted sometimes. So I'm just saying this as somebody who was in a chapter, who was at the funeral, who was at AmFest, who has talked to former TPUSA employees, current chapter presidents, past chapter presidents. I've interacted with you, Blake, and Andrew. I've talked to Candace. I've talked to Aubrey Leitch. I've talked to all these people. And at the end of the day, this is what I tell
You came
people.
away from that thinking thinking that Candace is a good faith actor.
Okay, I don't think she's an actor. I think she's trying to find something out. I'm just saying this is the point of everything.
You came away from that thinking Candace is a good person.
I think
Like, I'm
yes,
going
I
to
think she was
you.
Charlie's.
You came away from all those
Blake,
interactions, and you
if they
Candace is the one who's after the truth.
Blake, you guys relentlessly have said that they were not friends. Why would Charlie say 48 hours before he died, I'm thinking about inviting her to AmFest? Why would he invite somebody to?
I have literally explained
Why
that.
would he, it's the biggest event of the year. Why would he do that?
What? Why would he do that? Because he was literally joking. Like.
So we're at that part. He's literally joking. Very interesting, man. Blake got real pissed from that. You think Candace is a good person? It's like, yeah, I do actually. You know, that's something that they can't contend with. It's easy in the slop, the nonsense that X has become, to get fooled into thinking that everyone hates Candace. But there's an op going on there, and it's the easiest place to do ops, and it's gross the way it's become. I've said it before, and I'll stand by it. It's way worse in this administration than it was in the previous administration. Previous administration, you just get kicked out. And you'd be like, why'd I get kicked out? And they'd be like, I don't know. And then sometimes they let you back in. This administration, oh, they make sure that ex-Green Berets come at you, and people who are executives in big nonprofits threaten you with lawsuits, and a bunch of people come at you, and people write you DMs threatening you. Oh, it's way, way worse now. That's gross. It's gross stuff that's going on now. At least before, it was like, they just wanted you to believe that the president could do backflips and that he was completely coherent and that he was sharp as a tack. And they just wanted you to believe that. And you're like, well, I'm not going to believe that. There's nothing you can show me. And they'd be like, oh, okay, fine. That was what they wanted. This administration, this is crazy. They're like, we just want you to understand that this guy died this way and never look at it any other way. And you're like, okay, well, maybe I'll believe that. But are you all in Congress and Senate pledging allegiance to another country? And they're like, you know what? Cue the threats. I heard what this guy just said. And the next thing you know, you got Ben Shapiro retweeting you, making sure everyone attacks you. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. It's a different beast. Maybe it's not better, maybe it's not worse, but it's a different beast. Never seen anything like this before. Anyway, but that's just me. I'm on the inside of things. I hear about people getting threats. I hear about the threats you guys don't hear about. They're really weird. It's getting to be a lot.
Like literally, we've explained.
Where's the proof of that?
Here, I'll just skip over that. We already heard this. I just want to, before it drops out,
Like
before,
I don't think that's very difficult to understand.
But before that text, he said just lost
Fest 2024, and she wasn't invited.
Did say, like, since people fuss over that, why wasn't she at Charlie's memorial? She was invited.
Well, I remember she said she didn't want to go because of security threat. She didn't want to try.
This kid's been way more respectful than they have. Way more. Way more. He's been like keeping his cool and everything,
Okay.
Well, and I'm not going to blame her for that.
Other people braved the security threat to honor Charlie, and she didn't think that was important, I guess.
I mean, that's a personal decision. Like, I would have liked to see her there. I would like to see her speak there. I think we all would have, but
Can I jump in real quick, actually, about that?
Who's this? Sinful
That's
Smalls?
Sinful.
Yeah, go ahead. Why not? Let's break it up.
So if Erica is the same thing, the reason why she didn't go to Georgia is because of a security threat, and she gets mocked for it. But Candace doesn't want to go to a funeral.
Her husband was just killed. I mean, there's some important
Yeah.
context there.
Yeah.
So no, they're not too different.
They're not two different things, because Candace was told it was supposed to be her. So maybe she doesn't want to show up to a place after Kolvet actually says to her, you might want to lay low. He actually says that to her. Lay low. You and Tucker need to lay low. It was supposed to be you. I don't know if I'd go anywhere after that. And then I'm supposed to show up to this place? I don't know.
Well, they are. They are.
They're both the same thing. You're saying they're both security threats, right?
Right, but
Candace didn't want to go to the funeral thing.
She didn't want to go.
Nobody mocked Candace for that. We didn't mock Candace for that. But Erica, she can't go to the Georgia thing, and she got nothing but mocked for that because the crowd size wasn't big enough or something.
Oh, and by the way,
so
Candace,
Mason, if you're going to be mad about that,
I'm not mad about that. I wasn't even talking about that.
well, and Candace wouldn't go and debate Blake and Andrew in person because she was worried about the cartels in Arizona.
Well, like I said,
Get
that's,
outta
that's
here.
another security
Like,
thing. Look, I will
So
say this.
hold on,
that-
Mason.
go ahead.
Let's just, for the sake of the argument, let's say she was acting in good faith. If Candace is acting in good faith, which I completely disagree, and I think most people with, I don't know, any reasonable person would disagree with that. But if she was acting in good faith, then she is one of the most incompetent investigators on the face of the planet. She has gotten everything wrong. She has literally never provided a single piece of evidence to a material claim that she's made. We have no evidence of any involvement with the French. That clearly turned out to be false. We had to throw a Jew in there somewhere. That was weird. Then we have a claim that she was actually targeted.
Was it weird? Was it weird, Gary? Are you sure? I don't know how weird it was. I want to find the part where Diligent Dennison was there. I don't know. I was hoping he would actually give me a timestamp of when they kicked him out, but he was just like right before I posted this. And like I said before, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, but I wish he would. People keep tagging me in Officer Tatum, finally mentioning Candace. We talked about it yesterday. Hard to keep up, I know. 5-hour episodes and stuff. Nah, no timestamp. Man, I wish this guy would have left me a timestamp. Something. Because apparently they just booted him. Oh, somebody answered. Who answered? Did he answer? Roughly 3 hours. Thank you so much. Jillian Faith, if you're out there right now, thank you so much. Roughly 3 hours and 1 minute and 30 seconds. Perfect. Thank you so much. Shout out to Jillian. Let's go. There it is.
What hotel was it?
I don't remember.
Hey, Diligent,
Okay.
the prompt is the prompt. This is not here to interrogate.
I'm just asking
him
for
over previous.
The base
Here, let's see this.
I interpret.
I asked you.
I interpreted.
Oh, okay, let's go back. Dennis,
maybe medical.
Diligent goes
all that
real hard.
relation,
Real hard.
That is where you start worrying about CPR. And so the reason being is the one thing that gets oxygen through your body is blood. You can put all the air you want in somebody's lungs and you can make their heart pump. But if all that blood that is keeping you alive is going outside the body, then what the heck are you doing? So this is just factually, doctrinally, and nationally. This is recognized by SOCOM. This is not, like, everybody does it. So I understand that there may be medical professionals that aren't aware of this because I train them all the time. Or again, they're like, that's not how we would do this. Yeah, I know, but we're out here in the field. We're doing what we call ditch medicine, not hospital interventions, where you have a lot more capabilities and probably, quite frankly, some of the things they do in there can be outdated. I've seen that. So, anyways, the point.
Gary's a doctor. Good, Dr. Gary, Dr. Kandahar. What should we do next? Trains medical professionals. Okay.
Point is how you're going to treat a casualty, care under fire, and the protocols and interventions for that are very different from anything that you're going to do inside a hospital. Does that answer your question, Tyler Young?
Yeah, that was a great answer. Thanks, Gary. I gave you a follow. Thanks for letting.
Yeah, no worries. All right, Diligent, you're up, man.
Cut him off.
Let's go.
I have 3.5 questions for you, Blake.
All right, this is the last one I can do, by the way. Then I gotta head out.
Okay.
As soon as Diligent arrives, this is it. This is all I can do here. Oh gosh. All right, let's go.
Okay. So I got dropped down last time when I was in the middle of the question. The first time I talked to you, you said you spent the night in Orem. You stayed at a hotel. You may have left the hotel once for food.
Yeah,
but now you're saying you were in Salt Lake. So you're
no,
good.
I'm not. Now I'm saying I don't know the exact context, but my guess is someone said, like, did you stay in Orem that night? And I interpreted as, did you stay in Utah that night, as opposed to returning to Phoenix where I live? And I stayed in Utah that night, and I stayed basically in the same place everyone else stayed. We were all in, to my knowledge, the same hotel, and it was, I think, in Salt Lake.
What hotel was it?
I don't remember.
Hey, Diligent,
Okay.
the prompt is the prompt. This is not here to interrogate
I'm just asking
him
for.
over previous.
I have very
I
specific
understand.
questions.
Again, the specific questions and answers that we need to stick to, so we
It's
can get
about
through
September
this.
the 10th, right?
I don't mind.
The spe-
I'm
hold
not
on, the
asking him for his
specific. Hold on, the
last report.
specific. Hold on, the specific things we're going to address is either why is Tyler Robinson innocent, or what did we learn from the preliminary
So I'm going to
hearing?
move on to my next one. So I interviewed employees in Panguitch at Cowboys Steakhouse, and they put Tyler Robinson at the steakhouse between 8:55 and 9:47 p.m. And that makes it impossible for him to be texting Lance Twiggs saying that I have been here for 3 hours watching the canine units, waiting for this officer to leave, and also get stopped by an officer at 12:30 a.m. And let me just say this week, right? Very, very soon, there's going to be conclusive evidence released that proves that he was there. So my question to you is one,
Tune in tomorrow.
Have you seen the post up in the Jumbotron of the interview that IDs Tyler Robinson in Panguitch until 9:47 p.m.? Blake?
The what?
There is a video of an interview with a worker, right? Up in the Jumbotron. The worker is telling us that Tyler Robinson.
You mean an anonymous guy with a T-shirt? Not a.
Why are you interrupting me, Mitch?
All right,
Why are you interrupting me?
nobody interrupt Diligent except for me or Blake.
Yeah. So there is a worker. Actually, there are two workers at Mormons at a family diner, right? That 100% positively ID'd Tyler Robinson at their steakhouse that night at 9:47 p.m. from 8:55 to 9:47.
Let me ask you a question in regard to that. So
you're not going to let him answer?
No, I'm running the space, and I want to know a question of you, and that is,
wow, you're not gonna let him answer? No, I'm running the space. Oh man, Mr. Wachuka is just like texting both of them like, you dumb sons of I swear to God, if you guys do this again, I can't believe you're in a space right now, you little bald son of a. Oh yeah, Mr. Wachuka's pissed.
That is, why didn't the defense present this alibi?
That's a very good question, Paramount. You should ask them.
Okay. And then also on top of this, why every time that we get information from you guys, it's an anonymous source with unverifiable information?
How is it anonymous source? Can you call and ask them if I was there?
I don't care whether you
I
were there.
supplied photos, videos, images, a selfie.
What you didn't provide was evidence. What you didn't provide was evidence.
Oh, well, what did I say? Did you listen carefully to what I started with?
Oh, I did. How much more do you need to see that Tyler Robinson is guilty? We got DNA evidence. We got surveillance footage.
You're changing the subject instead of letting Blake answer the question. Go ahead.
No evidence. You have no evidence of that actually taking place.
So witness testimony is evidence. One.
Okay.
And Tyler Robinson.
We have an anonymous
Tyler
source.
Robinson paid with his debit card, which is a tracked banking transaction.
Wow. Do you have proof of that?
So are you going to let Blake answer the question?
I will. These are my questions. I'm running the space. This is
I answered your question,
Blake's
bro.
space.
What do you mean?
I asked you if you had evidence of that. You said he ran a
I
credit
just
card.
told you. I had evidence of that.
Okay.
Someone's over the target. Diligent Dennison. Oh my gosh. This is crazy.
Well, put that down in the chat or up in the Jumbotron.
It's up in the Jumbotron. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
You have evidence of him running his debit card.
It's up in the Jumbotron.
I see. I've already watched the video. What I'm saying is,
you have watched the video.
Yeah.
So are you saying that Mormon kid is lying? Is that what you're saying right now?
I think Mormons lie all the time.
Oh.
So it's your position that a random Mormon restaurant worker
It's
is
my
lying
position that
about
a Mormon
seeing
can
Tyler
be
Robinson.
confused, and I know how good eyewitness testimony
And what about
is.
two of them? Are two of them confused?
Well, I don't
Two
know. We
separate
have
people.
Right now, Blake is sitting there just like this. This is exactly how Blake's sitting there, just like this. Gary, I can't answer that. He's just like this, just like, oh God. Just glistening. I know how it is when you're bald. Oh, you start to glisten when the heat's on. Oh, I know how it is. Blake's is sitting there just like, I'm not. Tell him my mic's not working. Tell him my microphone's not working. Someone call Andrew. Someone call Andrew Wilson. Someone tell Andrew Wilson quickly what's happening. Why are they making me do these spaces? Oh, it dropped out too. Oh my gosh, that is hilarious. Oh, Blake's sweating, boy. Oh, he's sweating. Where's my towel? Where's my towel, man? All the Southern black comedians that I used to watch as a kid, man, they always had a towel. They were always sweating. They were all sweating, doing crazy stuff. Oh my gosh. Anyway, let's see if we can find it again. I know what minute it was this time. That's hilarious. Blake just disappeared. Blake said, I'm out of here. Just a puff of smoke like a cartoon character. Just Blake, is it? What? It's a puff of smoke. Where'd he go? Oh my gosh.
I believe he was in.
Why are you interrupting me, Mitch?
In Orem, which is
So are you going to let Blake answer the question?
I will. These are my questions. I'm running the space. This is
I answered your question,
Blake's
bro.
space.
What do you mean?
I asked you if you had evidence of that. You said he ran a credit
I just
card.
told you. I had evidence of that.
Okay. Well, put that down in the chat or up in the Jumbotron.
It's up in the Jumbotron. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
You have evidence of him running his debit card.
It's up in the Jumbotron.
I see. I've already watched the video. What I'm saying is,
you have watched the video.
Yeah.
So are you saying that Mormon kid is lying? Is that what you're saying right now?
I think Mormons lie all the time.
So so it's your position that a random Mormon restaurant worker
It's
is
my
lying
position
about
that a Mormon
seeing
can
Tyler
be
Robinson.
confused, and I know how good eyewitness testimony
And what about
is.
two of them? Are two of them confused?
Well, I don't know.
Two separate people?
We have multiple investigators, and we have his text messages and his confessions. Are they confused?
Or fabricated?
Okay. Or maybe the Mormon fabricated it. Half the investigators.
Okay.
Hold on. Half the investigators in Provo were freaking in Orem were Mormon. Right?
Dude, almost all of Utah is Mormon.
Well, that's my point. So the Orem.
Wow, this is crazy that he's trying to do this. At this point, Diligent should just be saying, I want Blake to answer. That's all he should be saying right now. Because what Gary is trying to bring him, trying to like turn and do this and this, he's trying to get him into a maze until they just come up with something else. That's what Gary's feeling for right now. When people do this conversationally, they're trying to find something else that they can cling on to that will give them another rabbit hole to tumble down. And that's what he's doing. He's trying to give Diligent a rabbit hole that he is going to tumble down and be completely forget about what he was asking to begin with. That's what he's trying to do here. Mormons can be confused. Well, that's my point. And half the investigators and all of this is just it's just smoke and mirrors. Very smart for Dr. Kandahar. All right.
Right. But not
law
almost
enforcement.
all
Hold on.
Utah works for the FBI.
The Orem law enforcement officers that are Mormon would lie about this whole thing and fabricate evidence. But the Mormon at the restaurant that we have no evidence of whatsoever he's above board.
Wait, just because wait. Who said that there wasn't evidence?
I just asked you for evidence, and you just sat there and said, "Hey, look at the video. The video is
that's what I said.
Testimony. That's the testimony. Do you have the credit card transaction? What evidence, other than somebody's word, do you have that he was there? And by the way, I don't even necessarily have to look at
Lance's whole thing was just hearsay. They allow hearsay at certain points in Utah. Yeah, they must have taught him this in the berets, the Green Berets, I should say.
the timeline, but it doesn't necessarily even disprove anything that's being alleged by law enforcement.
So if evidence is presented this week that conclusively proves that he was there until 10 p.m., right? And it breaks the timeline presented by the prosecutors.
So
my question,
hold on.
When
was the next
you've
time?
asked me like 10 questions. You're going to let me ask one?
This is my space. I can ask you a million fucking questions. It doesn't matter. Let them listen.
Wow.
So at the time,
You're scared. You're scared of this question.
No, you're scared of the questions. I'm the one asking
I've
you.
answered like 6. What are you talking about?
Well, again, so when was the last time that Tyler Robinson was there at the restaurant, allegedly?
9:47 p.m.
9:47 p.m. When was the next time that he was seen or allegedly seen or documented to be in Orem?
12:30.
So that is over 2.5 hours.
And it is 2 hours and 57 minutes or 2 hours and 50 minutes to drive from Orem or from Panguitch to Orem. Oh, so are you alleging that he sped?
Oh my God, he sped
on the most patrolled high.
You see what's trying to go on? He's trying to get this into something else. That's why he's like poking fun. Oh my God, he sped. I have to. Yo, you did an absolutely incredible job dealing with Gary and Blake. Period. Just incredible job, man. Wow. Just incredible. I had to say that too. Wow, this is nuts.
Highway.
Are you alleging that
Utah?
It's impossible? So exploding mics are possible.
The night
so
of
the
Charlie
exploding
Kirk's
mics
murder?
are possible. Exploding mics are possible.
See, now he's into the exploding mics. He just keeps on doing this. He's trying to make him go into very deep waters away from what his initial point was.
Possible, but Tyler Robinson, who's guilty of murder, is impossible that he sped. That's your logic?
Except for one small thing there, Paramount, which is during the text messages, right? During the text messages, he's describing being there for 3 hours in the text messages. I'll read it to you if you would like. So how can he be sitting there for 3 hours if he's in Panguitch?
I don't know. I have to look at the exact timeline and look at the text messages.
So now can you answer my question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So if we prove conclusively that Tyler Robinson could not have been in Orem that night, that the text messages are fabricated, right? Are you going to start searching for the real killer with the same vigor that you are defending the narrative that you are now?
How is there any evidence that the text messages are fabricated? They were taken directly off his phone.
Because he can't be in two places at once.
Well, what if he just lied?
What
if he just lied about being there for 3 hours? What if he looked for 3 hours earlier and then he left and then he came back? There's any
And then how did he encounter did he teleport? How is he driving back from Panguitch?
I don't know. How did he encounter a cop? How did he encounter a cop in Orem, which is also logged in the record that a cop encountered him and logged
exactly. Which was okay. So again, the impossible timeline. How can he be on his way back from Panguitch and run into a cop, Blake? That's impossible. It's impossible.
How is that impossible? How is that impossible?
What do you mean? How is it impossible?
You literally just said it was a 2 hour and 45 minute.
2 hour and 49 minute drive.
Yeah. And, so wow, he gained 4 minutes. He gained 4 minutes over that time. So
no, I think the first time that he gets spotted is at 12:06.
I mean, you cracked it, Diligent. There's no way around this.
Okay.
Oh, so it was 2 hours and 20 minutes in the middle of the night with.
It's impossible. Impossible.
Maybe and possibly with police. Maybe not.
He would have to be driving like 100 miles an hour the entire way.
How many miles
is that your position, Blake?
Hold on. No, my position is I'd like to know exactly the mileage from there. From what's the name of the?
It is on my pro. It's on the post. Go look at the second reply.
Chill.
2 hours and 49 minutes drive. 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 2 hours and 49 minutes drive.
I want to do my own work. So what was the name of this restaurant?
Oh, okay. Go ahead. It is.
I want to do my own work. Oh my gosh, this is so wild. Wow. Diligent, man. Just incredible work. Incredible work, man. Just crazy.
Like PANQ or something like that.
It is. What's that? It's Cowboys Smokehouse in
Cowboys
Panguitch.
Smokehouse. Okay. Cowboys
Okay.
Smokehouse.
And then just put in UVU.
Gary's having trouble with the letters UVU, you know? They look so similar, right? So he's probably writing VUV, and then he's like, "Oh, I messed up," and then he writes UUV, and he's like, "Oh, these just look so similar," and then you know how it is.
To answer your question, I would tell you right now that if tomorrow we find out that there's evidence that anything has been fabricated, I would 100% follow that to the end. I mean, whatever the evidence is going to lead, that's where I would go. And if there
Did
was
he just
evidence,
rug or was it me?
What's that?
Oh, you cut out for a second.
Oh, sorry.
So if you wait, so I have your commitment that if we find out tomorrow that these text messages or later this week that these text messages are fabricated, that you and Blake Neff are committed to seeking out the truth of why that's the case?
I mean, I've always been committed to seeking out the truth. I mean, the problem is I don't think that you.
I mean, you
guys
looked
have.
up the time and then you shifted gears there real quick, Gary.
I'm still looking
Why
it
is
up.
that?
I'm still looking it up. What are you talking about? I started.
I mean, no offense, Diligent, but you're the guy who you've been you guys have been freaking harassing us about freaking SUV rentals. Like you have a lot of.
I've never harassed any one of you.
Yeah, you have. You've harassed us like this night.
Give me one example.
Paramount, this was already the owner called the FBI.
That's where they took him away as a speaker, I would think.
Submitted to the FBI the credit card number of the person who paid. Even
the
in
owner
diligence
wasn't there the
interviews,
night that
clearly
Tyler
said-
Robinson was. Two
Ah.
employees were.
Okay, he's still there.
Even the employee in the video says, "I think it's him."
No, he said
I
100%
believe that that's
certainty.
him, but they don't have confirmation.
That's amazing. Even he said, the people that chime in here, even he said he wasn't 100% certain. He said, no, he actually said he was 100% certain. Yeah, but they don't have confirmation. This is crazy what's happening. This is nuts. This is terrifying. My gosh. Whew. Whoa. Does this still go on with these boys?
There is surveillance footage above the cashier. All of
There
this
is no
provided to the
surveillance
FBI.
footage.
Wow, someone just called it out. Gary is for sure working overtime with Grok. Yeah, he's going hard on Grok right now. He's like, listen, this is the time I need to disprove this. Can we do the math to disprove what this person just said? Oh, that's what's happening right now. Right now. That's what he's doing on Grok. Oh, gosh.
That was
According
installed.
to the media reports,
that was installed afterwards. I have the entire
according to the
interaction with the owner
According
and
to
the
the media
workers
reports-
all recorded. So you can try
All
to
right,
run your
Diligent.
shit all you want.
Listen, Diligent. You're the biggest problem talking
just
to
reading
you.
from the media reports.
The
Paramount.
biggest problem talking.
Why is
According to
Mitch
the media
interrupting
report-
Paramount?
Mitch, stop interrupting.
It was quiet, so I
Diligent.
just
Listen. The problem with talking to you is you talk over people and you think the louder you get, the louder you are. That's not how this works.
Bro, I'm not being
So-
any
so-
louder.
Right now, you're interrupting me. I'm trying not to interrupt you, but this is always the issue talking with you about anything. So anyways, the point is I think both Blake and I think any honest person out there, if there is new evidence that is presented tomorrow that changes something from a substantive standpoint, I can tell you, me personally, I can't speak for anybody else, I would change whatever I needed to change based on the evidence. And by the way, I've done that multiple times throughout this investigation from the very beginning.
We've noticed.
So, you've noticed what?
that you've changed your mind multiple times during the
I've only
course of this
changed my mind
investigation.
once.
This is making me feel like I would when I would deal with like narcissists in like relationship. Yeah, this is the feeling that I would have, where they're just like, the problem with you is that you interrupt so much. And in my mind, I'm like, no, 10 minutes ago, you were just interrupting me. You've been interrupting me the whole time. But hold on, wait. Oh man, they try and drive you crazy that way. That's nuts.
You're just such a
this
stupid jerk. Like, come
Yeah,
on.
like
Diligent, you're just such a stupid jerk. What did he do? This is wow. What did he do? He didn't even do anything. He's just asking the questions. That's crazy. And this interaction could have been over so quickly. This could have been so quickly done. What do you think? Go ahead, Blake. Go ahead, Gary. This could have been a 3-minute interaction. And because of Gary trying to sideline the whole thing, they turned it into like a 15-minute thing. This is great. You're such a stupid jerk. That is incredible.
Like I've changed my mind one time, if anything, on that, and that was based on evidence.
Diligent, your position was that like the entire prosecution team in Orem has colluded to fake all the text messages on Tyler's phone and also fake the data that shows him leaving Orem at, I believe, like 1:33 a.m. or whatever the amount was on the thing. Like every single aspect of this has been fabricated. I mean, along with everything else. So fabricating the DNA evidence, which would require collusion of a lot of people, placing this rifle, which did belong to Tyler Robinson, in the towel and all of that, and like faking all of the evidence in his apartment. Like all of that comes together and you're like, I'm going to bring it all apart because this guy swears he saw Tyler Robinson in a restaurant at this specific time where it actually wouldn't even be impossible for Tyler Robinson to drive back to Orem from that restaurant in the time span indicated anyway. That is what is going to allow you to unwind the entire case with all of its evidence.
Wow.
Yeah. So anyways, if you drive, it's 206 miles, going 80 miles an hour, get you there in about 2.5 hours. Thanks, Zach. I appreciate you breaking that down. Anyways, so it doesn't, there's no conflict here other than potentially the text messages. But again, I stand by it. Again, if there's something that's going to present itself, and by the way, that's a real rich coming from Diligent and multiple other people on this.
They've taken him away as a speaker at this point. So Blake just said what he said. Gary just jumps in. So they're not even letting him speak now. They're actually addressing him. They're saying, oh, yeah, actually, you know what? This could actually be done. And they're not allowing him to speak back at all. Wow.
When you guys have jumped from one theory to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, I've changed my position sort of one time. And I was more doubtful that the 30-06 wouldn't have an exit wound. And then again, once I was confronted with the MLK, I actually studied it. I went to the MLK case study. I studied every aspect of that. I started looking at pathology reports from the military. And look what I found. Hey, you know what? This is more common than even I thought. And that's just a fact. There's 4 people that I know that were shot with 30-06, and none of them have an exit wound. And that's Charlie Kirk, Martin Luther King, Chuck Ritter, who was shot from 25 yards away, hit him in the spine, deflected downward, and he's still alive. And then Shane Hill, who was all 4 of these people were shot in the spine, and there's no exit wound. So I have more evidence that is possible. And yes, based on the information that I learned, I was more sure that it was possible. Never said it was confirmed. I think right now, with the preponderance of the evidence,
it's crazy because the MLK thing that he's talking about, he just started talking about that, I don't know, 3 weeks ago. He changed his stance 9 months ago. What is he talking about? I don't know. This is wild. Man. A lot of nerve for these guys to call Baron dishonest and to call Candace dishonest. A lot of nerve for them to be saying that type of stuff about those two when you're doing stuff like this. You can't even handle talking to Diligent Dennison for 20 minutes without interrupting, sidelining, and then taking away his ability to speak. Wow. Sums up what Turning Point is becoming pretty well. Wow.
It's the only logical conclusion at this point. So that's where I stand. But you guys have jumped from one thing to the next, to the next, to the next. So don't even play that game.
Wow. And then he says they've jumped from one thing to the next to the next. It gives me there's a feeling you get when you're dealing with like a narcissist person. There's like a head, like this balled up thing in your chest. Oh gosh, it's such a weird feeling. And then he says, you guys jumped from one thing to the next, to the next, to the next. That's exactly what he tried to do with Diligent Dennison. The second Diligent asked this question, he tried to jump from one thing to the next, to the next, to the next. They had to handle it straight on. They couldn't handle it properly. They're running to AI for answers. I think so, allegedly, my opinion. And then on top of that, Blake resorts to name calling. They take away his ability to speak. And then they turn to him and they say, you know what, you're harassing us. You're jumping from the next thing to the next to the next. Oh my gosh. Crazy.
I will say, you know what, Mitch, you were already talking earlier. Go ahead.
Oh man, I'm at work. Can I just please?
Yeah, that girl. Go ahead.
Thank you.
No, Jacko, you always do this. You always jump ahead of everybody.
How dare you? Please, I'm barely even in spaces like that anymore. Like, stop.
We've all waited a long time. That
No,
girl,
I waited a long time. I waited before you.
No,
like, come on now.
That girl.
No, you didn't. And the host called upon me. So respectfully, just let me speak.
I was already here. Like, this is ridiculous.
Respectfully, you do this in every space.
What do you mean every space? I haven't even been.
Here's what we're
around
gonna
on
do. You guys
purpose.
have the
This is what
next 3
this is.
seconds to figure out who's talking, or I'm boot you
I'm
both.
talking now. So
All right,
anyway,
there you go.
two things. Blake, first of all, thank you for allowing me to come up here, Paramount, and I won't let it make it take long. Blake, I hope you're having a good night, and I will not get derailed.
Oh, that's why she gets to speak. Oh, okay. I was wondering, I'm like, why does she get to speak? Because she's the one that's gonna give them a little massage there after getting batted around by Diligent Dennison. I understand. That's crazy. That's so crazy. All right. Well, that is the spaces, ladies and gentlemen. Where's my pen? Oh, my pen's all the way down there. I don't want to break something. I always feel like I'm gonna break my table. Okay. We got it. Jeez, man. That was wild. 3 hours, 50 minutes, 3 hours, 51 minutes. Well, how about that? Well, that makes me more suspicious than ever. I don't know about the rest of you. That makes me feel very suspicious, like something's afoot. But who am I? I like Diligent Dennison and just a stupid jerk. Anyway, let's keep going. Holy, that was a lot. Do I even have something in the timestamps? Do I have something in the bookmarks here? Good Lord. That was something else, man. That was something else. What did Megyn Kelly say? What did Megyn Kelly say everybody's so pissed off about? Let me see. Hold on a second. Let's check it out.
People who don't think he did it. I'm shocked to hear it. I'm shocked to hear there is tape of him actually taking the shot. And I know people who don't think he did it will say, well, if somebody, whatever. I mean, I'm with you. The evidence is overwhelming that somebody was Tyler Robinson. They've got timestamps. They've got him identified by his boyfriend as being the man in the video, especially in the dark outfit and so on. We've got video of what we know was Tyler Robinson in Tyler Robinson's car arriving earlier. That it's just.
Why is he blinking like that? What's the matter with this guy? Is he okay? Is he a real person? Anyway.
Identified by his boyfriend as being the man in the video, especially in the dark outfit and so on. We've got video of what we know was Tyler Robinson in Tyler Robinson's car arriving earlier. That it's just his DNA is on the rifle, all over the rifle, actually, all over the ammo. I mean, it's overwhelming. So, but I am surprised to hear that there is a videotape of him actually taking the shot, because in all the videos that had been released, we had never seen that, or the still shots. We had never seen that. That's the most relevant, salient video of all.
It really is. And I struggle to think of, you think of the great, like the famous assassinations of the past, or, go back to like World War I and Franz Ferdinand, or, even obviously JFK and Martin Luther King. We never actually have photos of the individual, at least, as far as I know, video of the video.
No, I don't think
of
so
the
either.
shot being taken. I'm trying to think if there's even one where you have something like that. And it was so much worse than watching a movie. And I think that for people who think that, watching, I've seen something like that in a movie or like a Mark Wahlberg movie or something, it's like, no, this is a million times worse. This because it's real, and because what happened to a human being, and because of the amount of planning and the amount of premeditation that went into this is a struggle to even think of how to define it as other than watching an act of pure unmitigated evil. But you're just watching a purely evil act being taken.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy to say that about people who have like seen movies and stuff and be like, oh man, it's like way worse than the movies. Are you sure? Because we saw it was very small and you can't actually see it. Jack, you can't see it. It's not a thing that you can see. And he's talking like you can see it, like it's this crazy, gory thing, And Megan's doing what Megan does, right? That's what she did with Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro's like, Candace is saying XYZ, and she goes, is that what she's saying? Oh my God. Well, if that's what she's saying, oh my gosh, I didn't know she was saying that. Oh my gosh, there's a video where you can see. I didn't know that. That's what she does. It's just literally what she does. It's like she always wants plausible deniability, so she can just like go either way,
taking place before your eyes, and it was captured on video. And you, by the way, I had no idea if anyone else was standing behind Charlie or behind that. You can't see behind that banner. So, I mean, if you missed, people were obviously all around, children were all around, had no idea if anyone was behind the banner. And he just did it anyway. And he chose to do something like that. And it's truly evil. It's just truly evil to see.
Well, there you go. She is parroting the overwhelming. She's parroting the same thing, of course. I mean, I'm not really surprised by Megyn Kelly doing that type of thing. That's what she tends to do. And Jack is trying to go anywhere so he can keep on saying this, because ever since Brandy came out and literally said, hey, this is not what was going on. Ever since that happened, people have been really pissed off in terms of, the quote unquote Fed sloppers, the Benny Johnsons of the world, right? Or Benny likes Johnson, as somebody coined yesterday. Not me. I wouldn't say anything like that. This is somebody else, a rogue figure of some kind, saying that. You know what? All this talk about Diligent Dennison, I should show you guys the interview. I don't know if you've actually seen it before. I should show you the interview that he had with the person here. I didn't even think to do that. Here, check it out. I think Candace is going to be touching on this. Maybe today, maybe later.
I'm here interviewing one of the employees that met Tyler Robinson on the night of September the 10th around 9 p.m. here at Cowboys Smokehouse in Panguitch, Utah. So how long have you worked at Cowboys?
I've been here about a year and a half now.
A year and a half now?
Yep.
And were you here?
Yes, I was working here. I remembered him coming in, sitting at the bar. He ordered a steak, a couple beers.
Did you sit at the end of the bar?
Close to the end, second seat in. I wasn't the waiter who was taking his order and everything, but I did have a couple interactions with him, just trying to help out. After I'd notified my boss, we reached out to the authorities, contacted the FBI. They got our contact information, but we never heard anything from them.
You never heard back from the FBI after you reported it?
Never heard anything. And that's kind of what prompted me to send it in. It just didn't sit right with me.
And how certain are you that it was Tyler Robinson that you saw?
100%.
100%?
When I had heard his voice, he was just a weird guy, and I wasn't really paying attention to my phone that day. I'd seen that Charlie had been shot, and I didn't really want to give any of my energy to it until I was done with work. And the next morning, I went to my other job, and my coworker was kind of talking to me about it. He pulled up a picture. He said I looked like I was a little shocked by it, because I recognized the face. And then later that night, or that day rather, they released a video of him getting his college acceptance letter. And when I heard his voice, it was no doubt in my
Dead ringer
mind that was him.
And do you know what time he left?
It was close to closing, so it was around.
What time do you guys close?
10 o'clock. I was the one who helped him check out, too.
And you were the one that helped him check out? So
Yep.
you're the one that you took the card from him?
Yep.
Okay.
And that's just like I told. I took the card. I figured that would be good information for the feds to look into it. And
they never checked into it, not once?
I don't know if they checked into that. I know they got that information from my boss.
So they got the information, but you don't know. You never heard back again?
Never heard anything from them.
The defense, did the prosecution ever reach out to you guys to come testify or anything like that?
No one's reached out to us at all.
Has the defense hasn't reached out to you?
Nope.
No one's reached out to you whatsoever, even though you saw him that night?
Yeah, no one's reached out regarding anything to do with Tyler Robinson.
That's crazy. Someone says you should always show your face for safety. Sometimes it's the opposite, right? You just want nothing to do with it because you know people are going to start to come at them.
I'm here interviewing.
It's hard to say. It's a toss up. It's all about what you want to do at the end of the day. If you just don't want to show your face and you're like, listen, I just don't want to have anything to do with it. You know, there's like 20 employees here. You know, you just know one of 20 is this guy, you know, maybe 2 of them because Diligent says he has another interview. But man, that's wild. So they talked to them and then never reached out to them again. Just wild. Well, I mean, someone said cowardice. Okay. So 19-year-old kid, you're a coward, little kid. Show me your face so I can watch you on the 3-minute video. I'll feel better and I'll forget you in 5 minutes, but I want to see your face. Shut up. Anyway, you know, it's up to him what he wants to do. He might even be younger than 19. Jeez. Working 2 jobs. Good gosh, man. Crazy. I remember when I used to have to work 2 jobs. It was insane. I was falling asleep randomly. Oh man, it was terrible. Yeah. So that is what Diligent had in terms of an interview, and we'll see what ends up happening. And honestly, if the kid is what Diligent was saying he is, you remember he was saying he was something, you know, a churchly kid. If he is, then he understands what he's doing, and he understands how things work, and he understands what could happen. So maybe that's why he's not showing his face. You just never know, you know. So anyway, they didn't check in with him. He's 100% sure. Little different than what people were trying to tell Diligent he actually had there. Yeah. That's why I always like to show you the slop and then show you what actually happened, or vice versa. I always love to do that because it just sets things like, now think of everything Gary was saying as he was contesting this, everything Blake was saying as he was contesting this. And it's like, wow, look at that, you know? Man. So we'll see what ends up happening. Honestly, crazy. Whew. All right. There you go. That makes me feel better. Whew. That makes me feel a lot better. Okay. All right. I like simpler times when they were all together smiling. You know how it is, guys, right? Just simpler times. Anyway, you know, so much taller. You know, this is not, some people will think this is like photoshopped or something. It's not. You know, there might be a little photoshopping on the eyebrows all the way down here. There might be, but you know. Anyways, guys, Let's get to these. Let's get to these supers. Get to these coffees. No, that's 100% real. I don't know why anybody would think it's not real. It's simple. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows how tall Ben Shapiro is. Listen, it's not a secret, guys. Come on. Quit acting like it's a secret. I should put that picture on the wall. That's the picture. Oh, and you know who posted this? I should actually, just really quick, who posted this? Who posted this? It's Candace's show page. Oh, he said, "Excuse me, were you saying something?" Everybody's singing those lyrics with her. Kanye lyrics. That's so funny. Wow. Wow. Just incredible. Good for her. Good for her. Anyway. Ben Shapiro, ladies and gentlemen, friend of the show. Friend of the show. Everybody knows. He is. He's always been a friend of the show. Diligent Dennison, he's just like, they gotta hate me. Yeah, man. They hate Diligent Dennison. He's not, the next space they're in, Blake is probably gonna say up front, I'm not gonna take any questions from Diligent. That's exactly what he's gonna say, for sure. For sure. They're not taking any more questions from him. That's done. That's over with. Anyway, let's I just want to make sure I can see the chat here, because we're jumping in. We're jumping in to the supers. Let's go. There's a whole bunch. Got to make sure we get these done. Let's go. Mama, am I whelmed or am I overwhelmed? I don't know. Depends what side of things you are. Yeah. Mama, they always talking about we was telling everybody overwhelming evidence, and then this lady Brandy come up and Candace pop up, and now everybody went from the overwhelmed to the underwhelmed. Mama, oh baby, what's going on with you? Underwhelmed ain't even a word, baby. You know I'm getting tired of all this. You a grown man, millions of subscribers, and you can't even say just regular words. What's going on with you, baby? You drinking that liquor you selling? Mama, I gotta try it. I gotta get a little taste. Baby, you gonna end up just like your uncle. You remember your uncle, he tried to rob the convenience store. You remember that? He was in the store and he got into all sorts of trouble. You remember that, baby? I ain't gonna be nothing like Uncle Ruckus, mama. Why you saying that about me? I ain't never gonna be like no Uncle Ruckus. A little reveal for you guys. Officer Tatum is related to Uncle Ruckus. I know a lot of you have probably had that suspicion already. It's been confirmed. I wouldn't make that up. So Neff and Gary, the Zest pistols. I like that. Going with Gary and the tactical, and then the Zest. I like that. That's a good one. Solid. Who said that? Alan Lawrence. That's a good one. Imagine being a Bond villain with a face like that. Yeah, it's very weird. Josh Hammer, you know, he makes his videos like a Bond villain. That's the thing about it, right? Candace is like, oh, he looks like a Bond villain. He purposely makes his videos like that. That's the real issue with him. I don't know if we'll be able to find him, but he does it just like that. He does it in this weird, a lot of times it's horizontal, you know? A lot of times it's horizontal. He makes himself look like a Bond villain, right? Like this looks like a guy who's just like, and guess what? The price just went up, Batman. Or he would be like, the price just went right up, Batman. You're going to have to give me $6 trillion. Trillion. You can sign the check to BB. I want American taxpayer lives and money. I want to sacrifice them. Sacrifice them. You know, I'm paraphrasing. Similar to what he said, I'm sure. Sure he's thought something like that. Very close to. Someone said, Coach, I don't understand why Candace doesn't just call Officer Tatum out already. They have been friends, but he is obviously not her friend. He stabbed her in the back at one of her hardest times. Yeah, it is interesting. You know, that is what got me the shout out from Candace. Many of us the shout out, because like she said, she's like, I thought I'd be doing this with my friends. She's like, I thought I'd be doing it with Turning Point and my friends, and we'd be figuring this out together. And it turned into something else, right? Where people she doesn't even know are the ones that have her back the most. And that's an odd experience. And then for that person who didn't have her back, Officer Tatum, for him to, you know, be stabbing her in the back, to be mentioning her, to be condemning her, you know, condemning what she says, telling people you're going to call her, acting like she doesn't have any sense, saying everything she's done in this investigation isn't real. I don't know, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know what's going on with Candace. Candace, listen, what is it? You need a Southern black friend? You need a replacement? I'm good. We're here. Like, what's up? Don't worry, I'll replace him. I can do it. Oh, hey, what's going on, Candace? How you doing, sis? Like, don't worry. You don't need to hang on to that friendship. You gotta go where you're celebrated, not where you're tolerated. This is ridiculous. We'll replace him. You know, I got tattoos on my arms and stuff. We're good. What else do you need? We'll replace him, man. You know, you don't need to stand by this dude. This is crazy. This is nonsense. I got you. I can act like a dumb Southern person. You know, I can do it. I got the whole thing down. Been doing this impression for a while. I can stay in this impression for hours at a time. You know, you call me up and I'll act just like him. I'll say, hey, what's going on, sis? Mama, is Candace on the phone? Candace calling me. We talking about all sorts of things. Candace will be sitting there like, thanks, coach. Thanks. I'll be like, hey, what's going on, Candace? You remember back in the day, left versus right. It's always left versus right. Am I right or am I wrong? Or am I right or am I right? You know what I mean, Candace. Come on. These nut jobs on the left, they saying all sorts of things that just ain't right. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'll replace them for you. Don't worry. You don't need that guy anymore. That guy's terrible. Oh my God. Last night, insane in X Space last night. They are nauseating. Saw some friends of the show stop by. Love you, coach, and all on the side of truth. Thank you so much, Danny. Appreciate you. Yeah, I got a message. Late. Daisy was like, Blake's on X being zesty again. I was like, what? I didn't see it till the morning. I was like, where? She's like, with Gary. I was like, oh shoot. I was like, I gotta find this. Daisy was like, coach, come quick. Blake's being zesty again. Oh my gosh. S. Cantor. Maybe Blakey was at the La Quinta for those forgotten days, on those forgotten days. La Quinta, that was yeah, that's right by UVU. Wait, yeah. I'm trying to remember. I remember that part in the investigation. We were talking about La Quinta and the SUVs were there with the certain license plate. There was like a white one, a black one, a couple others. Maybe he was there. Maybe that is why he doesn't want to say it. Because for him to say, I don't remember, it's not true. It's not true. I've been to way more places than Blake has. I always remember the hotel. Always. If I've been in a place, if I remember the place I've been in, I'll remember the hotel I was at. I'll remember the room. Everything. You know? X Space with Gary and Blakey Bois was crazy. These people are flipping nuts. They kept Fed slop narrative going. Anyway, love you, coach. All the truth tellers. Yes, we saw it. We went through it. I hope you were there when we were going through it. It was crazy. Nick Shirley and Tyler are half cousins. I heard that. And I remember hearing Barron. Barron's like, that's just not true. Barron was just like, no, that's not true. He wasn't doing it based on nothing. I think he looked into it. I'm not 100% sure, but Barron said that's not true. Wish Candace read all the comments at the end like Coach. Oh man, well, I don't know if Candace has that kind of time. I kind of got time. I do have kids. I mean, but different shows work different ways. Danny, having a hard time disconnecting. I stopped TV years ago. I have started and canceled my ex like 5 times in the past few weeks. Want to just keep Facebook and YouTube, but X brings the news and toxicity. Love you, Coach. Yeah, it does bring both. It brings both, and there's like nothing you can do about it. There's so much of it. I just try to kind of root through it, for what I need, and that's it. But yeah, I know exactly. If I didn't do this, I wouldn't be on it. If I didn't do this, I wouldn't be on it. I don't even think I'd be on social media. I don't really think I would. I guess I'd be on Instagram. I like lurking. I like lurking a lot. So I guess I'd be on it doing that. But yeah, Facebook. I've been thinking about putting the videos on Facebook. I've been thinking about that for a while because the demographic that we have, a lot of people are on Facebook. We're thinking about jumping onto Facebook and getting some content on there for everybody. I got 99 Tylers, but a snitch ain't one. That's amazing. I got 99 Tylers, but a switch ain't one. Don't worry. I read it right the first time. Don't worry. I got you. I know exactly where you're going with that. Jack Post OBB. Oh, that's how it's pronounced. I didn't realize. Was on Megyn Kelly. Overwhelming. She was overwhelmed with the evidence, claiming they saw the video of the person taking the shot. A total lie. Yeah, it's interesting to see that from Megyn Kelly. But I mean, you can say she got the call. She's also mainstream media already. Like, you can't forget that she's mainstream media. Like, where was she? Fox? Didn't she go on like 2 different places? Like, she's mainstream. She always has been. She presents that way. She doesn't present as like independent news. Like, do you think independent news when you see Megyn Kelly? I don't really. I enjoy some things that she talks about, some interviews she does, like Charlie Kirk and stuff, but I don't know. She's mainstream. It is clear as the noonday sun. If you perpetualize, you got to perceptualize. Okay, as you perusing through all the mountain of evidence and swimming through that mountain of DNA. Coach, you always crack me up. What happened to the hat? I didn't hear the story. I don't know. I don't even know where it is. It's usually right there. There's a Texas hat there, one that just says Texas. I don't even know where it is. That's weird. I don't even know. One day I was just like, I'm just not gonna put it on, like, let's just see, definitely don't use AK at def don't use chat EBT, referring to his essay. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he might be he's using something else. He's using something a little more elegant, I think. I wonder how many innocents Tatum locked up. Yeah, man. Imagine that. He's a company man in this whole thing. Imagine how he was when he was an officer. Jeez, people. I can only imagine. How he was as an officer. Probably terrible. It's Bigfoot. Yeah, that's what the Tyler Robinson, it looks like if you watch the footage of Bigfoot, the Bigfoot footage, it looks just like that. The Bigfoot footage is actually more clear. Oh, Officer Tatum. Integrity doesn't mean what you think it does. No, definitely not for him either. MJC 777. If Tyler is identifiable on the rooftops, wouldn't the responding police officer and the mystery second badge authority on the roof be identifiable? Oh, well, you'd think that, right? Something's up. It definitely seems like something's up. Like something's going on. What's up, Coach Colin? I was wondering if you think Candace Owens will get her 7K for using overwhelming in her Blake reply. Thanks for entertaining. Will she get? I don't think so. I don't think they'll pay her. I don't think they will. They cancel. She can try. They'll be like, no, sorry. Sorry, you've not been monetized on the BB platform. On BBTube, you're not monetized. Sorry, we can't pay out. They wouldn't give her nothing. The Ultra 4K free men die free. The Ultra 4K video they allege was recorded on a cell phone from 140 yards away. The eyewitness that took the video was in front of CK's tent. Really? That video that we just saw? That wouldn't make any sense. Really? I know there was a guy on the roof somebody saw. Is that what that was? That's interesting. Yeah. Someone said on the approved list. Yeah, Candace wouldn't be on the approved list. There's no way. There's just no way. Anna Escobar, Stu Peters last night, please. I didn't see that. Stu's banned from everywhere, so I can't show it here though. You gotta watch out with stuff like that. A lot of guys don't know, but I'm definitely gonna check it out. His Lindsey Graham eulogy was crazy. What he was saying about Lindsey Graham, I was being nice. I thought I'd be the worst one. Oh my gosh, everybody else is going off. It was crazy. I'm getting annoyed. Why does Candace come back and tell us what we already know? Where's the bombshell Baron alluded to? That doesn't come right away. She doesn't do that. She has to do a breakdown first. She has to ease everybody into it. Don't you notice Candace's episodes are like chapters in a book? They're like chapters in a book. You cannot watch chapter 1 and then move on to chapter 10 and think that you're going to be in the loop on everything. You're just not. You got to watch each chapter. But the same way we have to watch each chapter, she has to write each chapter. So she can't just jump into the thing and just be like, you guys already know all this. That's just nonsense. That's just crazy. That's why I do it too. Like I used to have people be like, Baron talked about this last night. I'd be like, I don't care. Like, what are you talking about? You think I care that Baron talked about it last night? Who cares? I'm talking about it now. Yeah, you got to understand. Everybody has to say their piece. So you're going to hear things that you already know. And then you're going to hear things you don't know. So think about that. Daisy is gray SUV at UVU, same as Montana Bureau pick. Well, Daisy's not here, but I don't know. Did she answer? Was she here? She's here sometimes. She might be working on the show. Do they have a show coming today? Do they do Tuesday? I feel like they don't always do Tuesdays. I can't keep his schedule straight. I always forget. Anytime I'm unaware, I'm usually right about them not having a show. Usually. I think Tuesday he's off. But if that's true, then they're probably deep in some research. Yeah, no show today. Yeah, so they're probably getting things together. That's what they do. Dustin Smith, the fact that they used influencers for an I'm going to say EpiPen files, remember? Almost the same Zio Ranger Shalongo Mongo Super Sucker Squad. Red flags galore. Oh my gosh. That was good. It's nice and coded, but we all knew exactly what you meant there. That was good, Dustin. Thank you. Shout out for you, Dustin. But yeah, same people. Jack, Liz, Scott Presley or Preston, whatever his name is. Tall guy, long hair. Not him so much. But yeah, most of the same people. Yeah, that's what happens. I'm telling you, it's like the mainstream. That's why I showed that clip of the mainstream going through everything. Because the same actors every single time. It's weird. Susanna Rosanna Diana is Candace Owens going to tell us who the inside person was connecting Kanye to Erica involvement, Kanye distancing himself from her and Charlie. I don't know. I'm assuming that she knows, because that would be a very easy thing to figure out, especially if you know Kanye. You can just kind of ask Kanye. But I don't know. I don't know if that's a thing. So we'll see. Susanna Rosanna Diana, I feel like there was something where I thought of you, because I think it was either you or Tammy Lee that brought up the theory that they're going to say Candace is responsible for something happening to someone, right? A doctor, a doctor with big eyes. And they're going to try and blame it on Candace and her followers and her people who watch her show. And something was mentioned in that episode yesterday where I was like, oh, that is something that could be happening right now. I forget what it was. Dang. I wish I could remember. I remember thinking, I'm like, was it Tammy Lee that came up with that, or Rosanna Diana? I can't remember. I can't remember what it was. Anyway, evil often exposes itself when opposing the truth. Yeah. Seriously. That's exactly what we saw with that Spaces. That was nuts. Blessing, Truth Seekers, Candace Coleman, Coach, and Ian. Shout out to you, Star Studio. What's going on? What is that? Oh, let me see. Sorry, I missed this one. Saw compelling John Bray earliest September 24th on Stu P. Yeah. For sure. Compelling September 24th. I remember seeing, I couldn't tell you what it actually was, but I saw something along those lines. Because I remember John was the first one, and then Stu was the first one to report on what John was covering. I was floored when I saw 148,000 people watching Candace live yesterday. I have a screenshot. Coach, you called it. What do you know, Coach? Oh, was it that? I remember saying something within that range. Was that the exact number? There you go. I don't play around, guys. I don't play around. I said 80,000 waiting, and I was like, oh, I'm going to be way off. And then when the episode started, it was at like 85. I was like, okay, it's kind of close. I couldn't remember what I said for people watching, but I guess it was 148. There you go. But it went up to I think it went up to 154 at its peak. Or yeah, 154, something like that. But yeah, there you go. Listen, I don't play around, right? Candace Whisperer here, okay? Coach Radamas. Hot Girl Walk. Last night, Stu, Andrew K, Brian Harpole, Justin Davis. I don't know who that is. Johnny Moore and Top Brass got Google image is searched from Fort Huachuca ahead of the meeting. Whoa. Really? That's interesting. Yeah, I got to watch that interview, like I said. I gotta watch that. That's crazy. Their images searched. That's wild. Okay. Star Studio follow up on Bill A financing. JE class. Okay. Bill A? Who's Bill A? I know that name. Financing. All right. Sharon says nothing. Quiet. Jen Seth, Rupert, Gemini says Candace discusses Tyler Robinson's grandmother and Cowboy Restaurant, episode 285. In case you want to watch episode 327, grandfather is discussed. Grandmother says family is conservative. Yeah, I remember that. She said the family's conservative. I should actually, not to be narcissistic and take a picture of myself, but I should check out those episodes. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate you. Might do a little standalone episode about that. Erica at lunch with Ben. Possible. See and study staged reality TV. Burnett Moore AK. See and study staged reality. See, is that a thing? Come on, man. Is that a show? I don't know if that's a show, man. So now I have to check. And I'm sure it's not, and you're just saying a thing. You got to specify, Star Studio. Stage reality. Let me see here. Is that a show? I've never heard of it. Let me see. No, there's actually a show called that, but it's not American. See what I mean, man? Why you keep doing that to me? You're always doing stuff like that. I want to look up the stuff you talk about. But good gosh. See and study stage reality TV. Stage reality, I don't know. I watch more reality TV than most people do, so I guess I've studied it enough. And I have friends that actually work on reality TV shows. Bill Ackman is a New Yorker, though, and Ben Shapiro lives in Florida. Why would they fly to the West Coast to meet? Who knows? Who knows? Could have been introducing him to someone, could have had a meeting, you know? It's like, yeah, Bill Ackman's a New Yorker, but he's also rich. So flying to LA is, who cares? It's nothing. And then Ben lives in Florida, but flying to LA again, because he's rich, it's like nothing. So they don't have to stay where they're at. They can move around. See Snake Eyes, Wide Shut, They Live, and I don't know what that one is. Serpico? I've never heard of Serpico before. I've seen the other ones, though. Someone said, when I was a child, my dad, veteran in Korean War, used to sing the song all the time. Listen to the mockingbird peeking on a frozen turd. Oh, pecking. Listen to the mockingbird pecking on a frozen turd. Wow. That is something else. You sure that's a real song? Or, yeah. Never understood much of what it meant until I got older. Well, you got to share that with the rest of us, because I do not understand what that means. Please share that with me. Mama, Coach, I believe there's crucial evidence to explain Charlie's upward movement, the necklace whipping around his head, and the possible burns on his body. I can't stress it enough. Please take a look. Thanks, man. Well, take a look where? Where did you send it? Where'd you send it? If you send it on Instagram, you got to be like, hey, I'm this person on YouTube, and then I'll be able to know what you're talking about. But yeah, let me know where you sent it at least. Tip for your many mamas and the Seinfeld impression. The Seinfeld impression. I love the Seinfeld impression. It's so good. It's so good. I love doing it. That's one of the funnest ones. That was one of my first ones. Who are these people? Who are these people? And why are they so dedicated to the official narrative? I mean, I've never seen anything like it before. Elaine, have you ever seen anything like this before? And you notice, Elaine, all of these Fed sloppers, they're close talkers. They're close talkers, Jerry. They're close talkers. They get too close when they're talking to you. You know? Anyway, blobs on a rooftop are clearly Tyler Robinson, but close-up photos are tricking us. Okay. Hey, don't come over here with your logic and rationale and whatnot. Okay, that's not what we're about over here. I always forget I'm behind on lives. It's earlier here and I'm not awake yet. Maybe my super chat didn't make sense at the time. Wow, how did you know? How did you know that it wouldn't make sense? How did you know that? Did you just write that? That was a while ago. How did you know that I wouldn't understand? Wow. That is incredible. Gina Bambina, that is incredible. How did you know? That's remarkable. You knew I wouldn't understand that. Good. Wow. I mean, I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. Coach, did you understand my dad's song? A big waste of time if the turd is frozen. Okay. But why? Why, if the mockingbird is pecking on a frozen turd, is it a waste of time? Wouldn't it be a waste of time either way? I get what you're saying. The turd it's a waste of time either way. Right? Isn't that what we're saying? I thought I knew where you were going. I'm pretty sure it's a waste of time either way to be pecking on a turd. Right? Miss Chris Viz, how you doing? Hit the like, siempre. Yes, please hit that like button, guys. It helps tremendously. You have no idea. It just helps us so much. I messed around and turned the heat on. I shouldn't have done that. Hey, honey, if the heat's still on, can you turn the air back on? Because you guys are probably hot, period. Sorry about that. I was cold in the morning. It's like a whole day goes by and I'm in here and I'm like, don't want to subject them to what I was going through in the morning. Ginger Mama, justice for your beanie. It's been through a lot in this investigation. I feel it's collecting dust, abandoned under a bed, singing Toy Story song when Coach Colin loved me. Everything was beautiful. Maybe if it's actually under my bed, I don't know. I'm gonna have to investigate you and Gina. You and Gina are both have to get investigated, especially your Ginger Mama. What are you, Gary's mom? I gotta look into these folks here. You know, if it's under a bed, I'm gonna be shocked. Monica, so Candace Owens created those threats and handed them over to Kash Patel, and they're fake. That's against the law to create fake threats. Well, you would think, right? If they were fake, but they just kind of went silent on it. Oddly enough, they didn't say a word. Isn't that something? You think they would have said that. You think they would have said something to Candace, like, hey, you can't do this. I have been looking all over Charlie Kirk's last interview where he looks to the left and looks angry. It's almost like he was crying. His nose was red. I saw a screenshot, but I can't find the interview. Help. I can't find that interview either. I've seen the screenshot that you're talking about, and I couldn't find that interview at all. So you have to help me, in fact. Other way around. You got to help me find it because I have no idea where that is. I saw the screenshot, and I was like, is that a real interview? I was kind of like, I'm like, is this AI? Because it does look like he's crying. His nose is very red, and it looks like he was angry and tearing. And I was like, is this real? So you let me know if you find that. Please reach out to me, Jay Reed. That would be very appreciated. I would just like to know when it was and, you know, who he was talking to and everything like that. Jennifer Chance from the Saddle. Google photos online of Travis Guinta, Tyler. I feel like I just saw those when I was looking through X, looking for something for you guys. I feel like I just saw those. I think I know exactly who you're talking about. Yeah, the guy does look like Tyler. Looks a lot like Tyler. I think he even had the same hat and glasses on in the picture I saw. I think, if it's the same person I'm thinking of. You can change the phone number on caller ID easily. He used a burner to send himself the text. Let's see the metadata on both phones. That would be interesting. I wonder if they're going to do that. You would think they would have to do that solely because of what you just said. But I guess in a situation, doesn't that become up to the judge? Like if the judge doesn't know what you just said and the judge just allows it and just doesn't think about metadata, doesn't say present me with both cell phones so I can actually review, like that never happens. I mean, I don't even know if they showed him to the judge. They won't show him to the defense. I don't know. Super Wacky Wabbit. Gaze in the moon day's hun. Don't let the sun go down on me. Let these in gentlemen. Sir Elton John. Best song ever. I have no idea what song that is. Is it the best song ever? Is Elton John still alive? He's still alive, right? I feel like there's going to be a big hubbub when he dies. There's no way he's gone. Is he gone? No, I don't think he is. Megyn Kelly got the pager from Philadelphia. Megyn Kelly, you know, like all those people in those high up positions, they get like assistants and stuff like that. She probably saw on her calendar. She was like, Rebecca, what is this? Oh, this is you due to speak at UVU. Yeah, people figured because of all the things you were saying that maybe you wanted to clarify your thoughts at UVU. Now, we could cancel it if you decided there were some things you didn't want to say anymore, some people you didn't want to be aligned with anymore. But if not, we'll just keep it scheduled there and you can just go to UVU right across from the Losi Center. You know, she probably got that type of call. You just let us know what you want to do. Half joking. Mike Sawtell, a DNA expert at Prelim. Tyler had the most degraded DNA than any other individual who had DNA on the rifle. At least 4, including Lance's, Tyler's most degraded or least fresh sample. 4 sets. Tyler's least significant. Case over. You would think it would be done from there, but we'll see, because they're just going to keep on pushing. Enjoying the analysts of logical fallacies. Thank you. That was my specialty at one point. Now it's just part of the repertoire. I said that word wrong. Repertoire. There you go. Ed Franks, the recent change in tone and aggressiveness in Turning Point and the Surrogates stinks of Andrew Wilson and Myron G, in my opinion. I definitely hear that. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, it's a good call too. It's very weird. Andrew especially. Blake, yeah. You're 100% right. Hilarious impressions make this intel tolerable. I think you're saying intel there. There's a letter missing, but I'm pretty sure. Intel tolerable. Thank you very much. Coach Colin. I am Coach Colin show where intel is tolerable. There you go. That's a good catchphrase. Star Studio says nothing. Just me, friend of the show. Nice. Did you see Officer Tater Tots say he is going to call Candace and he loves her? Candace, mama. Yeah, I mean, he says he's gonna call her one of these days. One of these days he's gonna call her and get chewed out. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be absolutely terrible. But he's gonna have to do it. We'll see what happens. Candace is very, very nice to him. Very, very nice. She definitely does not have to be as nice as she's being. Yeah, she's being super nice to Officer Tatum. And maybe it's because she knows. Like, she's been on the other side of that, where you're that person, where you're that personality. She's said she's felt people around her trying to like be handlers around her. Why would it be any different for him? Maybe he has that type of thing. Maybe she understands what he's going through completely. And, she just looks at him as a coward, You don't look at people who are cowards as formidable opponents. So maybe that's why she's just like, I know what you're doing. You're just a show, And maybe she knows for a fact. Who knows? Anyway. Tony, Jack blocked me when I shared the Nick/Tyler connection / why'd you put another slash? Nick and Tyler connection? Who's Nick? Which Nick? Nick and Tyler. He never blocked me when I explained why I thought Charlie wasn't dead. Maybe he saw you do the Charlie wasn't dead thing and he was like, okay. And then he saw the other thing and he was like, that's enough. I've had enough of this. Who knows? Just add water. He won't he do it? Won't he do it? God is good. All the time, God is good. Thank you for that. Just add water. Just add Jesus, Need help looking into one laptop per child foundation out of MIT in the early 2000s. Appears to be a cognitive data harvest under the guise of education. One laptop per child. I've never heard of that. What is that? One lap per child? I've never heard of that. Wait a second. I think I actually have heard of that. Wait a second. I think I have heard of that before. Because I used to take a lot of MIT free courses back in the day. Way back in the early 2000s, in fact. I used to take a lot of those. Interesting. Let me check. Shapiro was having lunch with his eyebrow. Possible. And that's why there was a full other person there, right? Patriotic Housewife has DM audio from Magnificent Mikey McCoy. he sent the pic he took of Charlie right before or the shot. Megan sucks. Yeah, Mikey's DMing someone. He's not DMing Patriotic Housewife. That would be crazy if he was. But yeah, I saw some DM that he had where he was saying to someone, "Oh, I just had it on my heart to communicate with you." He's like, "I don't talk with everybody." I found it very interesting because I was like, "What is this? Is this him like trying to get his freak on, or is he just talking to this lady?" I didn't understand why he was speaking to someone via like audio like that. It seemed like it was a text message too. The video mentioned before is called Electrical Safety and Jewelry on YouTube. Oh, about the necklace whipping around. Forgot to mention. Electrical Safety and Jewelry. I have to look that up. Mama, I'm finna talk to Candace when this whole thing over, mama. In like 3 years, I'm gonna talk to her about this thing, mama. She trifling. And then he just gets a call. Hello, Brandon. Why wait 3 years? I have it on good authority that you just said you'd wait 3 years to call me. That's weird. That's weird, right? Oh, I ain't even mean you. I ain't even mean you, sis. You know that. You know that. I'd never do that. I'd never do that. Brandon, I know exactly what type of conservative shill you've always been. You know that, right? You know how much, I know what kind of money you've taken. You know that, right, Brandon? No, I ain't even, come on, sis. Don't even, you ain't got a trip like this. Gets nightmarishly scared of Candace. I'm telling you, she probably knows more about him than most of us do. You know what I mean? Probably knows a whole bunch about him. Let's see here. What do we got here? We got some coffees. The coughs. Josh Hammer. Josh Hammer should be questioned. I hope he was. Whoa, how did Ghost Phone take over? How did Ghost Phone take over the number 1 spot? I guess they did. Jeez. I always say Ghost Phone because I know the concept, but it's Zero Ghost. ZeroGhost.com. I want one. I want to see it. If there's like technology, I want to play around with it. I want to see it. And if you're watching Zero Ghost, I know you guys contacted me. It's while I'm in the midst of handing over so much to a admin / my wife. There's 2 people that are like taking things over. So there's some things that I'm not receiving, but I do know that you messaged me. And I am interested. I like you guys. Lacey, love you, coach. Can't take all the Fed slop from Gary and Blakey today. The way they talked to Diligent, it was just infuriating. Like, how dare you guys? Thanks for providing some comedic relief. It was so needed today. See you soon, or see you tomorrow, coach and friends. Love, your #1 fan from Canada. From Canada, eh? Should have told me at the beginning. I would have done a Canadian accent. Depending on where you're from. Hey, coach, I love how much Candace literally runs the entire media sphere just by speaking the truth. The crash out she causes is unmatched. Congrats on breaking 100 episodes, by the way. Thank you very much. I sure hope you got to celebrate yourself and your accomplishments. You deserve it. On a completely separate train of thought, the vote to merge Philly with Philly is today. So to the homies, call your senators, and overall, let us pray today. Appreciate the laughs, coach. You are the smooth operator. Yeah, I heard about that merge. It's so concerning. So concerning. I mean, it's not even a theory. Like before, it was like, oh, the armies aren't merging. That's not real. And then I saw a video of BB's talking about merging. And that was his whole thing. He's like, oh, we're going from zero aid. And I was like, okay, that's a conversation. And he's like, yeah, we're going to just merge these things. I'm like, oh, so you're just going from suckling on a teat to now you're just getting it mainstream directly into your veins. Like, what are you talking about? He's like, so aid that you give yourself, we come together like this because then aid you give yourself, when you have a budget and you give it to your army, it will also go to us, and that is zero aid. Oh, you're a liar? Oh, this is worse. Anyway. Coach, do you watch Ian Went? I don't know how to say his name. He makes content I think you'd enjoy. Keep up the great work. I do watch him. I watch him on X. I see him on X all the time. Good morning, Coach. Kudos to Diligent. He was checkmating Gary and Blake. I love that Neff and Gary can't help wanting attention. Every time they do a public speaking appearance, their feet go deeper into their mouths. It's awesome. Exactly. Yeah, it's very true with especially with Blake. I mean, Gary's kind of used to it, right? He's acquired a taste for his own foot. He enjoys it. But Blake just coming out of nowhere again. It's just crazy. Thank you for taking the time to read my coffee message yesterday on air about the, I think I'm saying it right, aortic dissections or dissections. I try to spread awareness about it to honor my father who passed 7 years ago, and in hopes the information can help others. Quiz time. We're doing a quiz. Hold on a second. I said you do videos and stuff. I didn't say you could do quizzes. Hold on a second. We got a quiz, guys. Quiz time. If you have chest pains but narrowed out a heart attack, what should you request to see if it is an aortic dissection? I don't know why I can't say that word. Which can rupture within 24 to 48 hours after the initial pain. I feel like you said a C. Did you say a C2 scan? Is that what you said? I feel like that's what you said. A C2 scan or something like that. I guess I failed the quiz. I think it's C2 scan. Am I tripping? She said CT scan. There you go. There you go. Mike Riley got it. Mike Riley wins. He won. What's his prize? If you needed, you can look back at your notes. Thank you again for your daily show. I tune in each morning. It starts my day on a lighter note. Also, my husband and I believe a couple that prays together finds strength for life's challenges. Of course. May God bless you, your wife, and your family. Yeah. It's great. It's great. It's great praying together. And the kids, I love it. I want to thank you for your reporting. You make me laugh so hard, and in times of darkness, laughter is key. You should put on a show in the city of Edinburgh. Say it. Come on. Edinburgh. Okay. We have 4 weeks in August for the Fringe Festival. You would love Scotland. I think I would love Scotland. I think my mom has some kind of Scottish blood. She has a bunch. She has I think she has Irish and Scottish. I don't know. She did 23andMe. I wouldn't do it. She was like, I don't care. So she did it. She has a whole bunch of stuff. I hope you and your family are well. Keep doing random skits as they are hilarious. Thank you so much, Buffy Rocks. Appreciate you. Coach, great show today. Smooth Operator remix might be an all-time favorite. Surely deserves its own clip. P.S. I was losing my mind this weekend with the slop. May God bless you and your family. Yeah, it was a lot. A lot of people noticed it. Me, Pepper Potts. It's me, Pepper Potts. Hello, Pepper Potts. A lot of people noticed. That it was pretty crazy, pretty wild. This is another person talking about. I saw on Patriotic Housewife on YouTube that there were leaked DMs of Mikey McCoy talking to a married woman in Messenger or something. Yeah. That's why I didn't know what it was. I was like, is he trying to get with this lady? Like, what's going on right now? It's on today's video titled, Did Mikey McCoy Cross the Line? At about 3 minutes, 17 seconds. There is even a voice message from Mikey. Yeah, I've been hearing about this. I saw it on X, Patriotic Housewife. She's doing well. I knew she would do well. I used to communicate with her before. She's great. She's great. The way she pulled herself up, it's hard to pull yourself up from nothing in this space. She's doing a really good job of it. Really good job. Really hard. I know she went through a bunch of stuff, different creators and things, but she's making it. She's making it. She just has to keep going. I've been out. Oh, I figured out. Why can't I say that? I figured out what Ben's problem is. Allegedly on Joe Rogan, 1276, I think he said my grandfather was schiz, bi, and maybe schiz. The diagnosis is not exactly clear. They prescribe him. Whoa, it made him a lot better. Whoa, it skips a generation. They say it skips a generation. That's crazy. Are those type of mental illness? Yeah, are they hereditary? Sometimes stuff like that skips a generation. Dude is 10,000% insane. This isn't you trying to poke fun at mental illness. I feel like Ben is a demon more than ill. You can tell his skin texture is. You say chicken feet? I don't even know if I've seen chicken feet up close. Eyes are looking like he has shark eyes. He is very much like Dan Bongino. They have the same type of eyes, the same type of eyes, and the same type of look. It's like a very blank but angry look. They both have that. If you start listening to the cover story, it's like it's starting to south. Okay. If you listen to the cover story, it's starting to sound, I think you're using the word sound there, like Jeremy Boring wrote the script and it's as bad as his other movies. Yeah, the wife. Yeah, I was getting hot and I figured you guys might be hot too. Anyway, there you go. Yeah. That's interesting. Jeremy Boring writing things for them? I don't know. Maybe they could. I mean, why would you want Jeremy Boring? I think if you hire Andrew Wilson, why would you even consider anything from Jeremy Boring? Listen, I'm no fan of Andrew Wilson, but I don't care what Jeremy has done in the film space, writing, screenplays. I don't care. I'd rather have something written by Andrew Wilson than Jeremy Boring. Jeremy Boring's gonna make you sound like a nerd. Oh yeah, and he said the thrashing of the. Oh, you might be right. Yeah, because Andrew Wilson wouldn't write that. He'd be like, He's like, nah, we don't want to. He'd be smoking. He'd be like, no, I don't want to sound gay. You know. But Jeremy would be like, oh, the thrashing that your credibility is taking. They lose credibility day after day. It dwindles. like the sun upon dusk. You know, he would do some stuff like that. You're 100% right. You're 100% right. Good call. ZeroGhost.com. One coffee for each time you've made us laugh today. Keep up the great work, Coach. You've got our support. Thank you so much. ZeroGhost.com. Thank you guys. I do appreciate you guys a lot. You guys are great. You guys are great. I want to see your product. I want to see it one day. I want to check it out one day. And actually, it didn't even bring me to the thing. Oh, okay. I thought it would bring me to the website. I tried to. It didn't bring me to the website. Okay. Whoa, what did I do here? Oh my gosh. Let's bring it back. Oh gosh. Can't believe I did that with the coffees. But yeah, thank you guys so much. Zero Ghost. Appreciate you guys very much. Let's keep going here. Bring it back. Boom. Add to stay. Oh, I just turned everything off. Okay, my bad, guys. My bad. Here you go. Get unified. And thank you, ZeroGhost.com. Appreciate you guys. Your acts out. Your act outs. Why'd I say it like that? I've been impersonating Officer Tatum too long. I was like, your acts out. Your act outs are honestly my favorite part of your live streams. I literally laugh out loud every time, especially when you get on a roll with the evidence. Mama, actually, get back to work, Matt Walsh. Sound like a crazy person going through all those at once. It never gets old. I also really appreciate how you summarize all the important happenings from the day before across YouTube and X. It's a huge time saver, and I always feel caught up without having to scroll through everything myself. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Get Unified. Thank you. Thank you. Smarty Pants Dance. I've seen that name before. One, why would Tyler tell Lance that the police may be there if he was home? Why can't he just look out the windows? Two, why didn't the defense ask Hull on cross-examination, you believe this image to be Tyler Robinson? Why? Yeah, a why would have been good. Like, what is telling you that? Because if they had asked why, the answer would have just been like, well, we see him all over the, he's here, and he's here, and he's here. I don't think Hull's not even the Australian guy. Wrong accent. But he would have been like, yeah, well, I mean, he's on this camera, and this, we believe it's him. It would have been nothing. He would have had nothing that would have told him. Show me the identifiable feature. Exactly. Show me the identifiable features. Nothing. There's nothing. There's nothing that identifies him. Unless they say he had, like, this figure seems to be wearing black and he seemed to be wearing black in the stairwell. That would be the only thing they could really go to. And then their only connector there would be Lance Twigg saying, yeah, man, he wears shoes. Shoes always have laces, always does the pants, both legs every single time. Just saw the classic Tyler right there. And a shirt and a hat. Tyler always did that. I mean, that would have been their only connector. P.S. They can't see anything. Yes. And three, similar to the above, why not ask, please point out where on the video a pew-pew is shown. Please point to the stock or the scope, anything. Yeah, that's really true. Make them start to actually analyze and describe what they're seeing in. Make them here. Don't worry. I got you, Stuart. Here, I'll kick you out. Don't worry, man. You're all good. Stuart's like, oh, peace out, you guys. Don't worry, Stuart. You're gone. Don't worry. Don't come back. You're good, buddy. Stuart, aka Blake. Please point out where the stock is, the scope, the barrel. That would have been really good. That video shows nothing identifiable of a pew-pew or a person. 4, the DNA stuff is interesting, but as a smarty pants, I have formal education and training in that, and I'm happy to answer any questions people may have. So actually, it isn't exciting. That's so funny. The nerd voice. I didn't even see nerd voice at the bottom there. It was just a vibe. You just had, as soon as you said smarty pants, I was like, oh, this is a nerd. Let's do it. No, you're 100% right. That would have been great to see. And this is why there's a lot of people who question what's going on. That's why they question what they're seeing in regards to the defense. That's why. Because it seems very weird that to us and to you, that just makes perfect sense. That just makes perfect sense to ask those questions. And then you just don't see them ask it. And you're just like, what's going on? Like, what's happening? Hey, coach, longtime fan, first message. For weeks, in the back of my mind, I've been thinking you and comedian Shane Smith should have a chat, preferably for selfish reasons, on video, maybe live. I felt your lives have been similar. And then recently you spoke of your interest in Catholicism. Okay, I saw Shane Smith. I immediately thought Shane Gillis. Like, in my head, I was picturing Shane Gillis. Okay, so there's another person. Okay, Catholicism. So that convinced me I needed to get this message to you, as he is a recent Catholic convert, ex-occultist. What is this? Pax Bonum? Peace. What is Pax Bonum? Pax Bonum? Peace and goodness, St. Francis, sign off. P.S. Reclaiming the number 33 for Christianity. And it was my b-ball jersey number. Oh, okay. Okay, we got a spook on our hands, guys. There's a spook here. I'm kidding. Keeping you and your family in my daily rosary. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. That is interesting. Shane Smith. Never even let me see if I can just take that name. Why is he a comedian? I don't know. Let me see here. I'll just throw it in there just so I have a tab ready. Oh, let me see here. Jeremy Boring. Jeremy Boring made a video. He paid Candace's rent. I think that's like the video that I made here. Let me just see the Shane character. Oh, wow. Is this him? The tattoos on the face and stuff? That's crazy if that is him. Oh, and he's a comedian. Oh, that's weird. I have seen him. I've seen him. I think I've even played a video of his where he is talking with I forget what the guy's name is, but he's a Christian dude too. It's a Christian dude. What is his name? Ruslan. I've seen a video where he's talking with Ruslan. Not Shane Smith, not that Shane Smith. Here, let me show you guys. I might as well. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Jeremy Boring. Get out of here, Jeremy. This guy here. Let me show you guys. Yeah, that guy. So I've seen this guy before. I've definitely seen this guy before. And you know what? I'm pretty sure this might be a newer conversation, but I'm pretty sure I have seen this guy. I used a clip it might be from this video, because what the guy says is, which I found very interesting, is that he was talking about like the occult and stuff. And he was like, we did it as like a joke. He's like, but if you do it long enough and you're like, oh, let's get this tattoo and it's this, like a satanic symbol, and let's get this and let's play around with witchcraft and let's do this. And it's like all this gag until you find yourself doing all of these things. And it's like, what have you become at that point? Are you still joking? Or are you really becoming this terrible occultist type of person? Because he was playing with some dark stuff. Yeah, I saw that. I definitely saw that. Because he was talking about it. And he's like, if you say you're like if you're like playing a game of like being a Christian and you're like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if we like went to church and like, hey guys, let's do communion. This would be really funny. Like, hey man, let's go to the church on Saturday. They said they need volunteers. It's like eventually like you're just a full-blown Christian. You're just Ned Flanders at a certain point. You can say it's a joke if you want to. You can say you're playing around if you want to, but eventually you become a Christian. And that's what he did on the inverse, as being an occultist, kind of like a Satanist. I've seen that guy. Thank you for telling me about that guy. Yeah, I would talk with that guy. I believe the exploding mic theory. How do I explain the recovered how do we explain the recovered fragments? How do you explain it? I don't know how you explain the recovered fragments. I don't know how you explain, like, what do you mean? How do you explain them? TXT to mom or Tom mom. How do you explain them? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I don't know how you would explain, like, how do you explain where the fragments went? How do you explain the lack of fragments that you see at the scene? Or how do you explain the fragments that are all over the car? You'd have to clarify that for me a little bit, and then I can help you out there. But I mean, if you're talking about how do you explain them in the car, well, it looks like they fell right out of his shirt. If you're talking about how come you don't see them at the scene, well, it's because they dug up all the soil right away, took everything away, so nobody could be able to do that. Other than that, I don't know. Tell me exactly what you mean. I'll help you out. I think Shapiro was with Andrew Kolvet in LA having lunch when he got a phone call from Charlie Kirk's SUV on the way to the hospital, allegedly. We still don't know where Andrew Kolvet was this day or where he flew from to get to Utah that day. No proof, obviously, just a gut feeling I have. Looking forward to you going live every morning. Thanks for all you do. Yeah, I'm wondering about that. I don't know. It's funny because Andrew's kind of kept that quiet, and he's kept it well quiet in terms of where he's been, this, that, tarmac hug, etc. Calling Candace, should have been you. But Blake kind of let the cat out of the bag because he's just like, oh, I don't know. Oh, I think he was here. Oh, I think he was there. Like, he gave this really weird answer. So we'll see. Rooting for Jesus 92. We're always rooting for Jesus. If you have the video of the alleged shooter climbing the roof, walking across the roof, getting in a prone position, that same camera should have caught Bagley, and the other plainclothes officer going up and finding the screwdriver. And if the 4K zoomed in crystal clear video that they saw is available, then there should be clear video of Bagley too, since his body cam footage died and all. Well, that's just a bit too much. You keep talking like that, they're going to ask you to speak at UVU. You better be careful. But yeah, you're 100% right. You think they would want to retrieve that, figure that out? I don't know. And again, if the defense doesn't think about it, it's like, what's going on? Thanks, Coach. You, Candace, Baron, Ian, Nessie, etc. bring so much truth, and I am praying that people keep their eyes on Jesus Christ. In Isaiah 5:20, woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness, who put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. I haven't been able to catch as many live shows, but I want, but I do watch as soon as I have a chance. Thank you all again. Yeah, thank you. Do appreciate that. Thank you for that verse as well. Yeah, there's a lot of that in the world. You call good evil and evil good. There's so much of that right now. So much, you know. We look down on the best of us and we look up to the worst of us. It's pretty crazy. Ben Shapiro's voice sounds like BB is squeezing his. Maybe. You never know. You just never know. Mama, thanks for all you do, Coach. Shout out from Alberta. Saint Michael, the archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him. We humbly pray. And do thou, O Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, cast into hell Satan and the evil and all the evil spirits who prowl about the world seeking to ruin souls. Amen. Amen. Thank you so much. I enjoy that prayer so much. I love that prayer. That prayer really brings me peace, like not many things have been able to. Hey, Coach, love all the work you do, Baron, etc. As a 28-year-old that was recently saved, recently married, and about to start a family, your character is truly one that I look up to and inspires me. Quick question. I just found out my wife is pregnant. Congratulations. We're going to have a child. I lost my father when I was young, and I don't have a solid structure in place for being a father figure to my first child. What advice would you give to a first-time father based on your experience with kids? Well, I didn't have a father figure. My brother is like 12 years older than me, one of them. So he was like a father figure a little bit. I watched him, but he didn't have much of a father figure either. So how did he make it work? I don't know. I think, Tucker Carlson, you know what Tucker Carlson said about leadership? He was talking about politicians, but he's basically talking about Gavin Newsom and stuff, politicians he liked, didn't like. And he was talking about how if you're really smart, like what kind of leader would you want? Would you want a leader that's really smart, really knows his way around the whole political spectrum and things like that? Super smart, cunning. Like, do you want that leader? But he doesn't care about the people. Or have a leader that's kind of dumb, doesn't really know a whole bunch. Like, he's not dumb, but he just doesn't know much. He's inexperienced, right? He's never done it before, but he absolutely loves the people. He said, well, you'd want the guy that, was a beginner. You'd want the guy with no experience because you would know that every single move that he would make, although he wouldn't know exactly what he was doing, it would be rooted in his love for the people. So everything would be rooted in what he wanted to see good happen for the people, and he would figure it out. The things that he would be trying to figure out would be a net positive for the people that he represented. Whereas if a guy was really smart and he didn't care about the people, he'd know exactly what to do to benefit the people, but he would put that aside because he doesn't care about them at all, and he would do what's best for himself every single step of the way. And that kind of thing is like in fatherhood, right? You're not going to have a knowing of what to do, but you're going to love the kid so much that you're going to figure it out. And the things that you do are going to be for the kid's best interests because you have so much love for that kid. So I would say you don't have to, I wouldn't say you don't have to worry because fatherhood's very serious, but you do have to, like, advice for like when you have a kid, be a good father. You know, what does Joe Rogan say? Joe Rogan says, be the hero of your own story. Like whatever you think the hero would do, right? He's talking about like people's mentality. Like whatever you think the hero would do, wake up and start doing that, and just start doing those things. Like, and do the same thing with fatherhood. Like, what do you think a great father would do? What would a great father do? And just start doing that. Or even better, I got this advice from someone a long time ago, and I think about it all the time. And now I actually have a son. So now I didn't even think of that. I haven't thought of this in like a few months. I usually think about this all the time. But in every single thing that you do, you say, what would you tell your son to do? Right? So if it was like dealing with a woman, what would you tell your son to do? Would you tell your son to get violent and be loud? Or would you tell your son, listen, you got to be nice, you got to be gentle. Listen, this is how females are. You got to be like this. Don't be too overbearing. No means no. You would explain, like, what would you tell your son to do? So in fatherhood, think about this now. What would you tell your son to do? If your son was in your situation and you're an older man, experienced man, and he's about to have a kid, what would you tell your son to do with that kid? And then start doing that, And if you're doing something and you're unsure if it's the right thing to do, think, what would I tell my son to do? And it will always put you in the right direction. Always. Yeah, that's a great, I haven't thought of that in so long. I remember I got that advice. I never forgot it. I got that advice in 2018. I think it was like 2018, 2017. I put it on a whiteboard. I had it there for like a year. And I always think of that. What would you tell your son to do? You don't want to get up. You don't want to work out. What would you tell your son to do? Would you be like, well, then don't get up and just lay there and it's fine. And, whatever, health issues, I'm sure you'll be fine. Or would you be like, no, get out of bed, go exercise, make the time, like what would you tell your son to do? Because you'd never put your son on the wrong path. So you got to think that way for yourself, Let's go. Let's keep going here. Mama. Thank you for brightening up our mornings. Your hard work and humor is appreciated. Thank you so much. Thank you for your videos. I have fun watching every day. Mama, thank you so much. Just everyone at the end, mama. I was thinking the other day, what if this is really about Candace? Ben Shapiro. Oh, I forgot to even talk about that. Ben Shapiro is obsessed with destroying her. He can't get to her. I feel like I read this. Did I read this yesterday? Can't get to her family, but then he takes out someone she loves who also happens to, hey, I did read this yesterday. Maybe he expected her to fold. Maybe that's why Angel Kolvet said it should have been you. It's a good theory. It's a really good theory. I think I'm going to make, when I have the time, I've been so tired recently because I've been working and then I'm in front of the camera much longer than usual. But I got to make a video about that. Yeah, I think you're on to something. Definitely. Okay, and then we're getting into Mitch McConnell stuff. I remember reading that already. Let me see here. Oh, I meant bullet fragment in the autopsy. Oh, how do we explain that? Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know how you'd explain the bullet fragments. I think you'd have to look deeper into the whole thing and look at what they actually found, because they can't really identify it. Like, have they been able to identify it as a bullet fragment? Because what I've been hearing when they talk about it, they talk about fragments being found. But I haven't really heard them talk about, do I have a meeting today? Oh my gosh, is my meeting today? No. Oh, it's tomorrow. Okay. I got to remember that. Jeez. I should move that to 3:00. Yeah, I would look more into the fragments. If you're wanting to know how do you explain it when you're thinking about the microphone theory, look into the bullet fragments, look into what they are, what they look like, and go from there. And that should help you on your journey. And also, it's like, it's not something you have to cling on to. You don't have to, if you find something that makes you question the theory, that's fine, right? That's completely fine. And just let it be, right? You don't have to do the microphone theory, right? There's a lot of theories out there, I hate super chat. I wrote one and somehow my words disappeared. I wanted to say you talking about kangaroo court and Mama's voice and showing that picture brought back memories of Far Side cartoons. Look up Boneless Chicken Farm. That sounds crazy. Far Side cartoons, Boneless Chicken Farm. What's that about? Whoa. Far Side. Oh, these cartoons. That's interesting. Is that Far Side? I never knew what these were called. Wow. Boneless Chicken Farm. Why did people stop doing it? I guess they didn't stop. These are memes. These are like the first type of memes. I was going to say, why did people stop doing that? But they didn't. They live online now like crazy. Let me see here. Love you, Coach Blakey. I'm just seeing, did I read this? I did. I read all this. Okay. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. We're at 5.5 hours. That's too long. That's too long, guys. It's too long. That is too long. Too long. All right, guys. We got to get out of here. Candace is going to go live today. Baron is not going to go live today. But I'm sure Candace will have some great things to say. And we'll see. I'm definitely going to put out some kind of video later on today. But we'll see. We'll see what kind of video it is. We will definitely see. Definitely check us out on Spotify. Definitely check us out on definitely check us out there. Definitely check us out on YouTube. Hit subscribe. Oh yeah, go check if you're subscribed. So many people always go like, "Oh, I'm not subscribed anymore." Yeah, definitely go check that out. It's happening to more and more people. So anyways, I am out of here. Thank you guys so much for being here for hours and hours and hours. If you've been here the full 5.5 hours almost, I mean, shout out to you. We are family. We are officially family. You can call mama a mama of your own 100%. I will see you guys tomorrow, 10 a.m. sharp. I've been on time.